Some things happen without explanation. Some experiences haunt people for a lifetime. This is where I tell those mysteries. And remember, not everything can be explained. Story. I've been living with a murderer for the past 14 years. There's a murderer in the room with me. Small, unassuming. You wouldn't know it from the look. But I'm certain that at least 11 lives have been cut short by this killer. For 14 years, I've kept the secret. 14 years. I haven't told a soul. Because I knew that if I did, more would die. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. The Anderson home sat atop a small hill on a 1-acre lot just outside of town. While by no means a mansion, it was a well-kept, respectable residence with a flower garden that won several local awards. As the name suggests, in the mid-80s, it was inhabited by the Anderson family. Father, Tim, worked in sales, and had inherited the house from his parents. Mother, Denise, worked in real estate, and daughters, Kate and Julia, aged 17 and 15 respectively, attended the public high school. Julia was athletic and tall amongst her peers, playing several sports, including soccer and softball. She had a large group of friends and was considered quite popular in her class. Tim coached some of her teams, and Denise was always to be found in the stands loudly cheering. Kate was precisely the opposite of her sister. She never once set foot on a basketball court or attempted running track. Instead, she dressed in mostly black and snuck cigarettes behind the gymnasium at recess. Still, though she was not as widely well-liked as Julia, she did have a small, close-knit group of friends that bonded over one thing in particular: studying the occult. Tim and Denise were fairly active in their church and, it's said, were none too pleased with their older daughter's interest in unholy topics. They dragged her to service every Sunday and forced her into Bible study. But it seemed to have the opposite effect they intended. Kate only became more fascinated with the other side of the coin. Kate and her friends studied Latin and were frequently known to speak to each other in it. They passed notes in class that only they could translate, and hissed insults at other students that only they understood. After complaints from several parents that their children were worried that the satanic kids were putting spells on them, the school warned Kate and company that they'd be suspended if they continued with their demonic nonsense. But the warning wasn't enough. During a free period, a janitor caught them conducting a ritual in a dark, empty classroom, complete with candles and a pentagram drawn on the blackboard. And they were all suspended for a week. That was the last straw for the Anderson parents. They put Kate on lockdown. She was grounded indefinitely and was to have no contact with her friends, only being allowed to leave her room to use the restroom or for meals with the family. And then, on the second day of the suspension, Tim and Denise awoke to a nightmare. Kate hung herself. She was found dangling in her closet when her mother entered to rouse her for breakfast. A noose made from a rope that no one recognized wrapped around her neck. The Andersons were crushed. Yes, she'd been a problematic child, but they'd still loved her deeply. Tim and Denise had been hoping that the suspension would be good for her, that some time away from her friends would maybe help turn her around. Now she was gone, and they didn't understand why. She left no note or explanation. She hadn't been known to be depressed. And, when questioned, Her friends all said that she'd never talked of harming herself. They were all as shocked as her parents were, and were just as devastated by her loss. Worst impacted, though, was Julia. While it may not have been obvious to an outside observer, Julia had actually been very close with her sister, and looked up to her in many ways. Julia admired that Kate didn't care what anyone else thought of her, and that she was truly comfortable with who she was, something that Julia often struggled with. In the days immediately afterwards, Julia sobbed nearly constantly. Everyone did what they could to console her, yet it was largely to no avail, and they mostly thought it best to just let her grieve, knowing that the passage of time would be the only thing that could start the healing. However, at some point shortly after Kate's death, Julia's behavior changed. She still sobbed. That part remained the same, but it's said that it wasn't sadness they saw on her face anymore. It was fear. Julia became paranoid. Her eyes darted wildly around any room that she was in, and she jumped when anyone spoke to her. Friends tried to ask her what she was so afraid of, but she refused to tell them, stating only that they should leave her alone. Worried, they wondered if she might be in some sort of danger, if maybe there was more to Kate's suicide than the Andersons were saying. And those fears were seemingly confirmed when the unthinkable happened. Julia was found hanging in her bedroom too, where the rest of the town had been initially nothing but supporting of Tim and Denise. Now they were suspicious. Kate's death had been a tragedy, no doubt, but she had also been somewhat of a pariah. It wasn't surprising to many that the girl that dressed in black and hung out with a creepy crowd had been troubled enough to tie her own noose. But Julia had been so full of life, so energetic, such a beacon of positivity to her teammates and peers. No one believed that she would have done that to herself. So, an investigation into the girls' untimely demises was conducted. Forensics were investigated. Tim and Denise were both questioned at length. But there was no evidence that they'd done anything wrong, and neither of them confessed to any wrongdoing. In fact, neither of them spoke much at all after Julia's passing, or ever went back to church, or ever went back to work. With nothing to say otherwise, Kate and Julia's deaths were both officially ruled as suicides, and the Andersons were left to return home to their empty nest, one that had once held so much promise. It was thought that it was only a matter of time before one or both of them might be found dangling from a rope themselves. But instead, a month or so after Julia died, a moving truck showed up at the Anderson home. Neighbors saw boxes quickly being loaded, and then, without a word to anyone in town, they just drove away, leaving many of their larger items behind. The house was already paid off and was never put up on the market, and someone continued to pay the property taxes every year, so the locals wondered if one day Tim and Denise might move back in. But they never did. Their home remained vacant from then on. Often, it was pondered why they didn't sell it, but the assumption was that even though they couldn't bear to ever return, they also couldn't bear to lose the place where their daughters had lived their entire short lives. So, year after year, it loomed over the residents below, slowly being reclaimed by nature, a decaying reminder of two young women, taken far too early. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. That's, at least, how the events were relayed as local legend. By the time I was born, The house had already sat empty for 5 years. The once award-winning flower garden was overgrown with weeds. The paint was flecked and peeling, and many of the windows were shattered. I, obviously, never knew any of the Andersons personally, but I knew their story by heart before I was in the 4th grade. Every kid in Willow Grove heard it eventually, either from an older sibling, or a friend who'd heard it from an older sibling, or from a friend of a friend who'd heard it from an older sibling. It passed by oral tradition from one generation to the next. There were verifiable facts contained within. The home did indeed belong to a Tim and Denise Anderson. Both of their names were on the title. And the Anderson girls had definitely attended Willow Grove High School. A trophy bearing Julia's name sat in a case near the gym. And Kate could be found in old yearbooks. Kate and Julia had also, most certainly, died of hanging within days of one another. Newspapers covering the story at the time were archived in the library. As for the details of their behavior, those came from classmates of the girls and church members that knew Tim and Denise. It was the main topic of gossip among the townspeople for many years, as nothing else of note ever really happened in Willow Grove, until 14 years ago, given the fact that 2 unbelievably tragic deaths occurred within its walls. The Anderson home was purported to be deeply haunted. Throughout my childhood, I heard many different versions of ways one could have an encounter there. If you look into the middle window on the 2nd floor during a thunderstorm, you'll see a girl hanging when there's a flash of lightning. If you sneak into the house after midnight, you can hear Julia crying in her room. If you're in Kate's bedroom at 3 a.m., the time when they suspect she hung herself, you'll feel as if something is tightening around your neck and you'll struggle to breathe. In time, it became a rite of passage for every teen in town to spend a few hours after dark in the house at some point during their high school career. They always returned with thrilling tales of having been chased through the halls by angry spirits, or being hauled up into the air by their throats. Most of it was surely pure fabrication. But still, to the students of WGHS, having done your hanging night was considered just as important a qualification for graduation as passing all your final exams. And so it was that on the evening of February 10th, 2010, I entered the Anderson home with my 2 best friends, Freddie and James. James Wheeler and I had been inseparable since kindergarten, a pairing based on nothing more than both thinking that the velociraptor was the coolest dinosaur. Yet it was enough to bond us for life. He was a skinny boy of 18, with dark, brown hair and matching eyes, taller than me but shorter than Freddie. Freddie King had joined our party of 2 during our freshman year at WGHS. He transferred in from another school when his dad moved to town for some consulting work, and quickly inserted himself into our lives. Far more outgoing than either James or I, he had boisterously introduced himself, saying that he'd heard that you 2 like video games, and then said, "We're going to be friends." 18 years old in 2010 as well. He had a build to play football, but never went out for the team. Instead, most nights, the 3 of us all felt a certain call to duty, and spent hours dominating our enemies together online. And, unlike James or I, Freddie was also what one would have considered classically good-looking. His blonde hair and blue eyes attracted the attention of several girls in our class. and his perfect teeth had never needed braces. Because of this, Freddie had to occasionally miss our evening gaming sessions when he was out on dates. And, after one such night, he caught up with us at the next day at school looking exasperated. "Guys, you know how I've been seeing Heather, right?" he asked. I smirked. Of course we knew about him and Heather. Half the school was talking about how the head cheerleader was dating that hot nerd. Yay dude, we're part of everybody. So we made that very exclusive list of people who know. James snarked at him. I laughed, and Freddie looked a little embarrassed when he replied, "Shut up, assholes. Look, I need to talk to you guys about something." His expression was very serious. I couldn't help but give a sarcastic response. "She gave you herpes?" "No. Fuck you, man." He tried to look angry, but I could see the smile on his face as he threw a light jab at my shoulder. All right. What's up with you and Heather?" James diffused the situation. "Okay, so last night, we were hanging out at her place and she wanted to watch a scary movie. I guess she likes horror. So, she asked which was my favorite and I told her that I didn't have one 'cause I don't really believe in ghosts or anything and prefer comedies. Well, she was a little put off by that. James and I both rolled our eyes at how stupid he'd been. Yay, I know. I fucked up. I shoulda just said I loved horror and named like literally any movie I know in that genre. But anyway, she asked if I really didn't believe, or if I was just a big scaredy cat because she can't be dating a pussy. And I told her that I wasn't scared of that stuff. I just had never had any paranormal experiences and didn't think ghosts or monsters were real. I cut him off. Dude, you gonna get to the point anytime soon? We'll be in college before you finish this story. Fine. Long story short, she wants me to do the hanging knight to prove I'm not a little bitch. For someone that claimed to not believe in ghosts, I couldn't help but notice the touch of anxiety in his eyes as he said it. Seriously? James chortled. I thought we agreed a long time ago that that was a dumb tradition. Yay man, I added. Plus, I mean, yay I know like everyone does it. But 2 girls died there, it's super fucking sad. I always thought the whole thing was kinda, I dunno, disrespectful, I guess. Freddie sighed. Okay, valid points. And agreed it's stupid. But, have you seen Heather? She told me that if I do it, and bring back some proof, I'll be rewarded. His expression went vacant, no doubt envisioning Heather's prize for his bravery. Dude, come on. There's gotta be easier ways for you to get laid. I was beginning to understand that Freddie was not asking for our opinion. He'd already made up his mind. And James appeared to have made the same connection as he said next. You're doing this with or without us, aren't you? Freddie gave us the same look that he had when he told us that he was going to be our friend years earlier. No, I'm not going to do it without you because you're both coming. You know that I'd do it for either of you. Neither James or I could argue this point, if either of us had even had the slightest chance with a girl. Freddie would have done anything to make it happen for us. When are we doing this? James asked. Tonight. On the night of the 10th. Freddie told his parents that he was going to James's house to study. James told his that he was going to mine, and I told mine that I was going to Freddie's. All of us said we'd be back to our own homes by 10 p.m. As it was a school night, and then set off for the Andersons around 7. It had rained earlier, and the sky remained overcast. As the sun had set shortly after 6, we knew we'd soon be in total darkness, and used flashlights that Freddie had snuck from his garage to guide our way. There was a well-worn path through the woods to the backyard of the Anderson home. Over 20 years' worth of miscreants looking for a thrill had beaten a trail through the brush, and it continued through the overgrown yard leading directly to the back door. For a time, the police had kept an eye on the place and arrested trespassers. But there were just too many to corral. They would have needed to hire an officer full-time to watch the house at night. And there simply wasn't funding for it. And, with no indication that the Andersons would ever return, nor seeming to care for any of the possessions they'd left behind. Eventually, the entire town made a silent agreement to let the local teens go on their little ghost hunts without impedance. As we approached the home, we listened to see if any others had decided that tonight would be their hanging night as well, but heard no sounds coming through the broken windows. So we continued on. We knew from other stories that the back door was always unlocked, and Freddie, being in the lead, was the one to open it and enter first. James and I followed cautiously behind him to see that it was pitch black within, our flashlights the only source of illumination. The door opened into a mudroom, where coat hangers lay scattered across the floor and a thick layer of dust had settled over an old washer and dryer. Scuff marks on the floor indicated that this area was well trafficked, but they lessened where the tile transitioned to the hardwood of the hallway ahead. And I wondered if this was as far as many people made it into the home, too afraid to continue deeper. Freddie was, however, determined that he'd prove his manhood to Heather by going for the full experience, which meant that we were going to need to spend at least 2 full hours in the house, and that we'd need to enter both Julia and Kate's rooms. So, we navigated further inside, stepping into the hallway that branched off to the kitchen, dining room, and living room, shining my light along the walls as I went. I noticed initials and dates had been etched into them. It seemed many that made it past the mudroom wanted to leave a mark proving that they'd done so. Now, at this point, I'll mention that I was terrified the minute we walked through the door. I would never have admitted it to either of them, but I most definitely believed in ghosts at the time. And I most definitely felt uncomfortable invading somewhere that had played host to such horrific events. The only things that kept me moving forward were the fact that I was with my 2 best friends, who, even if they were scared themselves, were both doing their best impressions of nonchalance, and that hundreds of others had done this same thing. And no one had died in the house since Julia. As I was considering this, and listening intently for the slightest sound other than our careful footsteps, Freddie's voice made me jump. "Think we should carve our names in the wall?" he whispered. "No, I don't want a record that we were in here in case the Andersons ever come back." The reason I gave aloud was different than the reason in my head. I really didn't want to potentially upset Julia and Kate by defiling their house. Yay, good point. Well, might as well take a look around if we're gonna be here for a while. He spoke uneasily, and I was somewhat relieved to hear a hint of wavering in his words. At least I knew I wasn't the only one that was feeling anxious. James and I started in the kitchen, while Freddie made his way through the living and dining rooms. But there really wasn't much to see. All of the kitchen drawers and cabinets had been emptied, and the only items remaining in the living or dining rooms were a few large, grimy pieces of furniture. There were lighter spots on the tattered wallpaper where it was obvious that family photos or artwork had once hung. And the curtains on the windows were moth-bitten. It was deeply unsettling. The abandonment struck a nerve somewhere inside me, and a knot twisted in my stomach. "Think we should head upstairs?" Freddie asked, as we regrouped at the base of the steps. "You first." I nudged him. I heard him take a sharp inhale, as if steeling himself, before he slowly crept his way up to the second floor. James threw me an insecure glance, but then nodded, and we went next. My ears had never been so primed for sound. Pausing for a moment after making the ascent, I realized that outside of James and Freddie's footfalls, I heard nothing. No ambient noise, no cars, no crickets, no bats. I'd never understood before that moment how loud silence could be. I became acutely aware of the rapidity of my heartbeat by the pulses reverberating in my eardrums. "Guys, come check this out." Freddie's light shone from inside the first door on the right of the upper hallway, and James and I went through it to meet him. Based on the local lore, we had undoubtedly entered into Kate's bedroom. The walls were painted black, and on them, several pentagrams had been spray painted or etched in. There were other odd symbols here and there, too, that I didn't recognize, but I got the feeling that Kate hadn't likely done any of it herself. As with the lower floor, the furniture had been left behind, but everything else had been removed. There was nothing on the desk or the bedside tables, nothing inside the dresser drawers. The entire space gave an air of emptiness. I didn't like being inside the room. The silence was even more complete there than it had been in the hallway. Even our movements felt muffled. And I couldn't shake the feeling that someone was watching us, someone just out of view, someone that always managed to duck out of my flashlight beam whenever I moved it. Then, behind me, I heard what sounded like a sliding door opening, and suddenly, "Fuck!" Freddie yelled, and I felt his weight shake the floor. I whipped around and shined my light to see that he was on his back, having tripped over his own feet when he'd stumbled away from the closet he'd just opened. I saw what had made him jump, hanging from the clothes rack inside the closet, was a noose. My stomach dropped at once. Were we about to see the phantom of Kate? I wondered. But then James walked forward boldly and touched it. Nothing happened. "It's a prank," he reasoned. "Just a prank. I bet some asshole hung this up in here to scare the shit out of people." I let out the breath I'd been holding and heard Freddie do the same. He slowly got back to his feet and picked up his flashlight. "Let's get out of here," he said. I could see that he was now thoroughly shaken. "Like leave the house?" I asked, hopefully. "No, just out of this room. I don't like it in here." He walked back out into the hallway, and I heard him traipsing in the opposite direction from the stairs. James and I hung back, still trying to calm down, and I checked my phone. It was nearing 8 p.m. We hadn't even been inside for 30 minutes yet. "It'll be over soon," I told myself. "Nothing's really happened yet, it's just a house." I had just managed to decrease my heart rate slightly when, from the direction Freddie had gone, I heard a loud thud, and something dropped to the ground. Freddie yelped in pain. "Oh, son of a bitch!" James and I both darted from Kate's room and saw light coming from the one next to it. We found Freddy inside, rubbing the ankle that he'd clearly just whacked against a small table he hadn't noticed. He'd dropped his flashlight when he'd done so, and it had rolled under the bed. While Freddy continued to spout expletives, I quickly scanned the room and realized that it was likely Julius. The walls were painted what had once been a very vibrant pink, and it had a different quality to it than the rest of the house. A quality of youth and life. I couldn't explain it, but it made it all the more eerie. Fuck, that hurt. Grab my light, would ya? Freddy indicated to me as I was the closest, and I leaned my head down under the bed frame to retrieve it. And then I saw something odd. The front of the flashlight was sagging into the floor. The weight of it had dropped one end of a floorboard down ever so slightly, and picked up the other side. Curiosity got the better of me, and I slipped a couple fingers under the raised edge of the board to find that it was loose. I pulled it up to reveal a small cavity that looked like it was hiding several items. Guys, I think I might have found something, I told the others. Reaching into the opening, I pulled out a very old pack of cigarettes. Maybe Julia had a rebellious side as well, a box of matches. And lastly, a small, very old, and very weathered book. The cigarettes and the matches made sense, and seemed normal enough for a young teenager to hide beneath a floorboard. But the book, there was something strange about the book. The instant I touched it, I'd felt nauseated, and my natural instinct was to throw it as far away from me as I could. I passed the items back to James and Freddy as I removed them from the hole, feeling better the instant that Freddy took the book from me. The fuck is this? Freddy considered its black leather cover as I handed him back his flashlight to inspect it closer. He flipped it open to the first page, and found, sandwiched inside, a folded sheet of notebook paper. Placing the book down on the bedside table, he unfolded the sheet and read the first line. Holy shit, I heard his breaths coming more quickly. Well, I inquired, what does it say? Freddy recited it aloud to us. Mom and Dad, don't read this journal. You will die. Kate showed it to me the day before they caught her and her friends performing that ritual. She'd bought it at a pawn shop because the owner said it was cursed and she was planning to show it to her friends. But I guess she never got the chance before she was suspended. I found it hidden beneath some clothes in her dresser the day after she died. I'm sorry I never told you. I was looking for answers. I wanted an explanation. Well, I found one. I read this, thinking that maybe she'd used it to write her final note. But I was wrong. She hadn't written in it. But someone else had. Someone else had a very long time ago. And I think he killed her. It's too late for me. I've been hearing things at night. He's getting closer. I've tried to get rid of it several times already. Tried burning it, burying it, throwing it out the bus window. It just keeps coming back. I don't think I can stop him. I'm so sorry that I didn't tell you. But I was afraid that if I did, you'd read it, just to try and prove me wrong. I'm hiding this in the hopes that you never find it. But if you should, please just believe me and never read this journal. I don't want him to take you too. We didn't kill ourselves. He did. I love you. Kate loved you too. Julia, fuck me. I needed to wipe a tear from my eye as Freddy finished. You think it's real? James asked. He looked skeptical. Freddy picked the book back up from the bedside table and studied it more closely. Nah, no way. People have been coming here for over 20 years. You really think no one's ever found that hiding spot before? No. I bet you those same fuckers that hung the noose over in Kate's room left this here to mess with people. Come on. A cursed journal? He was chuckling slightly as he finished, working his hardest to convince himself. Here, he opened back to the first page and read off. Property of Archibald Wiggins. Archibald Wiggins? James burst out laughing. Yay. I think I'm with you. No way that's a real name. Jesus. They had me going there for a minute with that note. However, I didn't share either of their conviction that it was all just a joke. I dunno guys. That spot was pretty well hidden. And I kinda felt something when I touched that thing, like kinda sick. Freddy cracked up again. Dude. It's a book. You're really scared of it? He thumbed through the pages. Whoever wrote this is just a wannabe horror writer. It's nothing but a bunch of graphic descriptions of murders from the 1870s, and holy crap. Listen to this. On the last page. I, Archibald Wiggins, am the devil's servant. The law is closing in. They found the bodies. What sorrow that my wicked life be cut short before I could take more with me. Unfortunately, I shall be swinging at the end of a noose before the week is out. But my work will carry on. 7 have already met their fate at my hands. And though I will soon be removed me from my earthly body, I will never stop, for upon these words, I place a curse. Whomever shall read them, will share my fate. Veniam ad te. Bullshit. James grabbed the journal from Freddy's hands and read the page himself. His face broke into an incredulous smirk as he finished it. Ooh, real scary. He joked. The hell is Veniam ad te? That Latin? He tried to hand the journal to me. Eric. Check this out. But I refused. I didn't care that they were going to make fun of me. There was something wrong with it. Something malignant. I didn't want to ever touch it again. Keep that thing away from me, I said forcefully. Aight, whatever dude. James tried to laugh off my cowardice. But I caught the slightest hint of apprehension on his face as he handed it back to Freddy. I wondered if he felt some of the darkness that I had when he was holding the journal and was now somewhat regretting his choice to read it. I gotta show this to Heather. I was just gonna have one of you take a picture of me in here as proof. But this is way better. Come on. I won't make you guys stay the full 2 hours now that we've got this. We're not gonna see any ghosts anyways, unless Archibald shows up. Freddy made fake ghost noises, taunting me, while he folded up Julia's note and stuck it back inside the journal. He and James started towards the door, cackling about Archibald coming to get us when suddenly, they both froze. Did you hear that? James was on high alert. Hear what? I replied. The air was still oppressively quiet around me. The whistling, said Freddy. All right, I get it guys. I'm a bitch for not reading the journal. How long are you gonna mess with me? My hair stood on end. I was willing myself to believe they were just screwing around. But I had no idea how they'd coordinated it so quickly and perfectly without me seeing. Shush, James implored. We all stood dead still for a minute before Freddy said, "Must have been a bird up in the attic or something." But he didn't sound totally convinced. James agreed with him. Yay, probably. Let's get out of there though. We quickly made our way back downstairs and out through the mudroom. Once I was back in the cold night air, the knot that had twisted itself tighter in my stomach each minute that we'd remained inside began to loosen. I started to feel a little silly about having been so terrified of a book. That, to James and Freddie's points, had likely just been planted to scare people. But all the same, I had no intention of ever reading it. We parted ways after exiting the woods, and went back to our respective homes, all proud of ourselves for having survived our hanging night, and with Freddie excited to see Heather the following day. But, the next day at school, neither Freddie or James looked as triumphant as the night before. Both had large bags under their eyes, and were slightly twitchy. They were talking to each other in low whispers by Freddie's locker when I approached. "Jesus, you guys look like shit. You stay up all night gaming again?" I tried to remain optimistic, but my heart had sunk the minute I saw them. Something was wrong, and I already knew it had nothing to do with video games. "No, did you hear anything last night? After you got home?" James was shuddering. His expression ran ice through my veins. "Nothing out of the ordinary. I fell asleep pretty much right when I got back though and was out until my alarms went off this morning. You okay?" I wanted to be comforting, but the knot in my stomach had returned. Freddie's eyes darted back and forth from one end of the hallway to the other, like he was expecting something out of place to appear at any moment. James began again. "I just didn't get much sleep. Every time that I was about to doze off, there was this whistling. It's a song, but I don't recognize it. I swear it was exactly what I heard when we were leaving the Andersons." Freddie slowly nodded. It was clear he'd had the same night that James had. "We shouldn't have read that journal," he said in a low, shaking voice, leaning back against his locker to support himself, all the while. His eyes kept shifting up and down the corridor. I waited for one of them to crack a smile, for Freddie to punch my shoulder like he always did when we were joking around, but their faces remained unchanged. "Guys, look, I know I wouldn't read it last night, but I dunno. I'm sure it's not actually cursed. We probably all just got really worked up by that note, and you both said yourselves that it was likely a prank. What you're hearing is probably in your heads." My mouth formed the words, but my brain didn't fully trust them. Nothing in the note or the journal had said anything about whistling. James and Freddie never logged on that night for our usual evening gaming session, and were worse at school the following day. Again, neither of them got any sleep, and again they'd heard the whistling, but they looked more terrified than before. Freddie could barely talk and James couldn't stop fidgeting. "He's getting closer," James explained. "I didn't just hear him last night, I saw him. There was a presence in my room, a darkness behind me. I rolled over to check and at first, I didn't notice anything out of the ordinary. But then, a shadow shifted in the corner. It looked like, oh, Jesus," he trailed off. "Do you know what veniam ad te means?" he asked. "No, the first time I heard it was the other night." I couldn't even feign that what they were experiencing might not be real anymore. They were both so genuinely frightened. I looked it up. It's something like, "I will come to you." James paused. "Eric, I think we fucked up." I don't think Julius' note was fake. I think he's coming for us." Tears were welling in his eyes. Freddie had begun hyperventilating while James was talking. I turned to him and asked, "Do you still have the journal?" He gave a sideways glance at his backpack on the floor. "You have it here with you?" I was shocked that he was carrying the source of his torment around with him. He blurted out in a pained whisper, "Well, I can't leave it at home. What if one of my parents reads it, or my little brother?" "You don't understand. He's not coming for you. I even broke up with Heather because I don't want her with 10 feet of this thing. Thank God I didn't go see her on my way home from the Andersons." He put his face down into his hands. "Okay, well, we'll get rid of it. Or destroy it. Burn it or something." Even as I said it, I remembered Julius' words. "Don't you think I've tried?" You heard what Julia wrote too. Yet I tried anyway, but she was right. Burning it, tearing it up, throwing it in a lake, burying it, it always comes back. Now I understood why Freddie's eyes were constantly searching. James was looking defeated, but I wasn't ready to give up. Maybe we can take it to Father McKay? Maybe he can do a ceremony on it or something. Break the attachment that it has to Archibald. He knows our families. What if he doesn't believe us? What if he tells our parents and they take the journal and read it? James was right. All of our families attended the same church. I don't know how much time we have either. He was so close last night. My mind was reeling, trying to think of something that we could do. Fuck. Okay, tonight, you guys can stay at my house. My parents are going to a play in the city and won't be back until the morning. I'll look up some stuff on how to cleanse cursed objects and we'll deal with this thing ourselves. We'll camp out in the backyard like we used to. There's no trees and it's a couple 100 yards from the woods. Nothing to hang from. I'll stay up all night with you guys and we'll get rid of him somehow. We were foolish boys. Asterisk. That night, I pitched a tent in the backyard and printed off every invocation, chant, ceremony, and ritual I could find that said it would help us destroy the journal. Many of them involved holy water, Bibles, rosaries, various holy objects. Luckily, between the three of us, we were able to gather up all the materials we'd need to conduct the blessings by taking items our religious parents had stored around our houses. James and Freddie arrived around 6 p.m., and as we were making our way to the backyard, James pulled me aside, telling Freddie to continue to the tent and start setting up. "Look, I appreciate what you're trying to do, but I'm not sure this is going to work." I tried to reassure him. "James, it's going to." But he cut me off. "Just listen to me for a minute. We can feel him, and he's near. I can't explain it, but we know that he'll reach us tonight. If this doesn't work, and he comes for us, you can never tell our families the truth. Do you understand?" Freddie and I have agreed and have written notes explaining that we've been depressed for a long time and plan to do it together. That you had no idea. He stopped for a moment. I could tell this speech was rehearsed, that he was doing his best to hold it together. But he was convulsing, collecting himself. He continued, "We can't risk anyone ever reading that thing again. If we die, you'll have to hold onto it. Keep it away from everyone. Forever. Please, Eric, swear that you'll do this." James the First, "Swear." Okay, I swear. Thank you." He looked the slightest bit relieved, and we made our way outside to join Freddy. Inside the tent, by candlelight, we began shortly after dark, throwing everything we had at it, dousing it in holy water, holding rosaries, chanting Bible verses. James and Freddy were desperate in their fevered attempts to kill the thing that had been stalking them for days. And for a time, we thought it might be working. Neither of them heard the whistling, and the presence they'd felt seemed to be moving farther away. I even saw Freddy crack a smile for the first time in 2 days. But then, sometime after midnight, they both froze again, just like they had on our hanging night. No, Freddy whimpered. Both of their heads swung around and fixated on the back wall of the tent. Then, they followed something moving around us towards the entrance. Oh God, no. My heart was in my throat. I wanted to reach out and hold onto them. But I was suddenly overcome with exhaustion. Blackness pressed in on my vision and I collapsed to the ground. The last thing I heard was the zipper opening, and the screams of my best friends before I passed out. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. The tent was empty when I awoke in the dawn sunlight on the 13th. But I didn't need to go far to find my missing friends. When I poked my head outside, I saw James and Freddy swinging in the early morning breeze. 2 trees, side by side, right at the edge of the woods that we thought were too far away. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. I kept my promise to James and never told his or Freddy's family the truth. The notes they'd written were convincing, and both of their deaths were designated as suicides. And 2. I've held on to the journal ever since. It sits locked in a safe in my bedroom. While I've never read it, Archibald's curse has been burned in my memory ever since that night at the Anderson house. Over the years, I've considered different ways of getting rid of it, but all of them come with an inherent risk of someone reading it if I was unsuccessful. And I don't want to give Archibald the satisfaction of taking another life. For a while, I tried to research him, to see if maybe I could find his remains and destroy those, wondering if maybe that would break his curse. But I can't find anything about a murderous Archibald Wiggins from the 1870s. They didn't keep the best records back then. So, the simplest solution, I thought, was that the journal would just stay with me. I wrapped it in plastic a long time ago because I have a theory that it stays with whoever touched the cover last. It's why it's never left me. And why it never left the Anderson home until Freddy took it. And my will stipulates that I be buried with it. I'd hoped that that would be enough to put an end to it all. But I think he's getting annoyed with having been hidden away for so long, contained by a life that he can't take. I might need to try something different soon. Because recently, at night, I swear I've heard a muted whistling. Story: Murder Mansion, a true Kentucky horror. Nestled in the center of Warren County, KY, lies the small town of Bowling Green. Its small size and unassuming nature belie the fact that it's actually the 3rd largest city in the state. In the last several decades, the town has seen a massive economic boom and its stature within the state has grown as well. The town is home to the famed Corvette Museum and Factory, Western Kentucky University, now the 2nd largest college in the state, the headquarters of Fruit of the Loom, and the Lost River Cave, one of the most beautiful and unique natural wonders of the United States. With its scenic beauty and thriving economy, Bowling Green has become a beacon of prosperity for the entire state. However, not all that long ago, things were much different in Bowling Green. Back in 1948, the town was just starting to stretch its feet, with a brand new union underwear factory opening up during this time, which provided a greatly needed boost to the town's economy. Dr. Charles Martin and his wife Martha lived in relative luxury due to a lifestyle afforded to them by Dr. Martin's status as a prominent physician in town. They lived on the outskirts of downtown Bowling Green in an elegant yet imposing mansion across the street from Fairview Cemetery, where they raised their son Stonewall Martin. The mansion, where the Martins would live for 30 years, was bought by the family in 1918 and was considered a local landmark by the population during this time. The Martins were well known in the community for the extravagant parties they often held in their home, and on more than one occasion possibly tried to set up their son with someone he could marry. As the years went on and Stonewall grew older, their efforts grew fruitless and Stonewall would find himself a bachelor at age 52. Harry Edward Kilgore was born on February 28, 1923. He lived in Glasgow, KY, and much like the Martins, the Kilgores were also well known in their hometown as Harry's grandfather owned the town newspaper. Despite this, Harry's early childhood must have been filled with hardship, as his father Reed Kilgore committed suicide in 1925, leaving his mother Ella to take care of Harry and his sister Ella alone, though she did eventually remarry. In his youth, Harry developed an interest in music, and sought schooling in Glasgow before moving to nearby Bowling Green to attend Western Kentucky University. There, he met Ruth Ann McKinney, a fellow WKU student who was a few years younger than him. Despite this year gap, a connection formed between the two of them, and they quickly became an item. The two students eventually crossed paths. George Daggett, who was 35 at the time and a music professor at WKU, as well as the head of the piano department. George and Harry were said to have become very good friends, and would spend days and weeks together at a time. George himself said he only gave extra attention because of Harry's interest in music, though this would come into question much later on. Around this time, Ruth Ann McKinney came into the company of Stonewall Martin, most likely at a party or some other social function, and the two apparently hit it off, as the two were soon married on June 23, 1948, leaving shortly after that on their honeymoon. Neither of their lives would ever be the same when they returned. Just a few days after Ruth and Stonewall Martin left Bowling Green, on June 29, under the cover of darkness, Harry Kilgore drove his car to a wheat field close by Fairview Cemetery. He then grabbed a revolver and walked the remaining distance to the home of Charles and Martha Martin. He broke in through the door and entered the home, where he caught Dr. Martin by surprise in the front hallway. Without hesitation, Harry fired several shots at Dr. Martin, one of which hit him in the head. The wounded Dr. Martin tried to flee back into his bedroom, but the 80-year-old retired physician was no match for Harry, and as he fled into his bedroom, Kilgore fired several more rounds into the doctor. Harry then shot Martha Martin in the back of the head as well when she attempted to flee. Evidence collected by police and later Harry's own testimony showed that Harry spent a great deal inside the Martin home after committing the murders. He allegedly tormented the Martins further, even in death. by abusing their corpses with a flashlight and shooting them both several more times. After stealing some personal items from the family, Harry left the Martin home and later told police he disposed of the gun by throwing into the Barron River as he fled Bowling Green and drove back to Glasgow. Once there, he sought refuge with his mother Ella, where he would be found later by police. The next morning at around 7 a.m., the bodies of Dr. Martin and his wife were found by two workers who were scheduled to be on the property that morning. Police were quickly called to the scene, and they soon have a lead on the case. Working from a tip, police traveled to Glasgow to talk to Harry. They found him in his car, parked right in front of his mother's house. Police asked Harry to come back to Bowling Green, which Harry did willingly. A search of Harry's car came up with several of the Martins' belongings, including Martha's purse, and a flashlight with broken glass along with .32 caliber shell casings. These were later used to tie Harry to the murders during the trial. In Harry's original confession, he took full credit for the murders and didn't name or list anyone else as an accomplice. He stated that he was angry with the Martins because their son Stonewall had lured his girlfriend Ruth Ann away from him, and he killed Stonewall's parents as an act of revenge. From the very onset of the case, Harry's sanity was continually called into question, and Harry changed his statement several times since his original confession. After being judged as sane enough to stand trial, Kilgore pled guilty to 2 counts of murder and was sentenced to life in prison for both accounts. Though 14 months later, after receiving his sentence and being returned to jail, Kilgore made a surprise confession, one that sent ripples through the case, and to this day is a source of controversy and mystery. Despite originally claiming to have committed the murder alone, he now claimed to have had an accomplice, his music professor George Daggett. According to Harry's confession, George Daggett and Harry concocted a plan for both of them and Harry's girlfriend Ruth Ann to lure in Stonewall Martin and use him to steal his parents' vast estate. Ruth Ann was to marry Stonewall. Then George and Harry were to murder both of Stonewall's parents so their assets would be inherited by Stonewall. Then they were to murder Stonewall and have Ruth Ann inherit the entire estate. The three of them were then to share the money and live together in luxury for the rest of their lives. Harry's testimony was heavily scrutinized due to his mental state. Researchers observed his depravity and desire to kill, and this caused others to question if Harry was telling the truth. Nonetheless, based off Harry's testimony, an indictment of accessory and extortion was handed down on George Daggett. For his part, George fiercely denied the allegations and provided a timeline of events that occurred on the night of June 29. George stated Harry came to his apartment, very distraught, and asked the professor to come to the university with him. The two made their way to the music building, but left after seeing that the building was occupied. The two walked about town for a time before George returned to his apartment and bid Harry goodbye sometime around midnight. George would even testify to Harry's mental instability throughout his time as a student at WKU, including his delusions and threats to kill members of his own family. But several key factors and pieces of evidence would cast doubt on Daggett's innocence. Most damningly, Harry testified that the revolver used in the murders was stolen from a former roommate of George Daggett's. The gun was stolen about 6 months before the murder and 4 months after George had moved out of the property. Friends and students reported George and Harry had spent a lot of time together in the months leading up to the murders. Though George continued to assert he was just helping shepherd Harry's growing interest in music. George Daggett would resign from his position at WKU as his trial commenced. George would later be convicted by a jury of his peers and sentenced to 11 years in prison. However, his conviction would later be overturned due to a lack of evidence. And another trial would end in the exact same way, with the charges against George eventually being dismissed. The prosecuting attorney in the trial believed that George was the mastermind behind the murders, and was the contributing factor in Harry's downfall, but not enough evidence could be found to prove this. George fled Kentucky after the trial and moved to Detroit. He apparently found work as a piano player, and would spend the rest of his life there until dying of a heart attack in 1963. Although the circumstances surrounding his death are shrouded in mystery to this day. For her part, Ruth Ann was never investigated and a connection to the murders was never formally established. Although some involved in the case suspected Ruth Ann and even Ella Kilgore were involved in the murders and the conspiracy, nothing ever came of these rumors, and both women lived the rest of their lives in peace. Tragedy would continue to follow the remainder of the Martin family though, as Stonewall would die 9 years later in 1957. Whether or not it was a conspiracy or a random tragic coincidence, Ruth Ann McKinney eventually ended up with the Martin family fortune, which according to sources close to the case, Ruth Ann was in a real hurry to collect. She allegedly visited the Martins' bank daily for weeks, hounding tellers and bankers for her late husband's money. Harry was coincidentally up for parole that same year, and was denied by the parole board. Harry's sanity was questioned several more times in the intervening years, although he was judged as mentally sane and judged to have known the difference between right and wrong each time. He served about 16 years of his life sentence before finally earning an early release on parole. And when he left the jail after all those years, Ruth Ann was waiting for him. As a part of his parole agreement, Harry and Ruth Ann left Bowling Green and moved to Fort Pierce, Florida, where the two lived together until Harry's death in 1981. When Harry left his house to go on a bike ride and was struck down by a passing motorist, Harry died in the street and was laid to rest in Florida, leaving behind a mystery with more questions than answers. The murders were a big news story in Bowling Green, with many reporters and journalists from surrounding towns traveling to Bowling Green to cover the story and trial. Questions surrounding the case still remain today, and documents covering the murders as well as documents from both trials can be found in the Kentucky History Museum located on WKU's campus. As for the town, Bowling Green moved on from the murders and has become a symbol of Kai's renewed economic growth. The mansion the Martins were tragically killed in still stands today, and has exchanged hands several times since the murders. The house has become infamous in Bowling Green's history and is referred to as Murder Mansion by locals in reference to its bloody past. A mythology of sorts has developed around the house in the decades since then. It was reported that when the house was sold in the 60s after remaining vacant since the murders, blood stains could still be seen on the hardwood floors. And as is typical for such crimes, rumors of paranormal activity in the house have persisted since, though previous owners have denied any such activity having ever occurred in the house. and these reports remain unsubstantiated. Previous owners have also taken the house's reputation in stride, carrying on the Martins' tradition of holding annual parties at the mansion, with some of these parties falling on Halloween. The newest owners of the house has distanced themselves from the mansion's infamous past and discouraged sightseers from taking pictures of the house and visiting the property. It seems despite moving on and establishing a new identity for itself, Bowling Green and the murder mansion will never quite escape the shadow of its violent history. This story ends on an unexpected and somewhat poignant note. While investigating this story, someone close to the case and to Fairview Cemetery reported to me that Ruth Ann McKinney had been back to Bowling Green as recently as 2012 to see if her grave marker next to her first husband Stonewall Martin was still there and open. Despite the tragic events that have marked her life since marrying him, it seems Ruth Ann still held affection for her husband. It should be noted that though Ruth Ann and Harry Kilgore lived together after his release from prison, they were never married. Ruth Ann was the last survivor of the Martin murder saga, and she passed away in November 2017. Whatever role she may or may not have played in this mystery, let us hope that Ruth Ann McKinney and the rest of the Martin family have finally found their peace. Story: The Odd Kids. One summer, when I was a boy, my parents sent me to stay with my grandparents for the break. Raised in the Pacific Northwest, a small town in eastern Mississippi might as well have been an entirely different country for all I was concerned. The instant we got out of the airport, I was struck with the oppressive humidity. And I became convinced right then and there that my parents downright despised me. Of course, the reality was much kinder than that. My grandparents were good folks. And thankfully I met a girl within a few days of arrival. And we became fast friends. Her name was Jessie, a local girl with long blonde hair and green eyes, the first pair I'd ever encountered. I was in love at first sight. Jessie was a year or two older than me, but that didn't matter much to us. Jessie was the reason I got up every morning, not in a romantic sense, of course, but a very literal one. Sure, my grandparents were very hospitable, but they were old and southern, about as far removed from my narrow worldview as could be. They just had no idea how to entertain me, and I think Jessie was as much a relief to them as she was to me, taking me off their hands during the days and curtailing somewhat my boundless youthful energy. The place where my grandparents lived was about a mile out from a place called Ashbury Wood, and it was a mile I walked daily. I would always meet Jessie on the path, heading my way. On rare occasions she would already be at my grandparents' house when I was leaving, and I never saw where she lived. It didn't matter much to me, though, because the woods were our real home. Ashbury Wood wasn't particularly dense, but boy did it seem to go on forever. Jessie showed me a few paths around the woods, unofficial trails to interesting sites like clearings, hollowed-out trees, or even just a place where a funny-looking bush was growing. We told each other stories of our hometowns, imagining what life would be like if one of us lived where the other did. Whenever we fantasized about having her come live with me, she would get a strange tone in her voice. But I never thought much of it. While the woods were our home and playground, we still set limits for ourselves. If we went too long without seeing something Jessie recognized, we immediately turned around until we were in familiar territory again. She also set boundaries, significant features we shouldn't go past for one reason or another. Decades later, and the only one I can remember is the creek. The creek itself was nothing to be concerned about. It was just a shallow stream of water that may have come up to my waist, with sloped banks on either side that were sheer but not insurmountable. The first time I discovered it, I immediately headed down into the water, just about ready to cross to the other side when Jessie cried out from behind me, "Stop!" I whirled around on one foot as gracefully as a young boy can and looked up at her. She stood staring across the creek and out into the woods on the other side. Her hands were balled into fists and kept straight at her sides. And I remember being worried that she might begin crying. I climbed back up the side of the creek, coming up beside her. "What's wrong?" I asked. "We need to turn around." Jessie's voice was barely above a whisper. She looked terrified, and slowly peeled her gaze away from the trees and onto me. "We have to turn back." Reluctantly, I agreed, but only because I could see how upset the situation was making her. Like I said, the water itself wasn't that deep or rapid, and it wasn't even that far into the woods. On the walk back I raised these points, but Jessie stayed quiet, leading me to a small clearing in the trees that we used as a sort of home base for our adventures. Sitting me down, Jessie stared into the grass for a long moment before she spoke. 2 years ago I had a friend named Emma. Her hands were balled up in her lap, shaking. We used to play in these woods, like you and me do. And one day, just like you and me, we found that creek. I laughed, not because of the content of the story, but because I'd never heard someone pronounce it, crick, before. Her head snapped up to look me in the eyes and I fell quiet. Standing across from it was these kids who looked about our age. Only, they weren't right. That time there was only 2. One of them, his head just hung to the side like this. Jessie let her head flop to the left, hanging limp. Another was real tiny, and his hands and head were even littler, like tinier than a baby's. Now, I'm not proud of this next part, but we weren't exactly sugar and spice to him, if you know what I mean. I shook my head that I did not. She sighed. We would call him names, tease him, you know, because they was weird. Emma would throw sticks sometimes, though she couldn't hit water if she fell out of a boat. The story paused as Jessie smiled to herself, remembering her friend fondly. Did they ever talk back? I asked, bringing her back to reality. Nah, she said, shaking her head. Just stood there looking at us and making these weird squeaking noises. Emma and me, we started calling them odd kids. 'Cause, you know, they were kids and they sure as shit were odd. I blushed at such intense language, but Jessie didn't notice. But no matter what we did to him, they never came across the creek. Always just stood on the other side, staring and squeaking. Wasn't always the 2, neither. There was different ones, 4 or 5 in all, I think. What happened to Emma? The direction the story was going was obvious, and I was eager to learn. Jessie stayed quiet for a long while, staring into the ground and absently picking at the grass beneath her. So at first we were afraid, right? The odd kids weren't normal, and we would scare each other silly telling stories of how they eat people and like to run around naked together. Just dumb stuff. But as time went on, we got less and less scared of him. It got to the point where we'd stand right on the other side of the creek and dare them to cross over. But they never would. One day, we're sitting there talking to ourselves, ignoring the weird-headed one like he's just another tree. And Emma said something about him being too chicken to cross. We both looked at him, and he just walked off, turned around and went deeper into the woods, till eventually we couldn't see him. And I teased Emma that he was daring her to follow him, that she was a chicken if she didn't go. I was listening with rapt attention at this point. To my young mind, this girl's tale of terror more closely resembled a great campfire story, made even better by the fact that it allegedly took place only a brisk walk away from where I sat. Together, the two of us crossed the creek, 'cause like you said it ain't that big, and we climbed up onto the other side and chased after him. We went maybe a quarter mile in before we start hearing that squeaking again. Only up close it didn't sound like squeaking anymore. It sounded like chittering. They surrounded us faster than either of us expected, coming out of the trees like ghosts. I was frozen in fear. I couldn't move a muscle, just staring at the odd kids and wondering what was gonna happen. Then one of them, the limp-headed one, he grabbed Emma and she screamed, and it's like it woke me up. I tore out of there as fast as I could go, practically leapt the creek in a single jump, and ran all the way home. My lungs was on fire by the time I stopped, and I was crying all over the place. People trying to get me to tell them what happened. But her voice trailed off and I could see tears welling in her eyes. "Did you?" I asked. She shook her head, blinking away the tears. "I felt guilty," she admitted. "I felt guilty for leaving her. And I just kept thinking that she'd come home, that she'd be right behind me and we'd cry about it and never ever go across that damn creek again. But she didn't." Jessie shook her head again. "But she didn't," she repeated. "She didn't ever come back. Nobody ever went looking for her neither, 'cause she was an orphan." I didn't say nothing, and so nobody even knew to look. Staring out into the woods in the direction of the creek, Jessie's voice cracked. "The odd kids got her. I don't know what they did with her. I'm sorry." I tried consoling her, unsure of what to say. But Jessie wasn't paying attention to me anymore. She stood up, brushed the dirt off her denim shorts, and started walking towards town. I got up and chased after her. "Wait," I cried. "Where are you going?" "Home." "Home? But why?" The concept seemed alien to me. It was the middle of the day. Who would want to stay indoors? "I can't stay in these woods. Not today." She paused. "You should go home too. We'll meet up tomorrow morning." But nothing. She stopped and turned to face me. "Go home." Jessie started to turn around again before something else occurred to her. "And don't ever go across the creek. You hear me?" I nodded silently, and she reached out, grabbing my shoulders and giving me a firm shake. "Say it," she demanded. I promise. No going across the creek," I said timidly. She stared into my eyes, as if searching my soul for a way to ensure my sincerity. Whether she found it or not, she eventually released me and headed off, leaving me standing alone in the woods with nothing on my hands but free time and my own thoughts. I looked back in the direction of the creek and the mysterious woods beyond. Were there really such a thing as odd kids? I knew monsters didn't exist in Oregon, but here in Mississippi it felt like anything could be true. Plus, Jesse had told the story with such conviction that it felt disloyal to be skeptical. I spent the rest of the day in the woods, wandering aimlessly. Part of me wanted to go back to the creek. But real or not, Jesse's story had scared the hell out of me. At one point I got just close enough that I could make the creek out through the trees. And I peered as hard as I could at the bank on the other side. I wanted to make out a pair of eyes staring back at me. Or hear that chittering Jesse had talked about. Heck, at that point I would have accepted a quick blur between the trees as concrete evidence, but despite my willingness to believe, nothing came forward to present itself. The opposite bank was devoid of life, and I didn't have the gall to investigate any closer. As the sky dimmed, I reluctantly began the long walk home. Unaccompanied for the first time all summer, I considered Jessie's story of the odd kids, and almost started to get a little angry with her. Of course they didn't exist. She made them up just to mess with me, and threw in another girl, conveniently orphaned, to drive home the scare. I shook my head and laughed, thinking about how gullible I had been. Later at dinner, I ate with the ferocity of an animal. I hadn't realized how hungry I'd become, alone in the woods all day thinking. And the chicken my grandmother cooked was the most delicious thing I'd ever eaten. It was only on my third drumstick that I stopped long enough to ask them a question. Did you guys ever hear of anyone going missing in the woods? I asked between bites, interrupting the regular mealtime silence. They looked at one another quizzically, as if searching their collective memory. No, I don't think so, my grandmother eventually said. Don't ring any bells. Her husband agreed. Why do you ask? I shook my head, taking another bite to buy myself some time to think of an answer. Just something I heard some kids talking about. I told them. Some jerks were trying to scare Jesse and me by saying a girl named Emma went missing. Suddenly, my grandmother's eyes lit up with recognition. You know, I didn't hear nothing about that. But I do recall that girl being terrified of those woods. She nodded thoughtfully over a spoonful of corn. Yeah, it was a couple years back that the girl come tearin' out of the woods like the devil himself is on her heels. Screamin' and cryin'. I didn't nose my way into it on account of her father askin' people if they would leave his daughter alone. But I overheard that the girl weren't right for a couple weeks. Just sittin' in her room and not talkin' to nobody. She clucked her tongue and took another bite of corn. Lord only knows what happened to that girl, but it shook her somethin' fierce. I suddenly felt a sick terror in my stomach, like the feeling you get watching a recording of yourself only to see something terrifying looming just out of your sight. Something you never knew was there. Did this mean the odd kids were real? Had they been watching me as I stepped into the creek? So you never found out what happened? I hesitantly asked, unsure if I wanted the answer. Grandma just shook her head, and the three of us continued eating in silence. Grandpa brought up a baseball game he'd seen on TV earlier that day, and I feigned interest as well as I could. But I wasn't all there. My mind was back in the woods at that creek, inspecting every square inch of my memory for a sign of something else. Sleep didn't come easy that night, and when it did, it was wrought with nightmares. Thoughts of the odd kids crawled through my mind, bringing me back to the creek. Looking deeper into the woods, I saw dozens of pairs of eyes staring back at me, slowly bobbing back and forth as though they were advancing towards me. My dream self was paralyzed. helpless to do anything but watch as the monsters came out of the shadows. The one Jesse had described, with his head sagging to the side, lead the plotting advance. As a group, the odd kids crawled down into the creek, dragging broken limbs and torn flesh behind them, each of them chittering off tempo with the others to create a horrible cacophony of noise that filled my ears and bore into my soul. Staring into the hungry eyes of the limp-headed leader as he reached out to drag me down, I awoke screaming. The noise still rang in my ears and, coupled with my panic, caused me to flail against my blankets as though they were trying to engulf me. I fell onto the floor with a hard thud. Finally coming to rest, my grandfather burst into the room and my grandmother was close behind him. "Are you okay?" he bellowed, still full of adrenaline even though he was beginning to realize there was no threat. Embarrassed, I kicked the sheets off of me and stood up. "Yeah, just a bad dream," I muttered. As I came to my senses, I realized the noise I had been hearing was the sound of cicadas filling the room, broadcasting their mating calls to the world, laughing off their overzealous response. My grandparents led me downstairs to breakfast, which I accepted readily. That morning, I walked all the way to the woods without running into Jessie. I stood at the edge of the path looking back down the road, trying to make out her figure, but nobody was there. Sighing, I walked all the way back to my house, then down to the woods again. There was no sign of her. My adolescent mind filled once more with nightmarish imagery, but I did my best to stay grounded in reality. She was the last person who would have gone across the creek. And if the odd kids ever ventured out of the woods, surely people around town would talk about them, right? Armed with these rationalizations, I decided to head to our favorite clearing and wait for her. She wasn't there when I arrived. Part of me had expected her to be waiting in the grass, ready to laugh in my face when she learned how I'd walked up and down the path 2 more times before thinking to check our spot, and as an hour slowly ticked by, I began to wonder if something bad really had happened to her. But, if something had, what was I going to do about it? I had no idea where she lived, and she was the only kid I knew in the area. Almost unconsciously, I began to head towards the creek. I had only promised I wouldn't cross it, after all, and if she was so concerned about my whereabouts, she should have let me know where she was going to be. Besides, if she had been able to outpace the odd kids when they were right beside her, I would be able to get away long before they got close. My legs were filled with a giddy, nervous energy as I kept walking, sometimes at a quick pace and others at barely a shuffle. Once the creek itself was in view, I began to move from tree to tree, using them like cover from whatever might lurk on the other side of the creek. I inched closer, cautious to not disturb even a single twig in my approach. Finally, I was only a few yards from the near bank of the creek. I crouched down and quietly got to my hands and knees, closing the last stretch on all fours and keeping a close watch on the trees ahead of me. I hissed out Jessie's name in a low voice, straining my ears into the woods to catch anything of interest. But nothing happened. It was just another ordinary day, and I was just some weird little boy whispering into the forest. I was just about to turn around when a brief flash of movement caught my eye. I hadn't noticed it before because I was scanning the ground, but turning my eyes up, I saw a silhouette of something I couldn't quite make out. It swayed gently in the breeze as though it was suspended from the branches, The leaves broke up the distant form, which must have been several dozens of feet away. And I immediately forgot my promise to Jessie. I had to know what that thing was. Just as I was about to swing my legs down the bank of the creek, a call startled me to my feet in an instant. "What are you doing?" Jessie was standing a ways behind me, clinging onto a tree as though she might fall without its support. Though her tone was one of anger, her face was ghost white. She beckoned me towards her, clearly unwilling to go closer to the creek than she was. I twisted my body around, raising an arm to point at the thing I had seen in the treetops. But I couldn't relocate it. I saw something," I said, scanning the leaves for the swaying form. "And with any luck, it didn't see you," she hissed, stamping her foot in the dirt. I shook my head, my boyish curiosity trumping her obvious fear. "Don't be such a scaredy cat," I said, crouching down to see if I could find the figure in the branches. Briefly, I wondered if it had moved, but that seemed impossible. Whatever it was, it wasn't animate. "I'm going across." "No," Jessie screamed, lunging towards me. I was already startled by her cry, and mid-turn she collided into me at full force, sending us both tumbling down the bank and into the creek. We yelled and flailed as we fell, both of us landing on my back. The muddy water babbled over us and I scooted away, pulling myself onto the far bank of the creek. Jessie followed, more out of a desire to get out of the water than anything. "Nice going," I said sarcastically. The water was actually a little refreshing in the summertime heat, but we knew that before long we'd be drowning in humidity, our damp clothes suffocating what little comfort sweating brought. I crawled up onto the opposite side of the creek, once again raising my eyes to the branches to find what I'd seen. Please can we go?" Jessie was at my side, clutching my arm despite the fact that I was a good half a foot shorter than she was. "We really need to go. Please, come on. Just a little bit further." Wonder and excitement had overtaken all other emotions in my mind. Before, when the creek was just a memory, it was easy to picture a world of monsters lurking just across the way. Now that I was here, in the light of day, I felt empowered. I could see that there weren't monsters, so obviously I was safe. I'm lucky to be alive. Tugging Jessie forward, I walked to the spot where I had seen the thing hanging from the trees. But now it was nowhere to be found. From where I was standing I could still make out the creek, and I tried to imagine myself crouched low on the other side, looking up into the branches. The wind blew lazily through the leaves, shaking them this way and that, but nothing unnatural hung from the canopy. "I saw something right here," I said aloud, justifying my persistence to Jessie. I did feel bad for dragging her somewhere she obviously didn't want to be, and I thought if I'd had something to show for it, maybe she would have understood. Instead, here I was, staring up into the trees like an idiot with a terrified girl clinging to my side. Her eyes darted back and forth across the tree line, as if waiting for something to suddenly appear and attack us. Unwilling to leave empty-handed, I coaxed us slowly forward. As we pressed on, the woods around us seemed to get quieter, as if we were entering some sort of dead zone in the forest. A place where even the birds and critters refused to go. Jessie's nails dug into my arm, but she stayed right by my side, no longer making any noise except a small whimper with every exhalation. After another 5 or 10 minutes of walking, we came across a rocky outcropping jutting out of the ground, and a small hole leading down. Intrigued as I was by the promise of more adventure, something else caught our attention. A strange doll laid propped against the mouth of the cave. Facing us, its elongated forehead drooped slightly over its face, making the upper right side of its head concave. Its eyes were small and beady and black, shining in the midday sun, and tufts of hair had been placed into its scalp in a disorganized manner. It was garbed only in small denim overalls covering grungy cloth skin. Before I could even draw breath to comment on it, Jessie was fiercely tugging me away. "That's it. That's one of them," she was practically screaming, raw terror coming through in her voice. But her reaction was scaring me more than the object itself. "That was an odd kid? An oversized doll? Calm down," I said, tugging back against her. "It can't be. Look at it. It's not breathing. It's just a doll," wrenching my arm out of her grip. Jessie fell face first in the dirt, but was on her feet a second later. I heard her starting to run and turned to tell her that she didn't have to get any closer if she was scared, that I would go examine it alone, as I stared in her direction. However, my voice caught in my throat. Standing where Jessie and I had been not 20 seconds ago was another doll. Only this one was different. It was cleaner and more well-made, as if whoever had made the one by the cave had learned from their mistakes. This girl doll was standing beside a tree, watching us with those same all-black eyes. Short brown hair matted with dirt and clumped to her head haphazardly. A tattered red dress clung desperately to her right shoulder, and beneath it the cloth skin looked much cleaner than the others. Much more real. Before I could say a word, Jessie broke the silence. I expected her to shriek, but instead what came out of her mouth was barely above a whisper. "Emma?" The girl doll took a step forward, and my terror levels shot up to their limits. I glanced backwards to see the other doll was pulling itself to its feet, awkwardly shambling towards us. Any doubt I had in Jessie's story evaporated in an instant. The odd kids were real, and they were right in front of me. Without another moment's hesitation, I grabbed Jessie's wrist, suddenly becoming the one desperate to get us out. Come on, let's go," I yelled at her, but she didn't even seem to hear me. She instead began to walk towards the girl doll. Towards Emma, I guessed, though I couldn't see how that could ever have been Jessie's friend. I kept pulling at her arm even as the thing behind her got closer. Jessie was focused exclusively on the other girl, blocking out the whole rest of the world. The doll reached out to Jessie, and she raised her own hand out as well. "Shiz," I began to say, but I was interrupted by a heavy object falling directly onto my best friend, sending her crumpling into the dirt. On top of her was a small, human-like figure, with the head and hands proportionally much smaller than they should have been. Finally observing one up close, I realized their skin wasn't just dirty cloth, it was rotten, mottled flesh. I scrambled backwards as the little creature gripped Jessie by the hair, tugging her head up painfully. Jessie screamed and clawed at the ground, trying to shove the thing off of her, but the creature she'd called Emma sagged to its knees, clamped a hand over her mouth, then turned its head to look at me. Energy surged to my legs and I shot upright. I was in full panic mode, operating on a primal instinct to flee. But just as I started to run, I collided into a solid force that knocked me back down to the ground. Another one of those things stood before me, his head flopping awkwardly to the left just as Jesse had demonstrated. The one I had seen slumped by the cave came into my view, holding a large rock in its hands. Before I could roll out of the way, the weight came down on my head, sending a splitting pain through my skull. My vision went white and a deafening ringing filled my ears. But I stayed conscious throughout. I could faintly feel things tugging at me, pulling me across the ground as I struggled just to regain my senses. The blinding white slowly faded to an impenetrable black, and the ringing dulled to formless shuffling and the odd kid's strange chitters echoing off the walls of the cave. I did my best to stay limp as I was dragged across rough stone, tearing into my shirt and cutting my flesh. I'm certain I whimpered in pain, but the odd kids didn't react to it, hauling me further into their lair. Eventually, the motion came to an end. I was propped against a rough stone wall, and even in the darkness I could tell that one of them was just in front of my face, quietly muttering to itself in those strange, arrhythmic noises. Its coarse fingers grabbed my hands and it began stretching a strong, thin fabric around my wrists, binding them together. It wrapped for what felt like ages, until it finally seemed satisfied that my hands weren't going anywhere, then moved on to my ankles to do the same. Once that was done, the thing shuffled away, the noise of its movements getting gradually fainter before disappearing altogether. Meaning to breathe a sigh of relief, I instead let out a choked sob, finally letting myself express the terror I'd felt through the whole ordeal. I'm not ashamed to admit that I sat in that cave and cried, certain I'd never see my parents or grandparents ever again. Only when I heard more movement coming my way did I make any effort to quiet myself. I did my best to control my breathing, sucking in breaths through shuddering gasps and letting them out slowly through my nose. I tried to picture what the noises were. Slowly, I put together that someone else was being dragged down the same rough path I had been. They were bringing Jesse back here, too. For a brief moment, I felt hope, as selfish as it is to admit. At the very least, I took comfort in knowing that I wouldn't have to suffer alone. Part of me even entertained the notion that perhaps together Jesse and I could escape this cave and never, ever come back to these awful woods again. Of course, the reality of this plan had many obstacles. The cave was utterly dark, something that didn't seem to affect the odd kids one bit. For all I knew, there was one sitting in the room with me, silently watching and waiting for me to make a move so it could pounce on me again and finish the job. On top of that, they easily outnumbered us. The odds were stacked against us in every conceivable way. Jessie noisily entered the room in which I was kept, and her muffled screaming gave me a sense of the dimensions of the room. It seemed smaller than I expected, likely only a little bigger than my own bedroom. Still, it was plenty big for storing the two of us. Just as I was wondering if they would leave Jesse and me alone together, the room was filled with a soft blue luminescence. One of the odd kids, I couldn't tell which with their back turned to me, was brushing their fingers against a strange kind of moss on the far wall. And the agitation sparked a chain reaction across the entire plant. Tendrils of blue light arced over the wall in a brilliant pattern, the illumination branching off itself like a snowflake before finally filling in. covering the cave wall in the most beautiful display I'd ever seen. And there, in front of the glowing moss, was Jessie. She had been laid out on an obviously man-made dirt platform, and her struggles stilled as puffs of spores from the glowing moss fell onto her. The odd kid stood over her, observing for a moment, before bending forward over her. In my life I had never heard the sound of flesh tearing. But the very first time was unmistakable. I jerked at the noise, as if it had been my own skin, and my heart beat so fast I worried that it would give me away. I screwed my eyes shut and just listened as the odd kid did God knows what to my helpless friend only a few feet from my face. Mustering up what courage I could, I began to work the bonds around my wrists against a jagged rock, working just slow enough to not make too much noise. The ripping noise soon gave way to gurgles and wet squishing, but I didn't allow myself to picture it. Instead, I thought about my grandparents, about seeing their warm smiles one more time. I thought about the airplane that would take me out of Mississippi, and I thought of every excuse I would ever use for the rest of my life to keep from getting on another plane back. I had to survive this. I had to. Sure enough, the ropes came free with enough effort. Once they were weak enough, I managed to pull them apart with brute strength, the fibers tearing away from each other with a soft sound. Something that was almost pleasing contrasted against the disturbing noises coming from across the room. I groped around in the near dark, my fingers moving from rock to rock until I found something loose enough and big enough that I felt comfortable with it. I now stared directly at the odd kid, its back still turned as it performed its macabre ritual on my friend, sawing the rock across the ropes around my ankles. I worked my nerve up to what I was going to have to do next. Armed with the rock, I was going to attack the odd kid, knocking them out with one good blow. Fair play, I thought to myself. Next I would grab Jessie and hoist her over my shoulder. She was taller than me. Sure, but I wasn't a weak kid. After that, we would sneak out of the cave somehow, then sprint back to my grandparents' house and be safe. The wraps across my ankles fell away, and I slowly stretched my legs out before getting them underneath me. The odd kid was still oblivious to me, and part of me hated that. Here I was, about to bash in its skull with a rock, and it didn't even consider me enough of a threat to turn around and check on me. "Hey," I whispered. The rock clutched tight in my fist as I held it out to the side behind my head. The odd kid finally swiveled around and I stared into its soulless black eyes one last time before bringing the weapon across. The sensation was nothing like I expected. Instead of a solid blow and a resonating crack, my hand squelched through its blotchy skin with little resistance. I stood there, stunned and staring into its remaining eye as its face hung loosely around my wrist. Soft scratches made their way across my hand and I jerked it back, the force of my fist pulling out of its head, tearing another gouge through the skin that was not skin. Looking down at my hand, I saw the single most horrific thing I have ever seen in my life. Instead of brains, blood and gore covering my hand, there were bugs, centipedes, spiders, ants and more, too numerous to count, swarmed over my skin. The bag of flesh before me slumped to its knees before keeling over, its occupant surging out of the hole in its neck. I lost it. I screamed at the top of my lungs and beat my arm against the wall of the cave, sloughing off the vermin in sheets. Through the chaos I called out Jessie's name, forgetting at the time that I had already expected her to be unconscious at best. Her head tilted to the side and she raised herself up onto her elbows. Staring at me, my heart swelled, thinking for a moment that if nothing else, at least we would get out of this alive. When the azure glow of the moss reflected off Jessie's all-black eyes, I ran. Through the darkness I ran, heedless of the frantic chittering that echoed off the stone all around me. I ran into every single twist and turn in those tight tunnels, still struggling to scrape all the bugs off my arm. With every passing moment I expected to feel the odd kid's hands wrap around my legs, drag me back to that room, and do to me what they'd done to Jessie. Turn me into one of them. Finally I saw a thin shaft of light at the end of the darkness. I scrambled out of the cave and into the open woods, the full moon giving me plenty of illumination to find my way. Through the entire sprint I tore at the flesh of my arm with my fingernails, scraping off the remains of the odd kid as they wriggled and crawled across me. The entire run is mostly a blur now. I didn't stop once, didn't even peek behind me for fear of seeing those things one more time. When I burst into my grandparents' house, the two of them were both awake, sitting up in the living room waiting for me. I must have told a tale with a single look, because their stern expressions melted upon seeing my eyes and they stayed up with me the rest of the night. Sitting on the couch and wrapped in a blanket, I just stared out the window at the dusty road that led from the house, praying that I wouldn't see Jessie walking down it. The next day, after I'd slept and eaten, my grandparents tried to coax out of me what happened. I didn't know what to tell them. Eventually, I told them I'd just fallen asleep in the woods and had a nightmare. Freaked myself out and ran home crying. They hugged me and laughed gently, and my grandpa said I should call ahead the next time I'm going to worry them half to death. I smiled and Jessie's face appeared in my mind's eye. I didn't let myself be alone for the rest of the vacation. This meant staying indoors for the most part, something I was more than fine with. When word got out that Jessie hadn't been home in a few days and people started searching, my grandparents asked me if I knew anything about it. I wanted to tell them about the odd kids. I should have said something. I know that now, but, like the scared child I was, I just said I didn't and they left it at that. 3 weeks later I got on a plane and went home. And for the first time since the cave I felt like I could breathe again. I no longer had the threat of the odd kids looming over me, just waiting for a moment's lapse in readiness so they could pounce. I'd like to say that I don't know what happened to Jessie, that her fate remains a mystery, but that would be the coward's way out. Jessie died because of me, because of my hubris, my curiosity and my stupid thirst for adventure. Jessie lost her life. This is something I think about every day, even some 30 years later, and it hurts just as much as the very first time I realized it. Thousands of miles and a couple decades now lay between me and the worst summer of my life. But it isn't perspective that's prompted me to finally write out my tale. My daughter Maggie has been getting excited about collecting bugs, and as uneasy as it may make me, I'm not the kind to stop her. What really unsettles me about it is how her bugs act every time she brings me one of her little jars. The bugs inside watch me. I know how crazy this sounds. I know bugs don't see like you and I, but it's like they want me to know that they know I'm there. I went into my daughter's room a few days ago when she was out at school and picked up her ant farm to see what would happen. I expected them to freeze, to turn and look at me, but instead they went into a frenzy. Every last ant swarmed the side of the container, crawling over each other and climbing against the plastic that separated them from my right hand. The hand the bugs were on for minutes as I stumbled blindly through that cave. Frantically clawing them off, I watched, horrified, as the ants literally tore each other apart to be the one closest to my hand. What did the odd kids do to me? Story. Has anyone heard of the Bloodworth incident? Everyone's talking about it, but I have no idea what it is. It was only my second day when I first heard about the Bloodworth incident. Janelle brought it up while we were eating lunch. Of course, after the Bloodworth incident, my wife and I got an entire home security system. It cost a fortune, but it's worth the peace of mind. I wasn't really interested in the conversation. I was more interested in scarfing down the burrito in front of me, so I didn't ask what the Bloodworth incident was. But then it came up again, and again, and again. Stan. We haven't left our curtains open since Bloodworth. Caitlin. I probably would have been a nurse forever if Bloodworth had never happened, but I just didn't feel safe anymore. Larry. Did you catch that special on the Bloodworth incident last night? Unlike my coworkers, I was new to Green Creek. I figured the Bloodworth incident was some sort of local thing that happened a few years ago. Maybe a convict escaped from prison named Bloodworth. Maybe there was an accident on Bloodworth Street, or a flu outbreak named Bloodworth. I was curious, but the social pressure to appear like everyone else kept me from asking. But then, the comments got weirder. I'm writing a novel for NaNoWriMo this year. Aaliyah said during lunch, it's about what life would be like if the Bloodworth incident had never happened. Ooh, that's such a good idea. Stan said, that sounds so interesting. I would love to read that. Janelle said, wait, what? Now they were talking about it like it was a national, life-altering disaster, not just some local incident. There was a pause in the conversation, and I finally took my chance. Wait, sorry, I'm confused. What's the Bloodworth incident? Aaliyah looked me dead in the eye, and then she burst into laughter. Slowly, my other coworkers broke into laughter, too, until everyone at the table was chuckling. You're funny, Amanda, Aaliyah said, shooting me a grin. I like you. I wanted to say no. I'm serious. What is it? But there was something about the atmosphere that made me uncomfortable. So I said nothing. When I got home, I spent an hour on Google. Bloodworth incident. Bloodworth, Green Creek, Pennsylvania. Nothing came up. I tried multiple combinations of keywords, even fiddling with the time range for search results. And still, nada. But when I woke up the next morning, everything was crystal clear. It's a prank, a sort of hazing ritual. For new hires, it made sense. The software development team was a rambunctious, loosey-goosey crowd. Stan swore all the time. Caitlin came to work in sweatpants. Lunchtime conversation included borderline inappropriate topics, like past tales of drunken revelry or TMI details of Stan's recent divorce. This is exactly the kind of thing they'd pull. Besides, if the Bloodworth incident really happened, they wouldn't mention it so often. It came up almost every day, like they were trying to talk about it as much as possible. Unfortunately, I couldn't confront them today. It was a Saturday, so I spent my morning at the local coffee shop, getting some editing work done for my side hustle. That's when things got weird. Two young women sat down at the next booth, talking loudly about the party last night, and a few minutes into their conversation, I heard them mention it. I haven't slept through the night since the Bloodworth incident. I froze. So it wasn't some prank in the office. It was something other people knew about in the town. For a minute, I just sat there in silence, my mind reeling. Then I cut in. "Excuse me. Sorry to bother you. But, could you tell me what the Bloodworth incident is?" Both of the girls turned to me. Then the brunette one stood up. Sorry. We have to go," she said quickly. I watched as the two girls hurried out, glancing back to make sure I wasn't following. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. I called my mom that afternoon. She had never heard of the Bloodworth incident. I texted a few of my friends. They also had no idea what it was. I drove to a Walmart just a few miles outside the town's border. Struck up a conversation with the cashier and mentioned the Bloodworth incident. She stared up at me with wide blue eyes. "The what incident?" I drove back into town, on the narrow two-lane route that snaked through the forest, just beyond the old, hand-painted "Welcome to Green Creek" sign. There was a little gas station. It looked like it had seen better days. From the paint peeling on the mini-mart to the rust creeping up the sides of the pumps. I went into the mini-mart, poured myself a coffee, and made my way to the bored-looking man sitting behind the counter. "Coffee? This late?" he asked. With a smile. It was almost 7, starting to get dark. "Haven't been sleeping much since Bloodsworth," I replied, pulling out my wallet. A pause. "Oh, yeah, it's been crazy. Sometimes I get up in the middle of the night and check the locks." He rang up my coffee. 2:13. I handed him my card. And then I decided to push a little. "Aren't you afraid he might break in through the windows?" He looked up at me. Brows furrowed. Sorry, I meant, she. His expression darkened. His gaze flicked to the door, and then he stood up, taking a step towards me. What is he doing? Every muscle in my body froze. Is he going to try something? "Get out. Get out now. You don't know what the Bloodworth incident is, do you?" he asked. "No. You sure as hell better not let anyone know." I stood there, frozen, stunned. Seconds later, the bells jingled behind me as another customer entered. He smiled and waved, like nothing had happened. I turned on my heel and ran back to the car. It was starting to get dark. Deep blue shadows stretched across the road from the bare trees, like giant claws. I started up the car and pulled out onto the road, headlights blaring into the darkness. "Don't let anyone know." Why? Was it some sort of conspiracy? Or a cult thing? Maybe a cult leader lived in town. Maybe he'd brainwashed everyone here, and invented an incident to fearmonger his followers into behaving. Or, maybe not knowing about the incident was some sort of signal that I wasn't a member of the cult, that I should be hunted down. As I drove down Main Street, I passed the town library. But then an idea hit me. I made a U-turn and pulled into the tiny parking lot. A woman sat behind the desk, working a computer that looked like it was from 2 decades ago. She reminded me of a huggable little grandmother, with her oversized spectacles, gray hair, and knit sweater. Do you keep old newspapers? Like, local ones, from a few years ago? Of course, she replied, with a sweet smile. You can find them down there. I walked down one of the aisles to where the microfilms were kept. My footsteps sounded loud in the silence, echoing among the dusty books. I grabbed a film from 2000 and started my search, scanning article after article on the screen, looking for any mention of the Bloodworth incident. I honestly didn't expect to find anything. But then I came across an issue of the Green Creek Sentinel from July 3, 2005. Heart-hammering. I began to read Town Rocked by Bloodworth Incident by Jody McFarlane. On the morning of July 2nd, a horror shook our little town of Green Creek, Pennsylvania. Nearly half of our residents woke to find their front doors mysteriously open, with a dark, sticky substance pooled on the floor. But that was only the beginning. Those residents began to exhibit. Continued on page 2. I flipped the page and gasped. The entire article was scribbled out with black marker. There was even a photo of the main street. Grainy, black and white. I could make out the library, the other shops, the sky, but the marker had scribbled over most of the street. But not fully. I could make out a pair of shoes, as if someone were lying there. A body. And if I used my imagination, based on how many scribbled out blobs there were, I'd guess there were no less than 20 bodies in the middle of the street. I clapped a hand to my mouth. I clicked wildly at the mouse, moving through the next few issues, looking for any mention of Bloodworth. I didn't find any, but I did find something. A tribute to Jody McFarlane. We sadly mourn the death of our very own head journalist, Jody McFarlane. She was only 41 years old. A voice snapped me out of my trance. What are you doing? I whipped around. The librarian was standing right behind me. But she didn't look so warm and fuzzy now. Her expression was dark, stone-like, as she stared at the screen in front of me. A quiet fury in her eyes. Behind her glasses. I'm sorry. I was just. You came here to find out about Bloodworth, didn't you? She snarled. You don't know about it. You're one of them. I expected her to lunge at me, grab me, chase me, but instead, she tilted her head towards the ceiling and let out the most blood-curdling scream I've ever heard. Shuffling, rustling sounds echoed from the other aisles. I broke into a run, leapt past her, sprinting as fast as I possibly could. Once I made it to the atrium, I glanced back. 3 other townspeople were running towards me, shouting to each other. I ran for my life. Miraculously, I made it out to the car. As I pulled away, I saw them standing at the door, staring at me, like an idiot. I thought I'd lost them. But as soon as I pulled out onto Main Street, I heard a police siren pierce the air. Red and blue lights flashed in my rear view. I pushed the pedal to the floor. As soon as I crossed the town's boundary, the gas station, the sign, the officer pulled off to the side of the road. He didn't follow me. He just watched me as I sped away from that place. I never went back, never got my stuff. I got a new job, moved 3 states away, and started my post-college life over again. I assumed that was the end of it, and I'd never hear about the Bloodworth incident again. I was wrong. Several months after the move, I met someone. He just moved to my city, and our dates have been phenomenal. I've taken him to the best restaurants and museums, showed him everything there is to do here. We were just about to celebrate our first month together, when he said something that stopped me in my tracks. "You really should get a deadbolt for the door," he said casually, as we watched TV on the couch. "'Cause we wouldn't want another Bloodworth incident, would we?" Story. I accidentally solved a murder. My story takes place a few years ago. I'm a 25-year-old female now. But back then I was the ripe age of 23, and had a sudden stroke of luck. I'd saved up for my first home, and in my search, I came across a fairly old Victorian in a rural neighborhood of Port Perry, Ontario. The house was beautiful, well priced, and close to my place of work. Without much of a second thought, I'd snatched it up, and within a matter of weeks I was moving into my new home. I remember the day I moved in vividly. I stood on the small, white cobblestone pathway leading up to the wooden wraparound porch stairs, grinning up at the house's vacant windows. Its brick was a pale yellow, recently repainted, and its intricate trimmings a bright white that contrasted sharply with the coal-black shingles of the roof. Its pointed spires silhouetted against a spotless blue sky. I had sighed contentedly, tearing my eyes away from the house and glancing around the rest of the property. It had been mid-fall, October 15th to be exact, and the forest behind the house was a patchwork quilt of colors. The leaves fell gently to the ground, carried by a crisp autumn breeze, blanketing the forest floor in the earthy tones of autumn. Focusing my attention back on the task at hand, I began making my way up the path, my box of kitchen utensils in hand. The movers I'd hired strode past me, throwing me the occasional smile and asking where I wanted things, and I would reply politely with directions. On my third trip out to the truck, I got the distinct feeling of being stared at. Turning around, I expected to find one of the men, but instead found that I was alone. Before I had the opportunity to brush it off, however, I caught movement in my peripheral vision. In one of the upstairs windows, I just barely caught the silhouette of a person slip out of view. It was there 1 second and gone the next so quickly. I blinked a few times, thinking that last night's insomnia had made me imagine things. I made a mental note to go to bed early that night, and with a sense of unease, I entered the house. Little did I know, that first day would be the beginning of a series of disturbing encounters that would make me a local hero, and a firm believer in the unknown. That same night I lay awake in my new bedroom, staring up at the ceiling as the sounds of nature drifted lazily through my cracked window. Back in the city, there had been a constant barrage of noise every night, and I'd realized quickly that it would take me time to adjust to the lack thereof. Eventually, sleep claimed me, and I drifted off to the soft sound of crickets chirping out in the woods. At first, I floated in a warm void, barely lucid as I drifted. Then gradually, the abyss began to morph and change into something familiar, shapes forming around me as they emerged from the all-consuming darkness. As they formed, light followed, and I suddenly found my world illuminated by the soft glow of a single lamp. I was in my living room. The lamp glowed faintly as I blinked. Getting my bearings, glancing to my right, I saw the front hall. and the giant bay window above my couch as I peered out of it. A waxing moon glared back at me from above high treetops. Inching closer, I squinted, thinking I could make out a figure in the distance facing the house. They stood still as stone, hidden in the shadows of the tree line, and even with yards between us I felt their stare penetrating through me. Instinctively, I cowered away from the window, feeling the need to put as much space between myself and the strange being outside as possible. In a panic, I blinked rapidly, and in the next second I was looking into one of the most mangled faces I'd ever seen. She stood at no more than 4 feet, her skinny frame draped in a blood-soaked nightgown that, upon closer inspection, I believed had once been a crisp white. It was torn and muddied in certain places, as if she had recently clawed her way out of her own grave. And to add to the picture, twigs and leaves had entangled themselves in her greasy black hair. To my horror, as I took her in unblinkingly, chunks of her skull also seemed to be missing, exposing the inside of her rotted cranium to the elements. She stared back at me with a chillingly dead expression, her empty sockets slowly oozing a chunky dark substance down her decomposing cheeks. The skin on her face sagged, an ashen gray pocketed with craters of rock that revealed glistening white patches of bone. I watched, trembling, as she haltingly lifted a broken arm and placed her pale hand on the window. She opened her mouth, and I could almost hear the crack of bone, as if it were the first time she had tried to speak in decades. She mouthed only 2 words, "Help me." Snapping out of it, I screamed, stumbling back from the window. This only seemed to agitate her though, as she began beating her small fists on the glass, howling her demand, "Help me, help me, help me, help me, help me, help me." The dark substance seemed to thicken as it poured from her eyes, soaking her decayed face in crimson streaks. I clapped both my hands over my ears, screwing my eyes shut as her shrill wails pierced through me, dropping to my knees as I began to cry. "Okay," I pleaded over her anguished screams. "I'll help you, but please, just let me go." Silence. It was as if someone had unplugged the speaker, and the music had suddenly been cut off. I was too frightened to open my eyes, but I was forced to when I felt the splash of cold liquid hit my forehead. She stared back at me, inches from my face now, drops of blood spattering onto the skin of my forehead as she hovered over me. "Wake up!" I shot up in my bed, flailing blindly as I screamed, tearing at the sheets entangled around my sweaty body. Blinking away tears, I cried out as sunlight suddenly burned my eyes, flinching back against my headboard as I shook violently. I stayed like that for almost an hour, crying softly to myself as I tried to come to terms with what I'd just gone through. That nightmare had been like nothing I had ever experienced in my life. And even though it was still early in the morning, I refused to go back to sleep. Eventually I pulled myself together and managed to get out of bed, but not before turning every light I could find on in the house. I felt tempted to chide myself for acting so childishly, but I was too terrified to care at the time. I got showered, dressed and did my makeup, grabbing my things for work and preparing to rush out the door when something stopped me in my tracks. On my kitchen counter, beside my car keys, was a single drop of crimson. At the sight of it I gasped, and without thinking I snatched my keys and ran out of the house. I went through the motions of that day, barely aware of my surroundings as I worked. My mind was still back at my house, going over all the plausible possibilities for why I would find a single, fresh drop of blood in the one place there shouldn't be one. I exhausted all theories, but by the end of the day I was drained and confused, knowing for a fact that it hadn't been there the day before, and that it wasn't mine. As I drove through my neighborhood, I slowed to a stop at the curb, glaring up at my new home. It loomed over me in the setting sun, its windows dark and empty, as if the structure itself were glaring back. At that point, I had been determined to brush it off as nothing, chalking it up as having an explanation I couldn't think of at the time. I wanted to enjoy my new home, and as I turned to grab my things and lock my car, that's exactly what I had planned to do, until I turned back around and saw that a single light was on in my upstairs bedroom window. My first thought was that someone had broken in and slipped up, so I called the police. They came minutes later, and after a thorough sweep, they came back with nothing to show for it. There had been no sign of forced entry or anything taken, and they'd searched high and low for a culprit, but the only thing they'd found was my bedroom light on. After a short lecture on not wasting the police department's time, and remembering to turn off my lights before leaving the house to prevent scares like this, they left, and I found myself standing alone on my front porch. Nervously, I sucked in a breath between my teeth and cracked the door open. I walked into the front parlor, looking around apprehensively, but finding nothing out of place. Turning on the lights, I sauntered over to the kitchen counter, and to my surprise, it was clean. The drop of blood was gone. The house was eerily silent, but an atmosphere of heaviness hung in the air. I'd never noticed it before, but as I stood in my kitchen, it almost felt like the air itself was trying to suffocate me. Suddenly, the lights began to flicker. I jumped, looking up at the old bulbs in my kitchen ceiling. I watched them, almost mesmerized, as the flickering continued, wondering vaguely if I'd have to call someone to come and check the fuse box. Without warning, they flared an almost blinding white, searing my eyes. I cried out, covering my face in a vain effort to shield them, and it was a good thing I did too, because seconds later, I heard the telling pop, pop, pop of the bulbs exploding one by one above me. Glass rained down around me, scattering noisily at my feet as I stood frozen to the spot. Shakily, I removed my hands, finding that the entire house was in darkness. The only light came through the window over my kitchen sink, illuminating the room well enough to see the shards glinting on the ground surrounding me. I glanced around, shocked, unbelieving of what had just happened, but the worst was yet to come. As my eyes adjusted to the sudden lack of light, I noticed movement at the top of the stairs from my peripheral vision. Slowly, I lifted my head to look at the source. Sitting on the top step was the girl from my nightmare. "What?" I panted, my eyes almost popping out of their sockets. "The fuck?" Letting out a low, demonic chuckle, she stood and began descending the stairs. Clutching the banister in her splintered hand, she began to speak. "You," she hissed lowly, her empty eyes burning into mine, "have not kept your promise to me." Rooted to the spot, all I could do was shake in terror. You have done nothing to help me," she continued, growing closer and emitting a kind of rage a small child shouldn't be capable of. "You chose to forget me today, just like everyone else. I'm so sorry," I croaked out, tears cascading down my face. "Please, just don't hurt me." She stood in front of me now, the only thing separating us being a foot of kitchen tile. She was noticeably shorter than me, being that she was so young. But somehow, I felt like the child standing before an authority figure. She stared up at me silently for a moment, her ashen cheeks glistening with slowly dripping blood. The droplets hit the floor between us in the deafening silence, splattering softly on the ceramic. With each drop that hit the floor, I flinched. "I will give you one more chance," she said softly, her bloody sockets unblinking. "Find me." With that, she vanished, leaving me alone in the darkness. Not wasting any time, I broke out of my paralysis and bolted out the door. Glass crunched underfoot as I ran, tears streaming down my face, until my feet hit the pavement and I practically flung myself on my car's driver's side door. Hyperventilating, I nearly yanked it off as I threw it open and climbed inside, slamming it behind me. In the silence, I trembled, gasping for breath as I struggled to regain control over my breathing before I passed out. I stared down at my hands with blurry eyes, gripping my steering wheel so tightly in my fists. My knuckles had gone a painful-looking white. It could have been 20 minutes to an hour before I had the courage to start driving. When I did, I was still in a daze, unsure of how to think or where to go until I pulled on to a quick street, spotting a dingy old motel on the corner. Knowing I would rather spend time with roaches than whatever was in my house, I pulled into the parking lot. I got out, paid, and took my meager belongings with me into my room. Sitting on the edge of my bed, I let out a sigh of relief before deciding to take a much-needed shower. In the shower, as I lathered my hair with cheap complimentary shampoo, an idea occurred to me. The ghost, or whatever she was, had wanted me to find her, so that could only mean that she'd been someone at one point. Maybe even someone with a loving family. The more I thought about, the more I wondered if something had happened to her in that house. After getting out, wrapped in a towel, I sat on the edge of my bed drying my hair. Glancing to my right, I noticed my work laptop, and on a whim, I opened it up and began to do a search on the house. To my surprise, the first thing that popped up was an article. As I read, I paled more with every sentence. In the article, it talked about the previous owners of my house. They had been a family of 4, a husband and wife with 2 young children that smiled happily for the camera in the picture provided by the article. At the time, the oldest was a 7-year-old boy named Jonathan, and his younger sister Madison had been no more than 5. I'd gasped loudly as I saw their daughter, recognizing her right away. It was her. According to the report, Madison had been declared a missing person when she had mysteriously vanished from their home's backyard almost 13 years ago. The family had been beside themselves, and her older brother, the last person to see her alive, claimed that a man had approached them and had lured her away into the woods behind the house. Although they had searched the surrounding area tirelessly, they had found no one with the description the brother had provided, and turned up no sign of Madison. Eventually, with no leads, Madison's case had gone cold and was forgotten. With a shaking hand, I covered my mouth, tears pooling in my eyes for the second time that night as I recalled her words. "You chose to forget me today. Just like everyone else." "No, Madison. I won't forget you like everyone else," I whispered into the silence, a sudden surge of determination bringing me to my feet. I stared down at the innocent face of the girl on my screen, a fiery rage swelling inside of me. Whoever had taken the smile off that child's face, I thought angrily, would finally answer to justice for their heinous crimes. Closing the lid of my laptop, I went to get dressed. It took me all of 20 minutes to return to the house. By now, it was 4 a.m. and my eyes had burned as I'd struggled to focus on the road. By some miracle, though, I had made it back without getting in an accident, and the minute I laid eyes on the looming structure of my home, I was suddenly wide awake with adrenaline. Stepping out of the car, I slowly crept my way up the cobblestone path that cut through my yard. The front door creaked as I pushed it open, stepping into the front hall. The house was exactly as I'd left it hours before, glass strewn everywhere on the kitchen floor and crushed by my earlier mad dash to escape. This time, though, as I stood silently at the threshold, there was no crushing oppression in the air. If anything, it was tinged with deep sorrow and an underlying feeling of desperation. "Madison," I called out softly, apprehension stinging at the back of my throat. "Honey, I'm so sorry I ran away. But I think I've figured out a way to help you." Out of the corner of my eye, a shadow shifted at the end of the hall in the darkness. There was a beat of silence. "How?" came a faint, but hopeful whisper. "I need you to lead me to the last place you remember being when you were alive. Or became a spirit." I replied back gently, praying she took to the idea. Slowly, she lurched towards me from down the hallway. It took everything in me to not run away screaming again as she approached, limping towards me until she came to a complete stop at the edge of the doorway, cast in the faint light of the moon pouring in from behind me. Shadows much darker than I felt they should have been stretched across her disfigured face and body, giving her an almost demonic appearance. But I knew better. Swallowing my fear, I spoke. "Let me get a shovel and a compass. And I promise, Madison, I won't stop looking until I find you." She smiled at me with a mouth full of bloody, broken teeth. Finally, never in my life did I expect to be following the ghost of a dead girl through the woods at night. I have to admit, it felt like some kind of bizarre nightmare at the time. But as I'd trailed after her, I pinched myself repeatedly, but never managed to wake up. I wondered vaguely if that was how it had felt to her for the past 13 years. This thought propelled me forward into the cold night, my breath coming out in foggy puffs as I kept pace with her at a distance. She was only a few feet ahead of me, the slim silhouette of her back a beacon in the darkness that engulfed us. We could have walked for an hour or more by the time we'd arrived. But the night showed no sign of fading. The only thing I knew was that my feet already hurt, and that we were deep into the forest, the house long behind us. Without warning, she had come to a sudden stop, barely giving me enough time to avoid her before we collided. Although I doubted anything would happen if we had. "Here," she spoke, her broken voice barely above a whisper. She pointed at a patch of ground covered by a heavy-looking rock. It seemed out of place compared to the rest of the forest. Like it had been put there by someone on purpose. This immediately raised my suspicions, and I stepped into the patch of moonlight to stand beside her in the small clearing. "I woke up here years ago," she murmured, staring down at the stone with an unreadable expression. "All I remember from before that is that me and my brother had been playing in the house." I stepped forward, brandishing my shovel. The tempered steel glinted in the broken moonlight coming through the trees above, stirring a surreal feeling inside of me. Well, this is as good of a place to start as any. With that, my shovel hit the earth as I began to dig. I dug under the stone, eventually managing to roll it to the side to offer myself more space to get at the earth beneath it. I dug where it had been, my suspicions growing with every pile of dirt that I tossed aside. God only knows how much time had passed before the sun started to peek between the trees. And I hit more than soil. My breath caught as my shovel snagged on something buried deep. Taking a shaky breath, I prepared for the worst, and began shoveling more frantically. With each pile of dirt I flung over my shoulder, I uncovered what looked like a bundle of old blankets with something inside. Before I knew it, I was standing over an open grave. The blankets, although dirty and worn, were noticeably soaked in places with dried brown stains, and the stench of death was undeniable. Even though the body was years old, slowly, I knelt over her and gently pulled back some of the blanket. What stared back at me was the familiar, decomposed face of Madison. I covered my mouth with a clammy hand, fighting back the urge to vomit. I stumbled back from her grave, tripping and slamming into the trunk of a tree behind me by accident. I stood there for a moment, shaken to my core, before slowly sliding to my knees, feeling them hit the damp earth beneath me. I cried inconsolably, both with relief and a whirlwind of different emotions. Madison had finally been found, and as the dawn chased away the darkness, I felt her behind me. A small hand touched my shoulder, as if she were trying to comfort me. Not daring to look up, I spoke a single sentence. "I found you." Not long after I found Madison's body, the truth of her death finally came to light. Her skeleton was exhumed from its grave, and her case was reopened. I was questioned by police, and with nothing up my sleeve, I told them the entire truth. In the end, they had no choice but to accept my testimony. But not really. They practically wrote me off as crazy, and put it down as an accidental discovery in their reports. Hence, I became the woman that accidentally solved a murder in my small town. And even a bit of a celebrity. An extensive investigation was done on the body, revealing some disturbing truths. They had found the DNA of her older brother on her clothing, among other things, such as a broken neck and blunt force trauma to her head. This trauma, according to the coroner, was the ultimate cause of her death. When her brother, who was an adult by then, had been brought in for questioning, he came clean about everything. According to his confession, he and his sister had been playing near the top of the stairs in their home, when he had accidentally been too rough and ended up pushing her down. The only one who'd been home at the time was their father, and he'd been the one to discover his son sobbing hysterically at the bottom of the staircase over the broken body of his sister. Panicking, in an attempt to save his son's future, Their father had wrapped her body in blankets and left the house for hours, burying her deep in the woods before coming back and cleaning up the crime scene thoroughly. After that, they'd come up with a cover story, and had vowed to take it to their own graves. It seems the one thing they weren't counting on was their daughter haunting the house she'd died in. I watched with a heavy heart on the local news as they were convicted of unintentional manslaughter and taken away in cuffs. Outside the courthouse, Madison's mother stood surrounded by family off to the side, crying helplessly as she watched them go. Later, I received an unexpected invitation for Madison's funeral in the mail. Feeling a sense of moral obligation, I attended. Upon arrival, the first face I saw was Madison's mother. She looked rough, like she'd aged overnight. She stood at barely 5 feet tall, clad in a loose-fitting black dress that hung on her thin frame. Her shoulders were hunched as if she carried the weight of the world, clutching a handkerchief to her heaving chest, and dark bags stood out against her lined, pale face, framed by barely tamed black curls streaked with gray. We made eye contact, and before I could react, she was standing in front of me. Her lip trembled as she clutched my hand in hers, looking up at me with pleading eyes that drove a spike through my heart. "Thank you for finding my little girl," she sobbed out brokenly, a few tears following the wrinkles in her cheeks. "I overheard from the police how you found her, and I know they don't believe you, but I do." She paused, as if searching for her next words. Have you seen her again since?" she asked quietly, but her words carried no less weight. I thought back to my life for the past few months. Since that night in the woods, I hadn't seen Madison, but in my heart I felt she was already doing better than she had been, wherever she was now. "No, I'm sorry," I replied, squeezing her hand with a sympathetic look. "I just wish I could see her one more time," she said softly, her eyes brimming with unshed tears. "I've been hoping for years that she was still alive, that she would come home. But I think I knew it would come to this." Her words had crushed me. I thought about my own mother, how she'd done everything in her power to protect me from the evil in the world, and how much we'd both trusted my father and sister. The realization of the pain she must be in consumed me, and before I could stop myself, I was pulling her into a tight hug. She went stiff for a moment, unsure of how to react. Then, before I could pull away and awkwardly apologize, she slid her arms around me, hugging me back. We stood like that for a moment, something unspoken passing between us. When we broke apart, she was smiling sadly. "Thank you. You have no idea how much I needed that," she said. "I feel like God sent you to me as my comforter." Too emotional to speak, I only nodded. "Would you like to sit with me in the front row during the service?" she asked. I smiled, a single tear streaking my cheek. "Yes, of course." The service was a solemn affair, but not without love. Madison was honored and cherished by everyone who'd known her in the short time she'd been alive. And when it was time to put her body to rest, I quietly followed the procession to the graveyard behind the church. Gathered around Madison's open grave, I squeezed her mother's trembling shoulder as they slowly lowered her into the ground. I fought hard to blink back tears, a whirlwind of emotions sweeping through me as the preacher spoke his final prayers. Without warning, Madison's mother suddenly stiffened, jerking her head to the right and gasping loudly. I followed her gaze, only to find a familiar face. 10 feet from her grave, next to an ancient oak, stood Madison and an unfamiliar young man. This time, however, Madison was the perfect picture of clean. She was standing next to the man in a pure white dress, her loose black hair falling around her youthful face in soft ringlets. The longer I looked, the more it felt like she was almost glowing with a soft ethereal white light. The man next to her was also handsome, dressed in a crisp white suit, and as I continued to stare, barely breathing, I noticed a set of pristine white wings tucked neatly behind his back. Madison waved at us joyfully, tears streaking down her rosy cheeks as she mouthed a silent, "Thank you." Smiling tearfully, I mouthed back 2 words, "You're welcome." Turning to the man, "No." The angel Madison took his hand in hers, nodding up at him, entwining his fingers with hers gently. He flashed us a warm smile, before they turned and began to walk away, both of them fading into the afternoon sunlight as they did. Story. My grandfather's World War II story was not what I expected. My grandfather has never once spoken about the war. Not to me, my father, or anyone else for that matter. All my life I've been curious about it. What unit did he belong to? Which battles was he involved in? Who were men he served with? And what happened to them? I know some veterans keep in contact with their old war buddies and revel in telling tales of combat over beers at the VFW, but not my Gramps. He preferred to pretend the war never happened. In fact, he hardly spoke at all. And even when he did say something, it was usually of the pass the salt variety. Last night he finally broke his silence. At my nephew's 3rd birthday party, after the cake had been eaten and the presents opened and the party was winding down, my Gramps called me out to the front porch. We settled into rocking chairs and he pulled out an ancient bottle of Jägermeister which he had liberated from the Germans and brought back after the war. He said he'd been saving it for the right occasion. Gramps cracked the bottle and we downed a few glasses. Even at the age of 91 he can still drink like a champ. We sipped in silence for about 15 minutes. Then, after all these years, he finally told me a war story. It was not what I expected. This is his story. In October of 1943, I turned 18 and volunteered for the Army. I was assigned to the military police platoon of the U.S. Army's 1st Infantry Division, the Big Red One. I stormed the beaches of Normandy on D-Day. I'll never forget the water and sand, the dead bodies, the blood, the air filled with the sounds of machine gun fire and the screams of dying men. I pursued the Nazis across France, fighting and taking prisoners the entire way. I suffered through the cold and the snow in the Ardennes forest during the Battle of the Bulge, shivering in my foxhole while the trees exploded into splinters from German artillery shells. It was hell on earth, and I pray you'll never have to experience anything like it. But as terrible as that all was, there is one event that stands out from the rest. Names and faces fade with time, but I cannot forget this night no matter how hard I try. It is seared into my memory for one simple reason: it was the most terrible, horrifying, and unexplainable thing I've ever experienced. Even now, after all these years, it haunts my nightmares and keeps me awake night after night. It happened one night in early March of 1945 during Operation Lumberjack. while most of the 1st Infantry Division was pushing east towards the Remagen bridgehead. My unit was left behind to hold Bedburg, a small village near the Rhine River in western Germany. The village was left mostly undamaged by the war and had become a major crossroads for thousands of shell-shocked civilian refugees fleeing the fighting. As a military policeman, it was my job to secure and stabilize the town, keep the peace, and prevent our soldiers from abusing the population. We complained to each other about being stuck in rear while other units pushed the invasion forward. But if I'm being completely honest, I think we were all secretly relieved. We'd fought across the continent all the way from France, and now our thoughts had turned towards home. No one wanted to get killed right at the end of this war by some Nazi fanatic unwilling to see the writing on the wall. At this point, with the Americans and British advancing from the west and the Soviets closing in from the east, it was obvious to just about everyone that Germany would lose this war. While we weren't quite showered with chocolate and kisses as liberating heroes like we were in France, the Germans seemed friendly enough, and we were treated with deference by the town's war-weary citizens, most of whom were women, children, and old men. For the most part, they just seemed relieved that it was us and not the Soviets who had taken their village. The Russians had gained a nasty reputation for rape and murder in the cities they occupied in the east. Compared to that, we must have seemed like angels sent from heaven. That's not to say I had any sort of love for the Germans. I'd been fighting Nazis for months now, seen them kill my buddies, seen what they did to Jews and Gypsies and other undesirables. I was under no illusions as to what they were capable of. Armed Forces radio was always blaring, constantly reminding us that every friendly German civilian is a disguised soldier of hate, armed with the inner conviction that the Germans are superior. They believe that one day it will be their destiny to destroy you. Their hatred and their anger are deeply buried in their blood. A smile is their weapon by which to disarm you. In heart, body, and spirit, every German is Hitler. I was keenly aware of the fact that I was a foreign invader in the enemy homeland. On top of all that, rumors were flying amongst the ranks about Operation Werewolf. This was supposedly an elite troop of SS and Hitler Youth operatives who had been trained as commandos to stay behind amongst the population and engage in secret operations, sabotage, assassinations, guerrilla warfare, behind enemy lines. Though we later found out that this was mostly propaganda designed to slow the Allied advance. At the time, we thought it a real threat and acted accordingly, constantly on high alert, constantly on edge, looking out for these werewolves and suspicious of every German we came across. So you can imagine how frayed my nerves were when I got the call to saddle up for a nighttime patrol of an abandoned manor on the edge of town. Reports from villagers had been trickling in all day about the sound of screams and gunfire coming from the estate the previous night, but when a passing infantry unit confirmed those reports later in the evening, my squad was tasked with investigating the source and reporting our findings. It was 2300 by the time we got together and organized, and we set off under cloudy skies with a full moon occasionally peeking through to provide us with light. The village slept around us as we made our way through her cobblestone streets and out towards the manor. It was a cold March night, the snow having just melted away a few days ago, and the wind whipped and moaned through the branches of the dark evergreen trees that circled the town. The estate sat in a clearing in the trees out on the far western edge of town. And it was unlike anything I had ever seen. We didn't see it at first and almost walked right past it. But then a hole in the clouds passed overhead and the light of the full moon lit the manor house up like a spotlight. It was a majestic structure in the Gothic style. The first 2 floors built of large slabs of stone, and 3rd and 4th stories of timber-framed construction with an ornate criss-cross style face. On the far western and eastern corners of the building large rounded turrets stood out, looming above the structure. The villagers may have called it a manor house, but to me it looked exactly like a castle from a storybook. My unit entered and cleared the structure, but found no one home. The really strange part was, it looked like no one had been in this house for a long time. And nothing had been looted or vandalized. Expensive silver candlesticks still stood on the tables. Gold and jewelry were found in some of the bureaus upstairs, and pricey-looking rugs lined the floor, but nothing was taken. Nazi propaganda photos of smiling Aryan families were everywhere, and a solemn portrait of Adolf Hitler sat on the wall above the fireplace in the gloomy great room. Dominating the space, the place gave me the willies. No one had dared to enter this place, and I remember thinking that maybe I shouldn't be there either. Mercifully, a call for backup rang out from the yard and I was more than happy to volunteer to go and check it out. Once outside, I found the rest of my unit gathered around an ancient-looking stone barn, 2 stories high and covered in thick moss. Sergeant Bard informed me that groans had been heard coming from inside and ordered us to search it. When we opened her up, we found something very strange. The barn was almost completely full of hay. In every other barn we had found, the hay had either been carried away by retreating German troops, or burnt up to prevent us from using it. This stockpile smelled sweet, looked fresh, and was completely untouched. Sergeant Bard called out a warning and then ordered us to fix bayonets and search the hay piles for hidden enemies. I remember methodically plodding along, stopping every few steps to poke my bayonet down through the hay and into the hard dirt floor below, each thrust making a low thumping sound. After a few minutes, my bayonet hit something different. It made a sharp hollow sound like a dart hitting a dartboard, and my bayonet remained stuck in the floor. I called the rest of my unit over and we set about clearing the hay, revealing a wooden trap door in the floor of the barn. My unit silently surrounded the door, training their M1 Garand rifles on it, and Sergeant Bard signaled for me to open the hatch. It was the last thing I wanted to do, but as happens so often in the army, I had no choice. I took a deep breath, bent down, then flung the door open and jumped back in one fluid motion to avoid any gunfire. Nothing but silence came up from the hole in the floor. I crept forward and peered down over the edge, but could see nothing except an old wooden ladder leading down into the darkness. Someone produced a flashlight and now we could see a stone floor at the bottom of the shaft. About 20 feet below, we began to argue amongst ourselves over who would be first down the hole. But Sergeant Bard cut us off with a hand signal, ordering us to shut up and listen. From somewhere in the darkness below came a weak, ghostly groan. I stepped back in fear and met the gaze of the soldier across from me. His eyes were wide and the color had drained from his face. We turned to the sergeant and I tried not to meet his eyes. terrified he might select me to go down first. Sergeant Bard gave a grim smile and said that since he was the only one with a Thompson submachine gun, and on account of all the rest of us being worthless chicken shits, he'd go first. I could have kissed him for that. We all waited, tightly gripping our rifles and holding our breaths, while he clambered down the ladder and disappeared out of sight into the darkness beyond. 30 terrifying seconds went by. Then a minute, and still we heard nothing from him. We stood looking at each other, no one wanting to be the first to break the silence and admit that something had gone wrong. Finally, after what felt like an eternity, we heard his voice echoing back up from the end of a long hallway. He yelled for us to get our asses down there, and to send a runner for the medic. We climbed down the ladder one by one and found ourselves in a long stone hallway which seemed to head in the direction of the house. At the end of that cold, damp passageway I could see the light from Sergeant Bard's flashlight, and we made our way towards it. We arrived to find the source of the groans we had heard. A dying German lay supine on the ground, bathed in the light from Sergeant Bard's flashlight. 8 rifles were immediately leveled at the wounded man, but he seemed not to notice. His eyes were wide and white, and he seemed to look right through us as he muttered something quietly to himself over and over. A wave of pity for the man washed over me, and I lowered my rifle, kneeled down next to him, and brought my canteen to his lips. He stopped his mumbling for a moment to take a sip, and I finally got a good look at him. He wore the gray-green service uniform of an NCO in the Waffen-SS, an elite force of fanatical soldiers that made up the armed wing of the Nazi Party, and had pledged their loyalty to Hitler alone, though the cuff bands and shoulder boards displayed strange symbols and insignia I had not seen before. And in place of the Totenkopf death head was the profile of a snarling wolf with crossed lightning bolts behind it and Germanic runes around it. His hands had been reduced to bloody tatters and bright white bony nubs, and his torso was torn open, exposing his entrails, which had spilled out onto the ground. It was a miracle he was still alive, though my combat experience told me that he would not be for much longer. Even with medical aid, behind him stood a large steel double door, well out of place in this dank, ancient-looking stone passageway. The wounded man's service rifle was wedged across both doors and held in place by 2 bars handles, preventing the door from opening from the inside. Sergeant Bard reminded me that this man was an enemy and still potentially a threat. He ordered me back to my feet and said that by breaking protocol, I had just volunteered to open the door. I stood up, swallowed hard, and approached the door, but as I did, the bloody remnants of the wounded German's hand shot out and wrapped around my ankle. His eyes had cleared, and now he was looking at me instead through me. He was absolutely terrifying. His voice rose to a yell and words tumbled from his mouth at a breakneck speed, though I understood none of it as we had neglected to bring a translator. Someone poked him in the ribs with a toe and told him to shut up. His hand dropped away, but it only seemed to encourage his yelling. He grew louder and louder, and as I turned back towards the door, I could now understand what he was saying. It was one word over and over, one of the few German words I did know. Nein, 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 no, no, no. I did my best to ignore him and press on. I reached out for the rifle that was wedged in the door handles, and just as my hand touched it, the world suddenly exploded around me into bright flashes and the roar of gunfire. I turned around to find Sergeant Bard standing there looking grim, smoke slowly rising from the barrel of his Thompson. At my feet I saw that the Kraut had pulled a Luger from his belt and spent his last breath trying to stop me. Lucky for me, Bard had my back. He gave me a nod and a half smile and signaled for me to continue. The rest of the squad took defensive positions and prepared to breach the door. Having seen the Germans so willing to die, and in such an obviously futile attempt at stopping me from getting to whatever was behind that door, I'd decided I'd better proceed more cautiously. I crouched down and prepared to pull the rifle and immediately jump out of the way of the doors. I had it all played out in my head, but when the time actually came, everything went wrong. The instant the butt of the rifle cleared the handle of the first door, both immediately flew open, the left door slamming into my side. The pain stunned me for a moment, and before I realized what was happening, I was falling to the ground under a tide of gray-green uniforms, cold, heavy flesh, and the stench of death. I hit the stone floor hard. The lights went out and I couldn't move. Something thick, salty and lukewarm dripped steadily from above me onto my mouth and face, and I tasted copper. When I tried to lift my hand to wipe my face, I found they were both stuck under the weight. I looked up to see the ashen corpse face of a dead German soldier. A dark gray helmet was still strapped to his head, but his eyes had been torn out of his face, and the bones between his eye sockets had been ripped out, making his upper face look like one giant eye socket. I remember thinking it looked like the skull of a cyclops from one of them Greek myths. In moments like these, I've found that time sometimes slows down and you find yourself pondering the strangest things, completely unrelated to horrors going on around you. Maybe that's a good thing. After a few moments of knowing what it's like to lay alive and alone buried in a mass grave, I heard someone yell out, "All clear," and my squad finally pulled the corpses off me. There had been 4 of them piled on. All of them must have been pushed up against the door right on top of each other when they died. Trying to get out, they were torn to shreds and full of holes, their internal organs gutted from behind like hollowed-out pumpkins made into jack-o'-lanterns. Whoever killed these men had done it up close and personal and hadn't been worried about leaving mess. I'd seen a lot of people turned into corpses since landing in France, but these ones had been done with the most brutality, the most hatred. The bodies left in absolute ruin that was barely recognizable as human. It was the most horrible thing I had seen in the war. Up until that point, I'd be seeing a lot worse before the night was through. I took a moment to wipe my face, have a sip of water, and regain my composure. Then I followed my squad into the room beyond. It was icy cold and pitch black except for the few spots of light provided by our flashlights. I'd lost mine somewhere in France a few weeks early, so I had to stay close to the guy in front of me and try to get by using his light. Almost immediately I hear guys around me start stumbling and tripping over things in the darkness. Someone in front of me tumbled over, landing with a wet squishing noise followed by a spat of loud cursing. Bard ordered us to halt and sweep the area with our lights. To get an idea of our surroundings, it was a single large room, about the size of the perimeter of the foundation of the house we now stood beneath. It was cold and clammy, and everything, the walls, floor, and ceiling, was built of stone. To my young American eyes, it looked just as I imagined the dungeon of a medieval castle would look. I actually don't think I was far from the truth on that one. Corpses littered the floor, spread out everywhere, some alone off by themselves. Others piled atop one another or gathered in small groups. There must have been 30 dead men down there at least. Some in the same gray-green uniforms the SS soldier in the hall had worn. Others in white lab's coat, now stained red. That's what the men had been tripping over. Some of the corpses were little more than assorted limbs, bones, and piles of offal barely recognizable as human. Others looked like they had been butchered and partially consumed. They must not have been dead for too long, because the stench wasn't completely overwhelming just yet, though I still had to work hard not to gag from the sight alone. In a small clearing in the corpses, I spotted a group of candles standing on the floor. I pulled out my Zippo and started to light them to give us a little extra illumination. I had almost finished lighting them by the time I realized they formed some kind of geometric pattern. In the glow of the candles, I could now see the floor of the clearing. Written there on the stones, in what I knew must be blood, was some kind of large circular sigil that looked straight out of hell itself. Lines criss-crossed one another throughout the circle, queer and unnatural but also somehow familiar. Words of dead languages, esoteric runes, and other stranger alien symbols were laced in between the lines, all in dark red blood. I stepped back in surprise, and out of fear, but also out of respect. I swear I could feel some kind of power coming from it. Like a strange and awesome cloud of dark electricity hovering over the sigil. Behind it I found a lectern with what I at first thought was an animal on top, but when I got closer realized was an ancient-looking book, laid open and bound with the thick fur of some kind of animal. On one of the open pages was a drawing of the sigil I had just seen on the floor. On the other page was what appeared to be a list or instructions, handwritten in what I was pretty sure wasn't German, and definitely wasn't English. I called over a few of the guys to check it out. One of them was Catholic and said he thought the writing was in Latin, though maybe an older version of it because he didn't hardly recognize any of the words, except for part of the title at the top which read, Mutatio Vitae. He wasn't quite sure what that meant either. Someone in the far back of the room let out a cry and we cut away from the book and ran back there to see what was going on. Hopping over corpses along the way. The back of the room was shaped like a T, and to the left, we found a large iron cage against the back wall. Inside were 3 men, starved and emaciated, their arms pulled up over their heads and chained to rings at the top of the cage. Each had long, unkempt hair and beards. They wore nothing but filthy rags around their waists. The one on the left had a large frizzy tangle of hair on his head and a 6-digit number tattooed on his arm. The one in the middle had the dark skin and features of the gypsies and a large scar down his left cheek. The third man was tall with pale skin, dark blonde hair, and a straight nose. He had brown eyes, which I knew because he was the only one of the prisoners that was conscious. He began to speak in a foreign language, which I think must have been Russian. His cracking voice so hoarse and low we could barely hear it. Someone tried to hold a canteen to his lips through the bars, but he was just out of reach. Sergeant Bard yelled for everyone to start looking around for keys so we could get him out of that cage. But the man began to laugh. A sick wheezing sound. He looked up at us and began to say over and over again, "Amerikansky, Amerikansky, Amerikansky." At first we thought he was referring to us, and we reassured him that, yes, we were Americans and were here to help him. He just laughed his mad laughter, shook his head, repeated, "Amerikansky," and began to lift his leg and point across the room with his foot. We followed his gaze to where he was directing us and found, in the midst of several Germans whose faces had been torn or chewed off, was a skinny black man, completely naked and lying on his stomach. Blood trickled from at least 25 bullet holes in his back. I knelt down and carefully rolled him over, revealing many more bullet holes as well as a U.S. Army Air Force tattoo of a warplane with its tail painted red and the words, 99th Pursuit Squadron, etched above his heart. I thought for sure he was dead, but when I put my hand in front of his face I felt a weak breath of air. The shiny metal hilt of a knife protruded from the place where his shoulder blade met his neck. It looked to be made of pure silver and was engraved with swastikas and other Nazi symbols. The pommel featured a large symbol resembling a long bar with hooks on either end and a shorter horizontal bar in the middle. I recognized it as an old Germanic heraldic charge known as a Wolfsangel, which had been co-opted by the Nazis. I put my hand around it for a moment, then thought better of it and called for the medic who'd just recently arrived down the ladder. He took one look at the man and said that it was an absolute miracle he was even still alive, but pilot POW or not, there was nothing that could be done for him. At that the pilot began to stir and try to talk. I leaned in close and he whispered in my ear, "Outside, take me outside." I told the rest of the squad what he had said. Sergeant Bard nodded his head and told me to grant his request, while the rest searched for the keys to the cage and any other clues about what this place was. I hoisted the man's thin frame up onto my shoulders and began the long trudge back down the hallway, up the stairs, and out of the barn. It was a struggle to be sure, but I eventually made it, and I laid him down on a patch of soft grass, his face bathed in the pale moonlight. The least I could do was help him die out in the open in the fresh air. Instead of down in that crypt, I looked down for a moment at the bullet-riddled young man, and I could feel my heart aching in my chest as I watched the life draining from his eyes. His mouth was moving as if he was trying to say something, though no words came out. I tousled his hair like an older brother, then lied and told him everything was going to be okay, silently cursing the Nazis for the millionth time. Then I stood up and shouldered my rifle to head back down into that dungeon. For the second time that night, a hand shot out and grabbed me around the ankle. I looked down to find a look of desperation and intense strain on the man's face. He motioned with 2 fingers for me to come back, and I bent back down over him like before. He leaned his head up towards mine and, taking the sides of my face in his hands, he whispered, "Please, don't leave, please, get it out of me. You have get it out of me." I pointed to the hilt sticking out his shoulder, and he nodded weakly and looked relieved. I told him that it might kill him. He said nothing, but his eyes were smiling. I gripped the silver hilt, counted to 3, and tugged on the blade, which pulled free from his flesh with a sick sucking sound. Blood began to shoot out in spurts. though it quickly died down into a trickle. I looked him in the eyes then, knowing I was the last thing he would ever see, and waited for the light of his life to flicker out. He was still grinning. It made me glad to see that he would die smiling. I'd seen far too many go out screaming in agony in this God-forsaken war. I laid his head back gently in the grass and stood back up, looming over his body for a moment in silent prayer. I was about to turn and head back, when a flash of movement on his body caught my attention out of the corner of my eye. I examined him closer to find that it had been one of the bullets lodged in his chest, somehow extricating itself. As I watched, the bullet pushed further and further out of the wound, until it popped out completely and rolled down his chest onto the grass below. Before my eyes, the bullet hole seemed to sew itself back up, the flesh once again becoming whole, the wound disappearing completely. Then it happened to another of the bullets lodged in his body. Then another, and another. Over and over the slugs fell from his body and the wounds healed themselves. His ebony skin seemed to almost glow as it drank in the cold moonlight. I looked down in shock at the knife still in my hand, which was actually more of dagger. It was formed from a single piece of silver, blade hilt and all. Tiny scripts in dozens of languages were inscribed along the length of the blade. I tucked it into my belt and made a dash for the trapdoor in the barn. By the time I got there, I was on the verge of panic, and I screamed down the hole for everyone to get up here and see this. A few exasperated groans echoed down the hallway below, but I could hear them coming. Sergeant Bard and a few others came up and I rushed them over to where the Tuskegee Airman lay. But when we got there, he was gone, his body replaced by a bloody patch staining the bright dewy grass red. The sergeant asked me what was going on. Where had the freed prisoner gone? I began to explain what I had just seen, the bullet wounds healing themselves, but was interrupted by a loud rustling in the bushes in front of us. We raised our rifles up, trained them on the bush, and stood silently listening. None of us were prepared for what we were about to see. Out from the bush stepped the largest, blackest, meanest-looking wolf I have ever seen. It was broad-shouldered, squat, and muscular, especially on its back legs. It was at least twice the size of a regular wolf, almost like a small horse, and our shoulders stood about at an equal level. Thick fur, black as midnight, surrounded its muscular frame. It snarled, foam dripping from its maw, and stared at me. Its eyes glowed bright red in the darkness. No one fired. No one even breathed. We all stood paralyzed, as if collectively hypnotized by this unnatural beast before us. A growl rose in its throat and it took a step forward. I don't know how or why, but my thoughts turned to the knife in my belt. I drew it out and held it up in the air. It looked cold and deadly there, shining harshly in the moonlight. The wolf's eyes snapped to blade for a moment. Then it sat back on its haunch, stared up into the sky and let out a blood-curdling howl, so loud and so terrible that myself and the men around me covered our ears with our hands. I closed my eyes and prayed I'd get out of this somehow. I don't know if the wolf creature was afraid of that silver knife, or if it seeing it there in my hands only reminded it of who I was and what I had done for it. But whatever the reason, when it finished howling, the wolf turned and trotted off towards the forest at the edge of the manor property line. It glanced back at us once over its shoulder, and then disappeared into the evergreen trees. It slipped off into the countryside, into a war-torn land of chaos and confusion, the perfect environment for a wolf to hunt and kill and thrive. We sat in stunned silence for a few moments. No one daring to speak or move. No one wanting to accidentally lure that terrible beast back here. Finally, someone asked if that had really just happened. That seemed to break the spell, and we all stood there shaking our heads. Sergeant Bard came up to me, grabbing me by the collar, and demanded to know every single thing that had happened to the black pilot leading up to this point. I recounted my tale of insta-regeneration and wolf transformation to him. He just nodded his head. It didn't seem like he believed me. And yet, he didn't have a choice. He had seen it too. He ordered us to form a defensive perimeter and calmly asked the radio man to put in a call to base. We waited there for several hours as the call went up the chain of command. Finally, a black unmarked truck showed up and a group of men in gas masks and body armor hopped out, followed by a full bird colonel I had never heard of before by the name of Arkwright. He congratulated us on a job well done, said that his unit had been assigned to clean up duty and would take it from here, and told us to head back to camp for chow and hot showers. We stood there shell-shocked as the troops headed into the barn and down into the tunnel. After a few minutes, Sergeant Bard turned and started to walk silently back to town, and the rest of us followed. Glancing over my shoulder, the last things I saw were a soldier delicately carrying the fur-covered book I had seen on the lectern, and another two carrying the Russian prisoner out on a stretcher and loading him into the truck. Then a cloud passed over the moon, obscuring the scene from view, and we walked back onto the cobbled streets towards the semblance of civilization. Though they had been extirpated from Germany for almost 50 years. Somewhere out in the night a lone wolf howled mournfully at the moon. The next morning we received orders to head east over the Rhine and back into the fight. And by the day's end we were getting shot at once again. We had no choice but to move on and try to forget about what we had seen. And for a while, we did. It was necessary in order to survive in battle. But once the war ended, and I had plenty of time to think, I've replayed that night over and over in my head 1,000 times. There's so much I can't explain. So much I can't understand. Something horrible happened down in that dungeon. Some wicked satanic ritual or occult experiment. The Nazis created an abomination that wasn't meant to be. And now I can't unsee it. For the next few months we heard whispered rumors from the refugees we passed of serial killers that could turn into wolves by dressing in their fur that were rampaging through the countryside, taking advantage of the chaos of war, terrorizing and feeding upon their victims. Most soldiers laughed these off as the superstitions of terrified peasants, but for my squad, things were different. I have no idea what that thing was. But if I had to guess, I'd say it's damn near immortal. And there's a good chance it still stalks the woods of Germany today, looking for victims, hunting for revenge, hoping to wash away the wrongs of the past with torrents of blood. To this day, I say a prayer every evening for anyone unlucky enough to cross its path on a dark night when the moon is full in the sky. Gramps finished his story and leaned back in his rocking chair, eyes clenched tightly. Finally he let out a sigh, opened his eyes, and turned to me. "You see, grandson, I believe the actual Operation Werewolf was something very different from what the history books say. I was there. I saw it with my own eyes. I'm one of the few who knows. Sworn to secrecy after the war. Once I'd given them everything I knew about the encounter. That's all they wanted. Information. Now then, is there anything you want to ask me? I didn't want to ask. Didn't want to insult him. But I had to know. My lips were already forming the question before I could even think to stop them. Did it really happen? Gramps smiled back at me. He reached down, unsnapped something from his belt, and tossed it to me. It was a scabbard. I drew the knife out, turned it over in my hands, looking at it long and hard. It was one solid piece of silver, blade, hilt, and all. The blade was inscribed with strange symbols and the runic scripts of arcane languages. Swastikas and other Nazi symbols were carved into the hilt, and on the pommel was an ornately decorated symbol of an old Germanic heraldic charge. A wolf's angel. Story. People go missing on my grandparents' property. But the view is just fantastic. My grandparents bought their cabin in the spring of 1965. For the sake of privacy, I am going to be extremely vague while describing the property, but it is somewhere in the Rockies on a small and relatively undeveloped lake. There's a smattering of cottages and cabins around the water, but it is mostly pristine and absolutely gorgeous. They were completely smitten and bought it after visiting once. The cabin itself was relatively small and quaint but incredibly cozy with a stunning view of the lake. A single grand room with the kitchen in the left corner. On the right side were 2 bedrooms with a small bathroom in between. A ladder in the corner led up to the tiny loft area where the kids always slept. That first summer there was absolutely phenomenal. According to my grandmother, she was in love with the view of the lake and the handsome mountains in the distance. They were up almost every weekend, hosting parties and barbecues, indulging in a summer of swimming and bonfires and running the woods. She did admit there was one spot in the corner of their 10 acres that she never did like. She stumbled upon it in the first 2 weeks while out exploring the property. It was in a small clearing in a sort of gully between 2 large hills at the back corner of the property, where their acreage butted against a state park. A feeling of dread washed over her as she crested the hill and looked down and saw a smear of gray in the clearing below. She felt her hackles rise and became acutely aware of a feeling like she was being watched. Carefully making her way down the hill, the feeling only intensified. It felt dead. Everything was a little dimmer there. The forest sounds were hushed and the air felt heavy. The smear turned out to be an area, roughly a circle, about 15 feet across. Any seeds which found it their fate to grow there grew small and twisted, failing to thrive. Even the squirrels and birds seemed to avoid it. Feeling something was very off, she hurried back up the hill, worried it was a bear or mountain lion that made her feel so ill at ease there. She encouraged the children to avoid that area and always avoided it herself when she could. She reassured herself by reasoning it was a geothermal phenomenon and put it firmly out of her mind. Eventually summer gave way to autumn and my grandparents began preparing for a long winter of skiing and ice fishing. They chopped and prepared firewood for the wood-burning stove in the main room, carefully stacking it in a small lean-to on the side of the cabin. It was early November and there was finally enough snow for them to embark on the first ski weekend of the season, and they were thrilled to be so close to several different ski resorts. My grandparents left the kids at home and went with their longtime friends, Bea and Al. The couples arrived shortly before dark on Friday evening and settled in for a weekend of fun. They had dinner and drinks and sat around the table chain smoking cigarettes while playing cards. As my grandmother tells it, they went to sleep sometime around 10:30 as they wanted to be up with the sun and be ready to hit the slopes by the time the runs opened. They bid their good nights and tucked into their beds. It was at about midnight that everyone was awakened by a ruckus being made at the front door. Fierce pounding rattled the door on its hinges. Everybody convened in the living room to see what was going on. Groggy and confused, they were in a very rural area. The driveway was over a half-mile long and ran off of a rarely traveled dirt road. It was well below freezing outside and snowing, so a visitor of any sort seemed unlikely. My grandmother voiced what her mind went to thinking: it was a bear. They stood in a sort of shocked silence as they watched the door jiggle from the force of whatever was on the other side. Suddenly, the banging stopped and a woman's voice called out to them, "Please, let me inside, please. It's so cold out and I have my baby with me." Al stepped forward towards the door, reaching for the latch, but something about the tone, something about the entire situation had my grandma feeling suspicious. Something wasn't right and she couldn't put her finger on it. "Don't," my grandma whispered fiercely to Al before he unlocked the door. He paused with his hand in midair. "Something about this isn't right. I don't know what, but I really don't think we should open the door." The room broke into whispered arguments. Al thought it was ridiculous to ignore a woman and child in need. Bea was backing him up. Even Grandpa felt unsure about it, but he trusted his wife. She had been right about a lot of little things before, like the time she insisted on turning around and going home when they had not left 15 minutes before because she had a feeling. They came home to a smoldering fire behind the refrigerator that surely would have burnt their house down if they hadn't caught it when they had. His guts twisted at the thought of whoever was on the other side of that door being as devastating as a house fire to trigger this reaction in his wife, who normally wouldn't hesitate to give a stranger the shirt off her back. Their bickering was interrupted by the door banging. And again, a woman's voice pleading at them through the thick wood planks. "Please, let me inside, please. It's so cold out and I have my baby with me." They all listened to this mystery woman as she repeated verbatim what she had said a minute ago. But now they were more aware of a flatness to her voice, an almost mechanical sort of rote quality to it. Everyone stood very still and quiet, making eye contact that showed they understood now what had triggered my grandma's suspicion. "Please, let me inside, please. It's so cold out and I have my baby with me," the woman said in the same off tone. "Wah, wah, wah." She began imitating a baby cry, pitching her voice up, but still the same bizarre monotony to it. My grandma said she got an icy feeling in her gut and her face got hot as her heart began pumping adrenaline. Something was seriously wrong with whoever was outside. Everyone was frozen in place, eyes locked on the door. 4 Grecian statues in flannel pajamas and slippers. Whoever it was began scratching on the door like an animal. "Please let me in. I know you're in there. I can hear you all." Her voice sounded like it was getting frantic. The banging began again and she began screaming, "Let me in! Let me in! Let me in!" over and over again. It took several minutes, but eventually the banging stopped and she quieted down. Grandpa George suggested they all head back to bed and look around outside when it was light. They hesitantly shuffled back to beds, feeling a lot less cozy and comfortable than they had in the same position just 15 minutes ago. They prepared for a night of restless sleep and tried to drift off. The banging continued intermittently for the next few hours, but seemed to finally come to a stop. My grandparents fell asleep and woke around 7:30 when the sun was beginning to rise. They opened their bedroom door and walked into the main room, and my grandma felt her stomach drop when she saw the door wasn't locked anymore. She felt furious with B and Al because one of them had obviously unlocked the door. She couldn't believe the foolhardiness. She rapped on their bedroom door and swung it open before they even could respond. But only B was in the bed. She woke up shocked and obviously groggy. B had no idea what was going on. Putting on her robe, B came out into the main room with them. "What's going on?" she asked. "Did you or Al unlock the door last night?" my grandma asked. B looked uncomfortable and stared down at her feet. She explained that Al hadn't been able to handle the banging. Even if something was off with the woman, she still deserved their help. He had thought my grandmother was being unnecessarily cruel to deny someone shelter in the cold and snow. B had begged him not to, but he got dressed and snuck out into the main room and had gone outside to help. B had tried to stay up and wait for him, but she eventually fell asleep until just now. They checked the bathroom and the loft space, but Al was definitely not in the cabin. Maybe he had gone to the main road to help her with a car repair? Or helped lead her along the lake trail to another cabin with more accommodating occupants. They quickly dressed and opened the door, and they all stood in a distinctly distressed silence as they only saw a single set of footprints heading away from the cabin into the woods. There was no sign of a woman's footprints whatsoever, just Al's large boot prints disappearing into the tree line. My grandpa grabbed his shotgun and he and my grandma headed out to follow the tracks to try and find Al, leaving B behind in case Al came back of his own accord. It was difficult terrain to navigate in the snow. Some areas they had to wade through waist-high drifts and struggled up snowy hills and down icy rocks. They had no idea how or why Al had done this on his own in the pitch dark and were honestly expecting to find him with his neck broken at the bottom of every hill they summited. Unfamiliar with the stark winter appearance of her happy woods, it took my grandma a moment to realize they were heading closer and closer to the dead zone. Sure enough, they followed his footsteps to the top of a hill and they could see down into the gully, the clearing where nothing grew. Even in winter, it was still drab and gray. The snow seemed to melt from that area and gently steamed, reassuring my grandmother of its geothermal properties. Far less reassuring was that they could see Al's footsteps leading up to the dead spot. But no Al and no more footsteps anywhere else in the gully. It was like he vanished. They made their way down the hill and canvassed the area. They saw no sign of him. They looked all over, calling for him for over half an hour before they decided they needed to head to town and get the police involved. It took almost an hour for them to make it back, and B was frantic with worry when she saw them come back without him. A day that was supposed to be filled with skiing and hot toddies by the lodge fireplace had turned into a nightmarish blur of police interviews, organizing search parties, and canvassing every square inch of the property and surrounding park, trying to find any sign of Al or the supposed woman who had been banging on the door. By the time it got dark, my grandparents were exhausted. B got taken into town by the police because she didn't want to stay at the cabin. Honestly, neither did they. But they were too exhausted to make the drive to a hotel, and they wanted someone to be there in case Al miraculously reappeared. They slept with the shotgun by the bed. Banging on the door woke them up at about midnight. Their hearts felt a few moments of elation, believing it might be Al. When instead they heard, "Please, let me inside, please. It's so cold out and I have my baby with me." Spirits brought back down to earth. They held each other and listened. As sporadically through the night, whatever it was, tried to plead its way through the door before it apparently gave up and they were finally able to sleep. The next day went very much the same. Scrambling over snowy acres with a search party looking for any trace of their friend and finding nothing. My grandparents had to go back home and they left begrudgingly, feeling like they'd failed their friend by not being able to find him. For taking him up there, for not hearing him leave and stopping him. Layers of guilt anyone involved with a beloved friend's disappearance would naturally feel. After a few days, the search party was called off as it was presumed Al was dead by this point and the terrain was rugged and dangerous for the crew. My grandparents went sporadically through the winter to continue searching their property in the state park. They never heard from him again, but they did hear from the woman at the door. It only took a few trips that winter for them to give up on finding Al and to be too scared of that flat, demanding voice coming from the outside. They seriously discussed selling the place, seeing as it would be permanently blighted by Al's disappearance and the crippling fear they felt whenever they heard that imitated baby cry through the door. My grandma was hesitant, though. She really had fallen in love with this land and the cabin. Looking at the mountains over the lake made her feel like her heart was soaring through the clouds. It was such an intense and pure beauty that it made her heart ache in a deliciously wistful way. She felt like she would regret passing this place on to other people, both for what she would lose, but also what she would be exposing an innocent new buyer to. They didn't return until spring when all the snow had melted. The first night back up there, my grandma lay awake anxiously awaiting the banging to start around midnight. But it never came, nor did it come the next night. They came back up for a few more weekends, but they didn't hear from the lady at the door. After that, the anxiety faded away and a sense of security was restored. They all slept peacefully in their beds after days gallivanting about the lake and through the woods. Eventually the snow fell and they went up for another attempt at a ski trip. But the first night there with snow on the ground, the thing came back and began going through the exact same motions. They winterized the cabin the next day and didn't come back until spring. So, that became the tradition. The family was never made privy to the tragic disappearance of Al. He became a hidden chapter of my grandparents' lives. They didn't tell their kids for fear of scaring them. Us grandkids didn't really question growing up why we never went in the winter. My grandma just told me it was too cold and drafty up there and that it was far more pleasant and cozy at the ski lodge when we wanted to indulge in winter sports. That worked until I got into college in the early 2000s and word got out in my friend group about my family cabin on the lake. I was able to avoid anyone asking to use it until my friend Cody got it into his head to convince me to sneak up one December to use it as a base camp for a weekend of skiing. "No one will know," he said. "We can invite girls," he implored. "It's sitting empty," he whined. I was 19 at the time and knew nothing about Al's tragic disappearance or any spooky door banging at the cabin during winter. So regrettably, I caved. The plan was for Cody and I to go up Thursday night and get things set up at the cabin and shoveled. We were going to skip classes Friday and snowboard until it was time for the girls to get up in the evening, where we would greet them and officially start the weekend. We got there and I was awed by the stark beauty of the terrain in winter. I'd never seen the lake frozen. How serene it was in the cold sunlight. The cabin looked quaint and cozy with the snow piled around it. We both pointed and laughed in delight at a woodpecker fluttering from tree to tree around the cabin, banging away at the dead trees in the afternoon sunlight. We set to work and started shoveling off pathways and started a fire inside to warm it up. Something I hadn't considered was the pump to the well being shut off for the winter, so we would have to use the old outhouse. I hoped the girls wouldn't mind, but using a cold outhouse would quickly fall to the bottom of my concerns after night fell and I found out why we don't use the cabin in the winter. Cody and I were still up at midnight, drinking beers and playing cards, when we both flew out of our seats as the door started banging so hard I could hear the jamb creak against the pressure. Chests heaving, we both stared at the door in shock. Neither of us had heard a car or any footsteps outside. It was so quiet out. You could easily hear a car driving on the main road a half-mile away, let alone someone's footsteps crunching in the snow outside. We heard a woman on the other side of the door, crying and yelling, "Please, let me inside, please. It's so cold out and I have my baby with me." Something about the way she said it sounded too weird to me. I felt goosebumps shoot down my arms. Cody made like he was heading towards the door to open it, and before I could even think about it, I made a quick tisk noise to make him look at me and vigorously shook my head for him to not move towards the door. He vigorously nodded his head back at me and jerked his shoulders up and motioned to the door with both arms and an exasperated face. Like, "Come on man, it's some chick with a baby." I couldn't shake it though. I couldn't believe neither of us hadn't heard a thing as she came up to the door. No cars, no snow, no boots on the porch. We were interrupted by more banging on the door as whoever was on the other side proceeded to plead their case. "Please, let me inside, please. It's so cold out and I have my baby with me. We cannot open the door. I have a really bad feeling about this. It would have been obvious to anyone outside there were people in the cabin. But I instinctively wanted to stay quiet and had leaned in to whisper to Cody, "I don't know if this is a trap for a robbery or what, but let's just go to bed, man." The banging continued and I think the bizarre nature of this whole exchange sunk in for Cody a bit and he nodded his head in agreement. We tiptoed to our beds and tried to fall asleep with the weird commotion on the front porch. I had just drifted off when I thought I heard the door latch shut. I wrote it off and thought Cody must have been using the bathroom, but I never heard him go back to his bedroom. Suddenly feeling suspicious and more awake, I got up and checked. The front door was no longer locked and Cody was nowhere in the cabin. I opened the door and with the porch light, I could just see what I thought was a man-sized figure disappear into the tree line across the yard. Wondering what the fuck Cody was thinking, I quickly threw on some jeans and boots, grabbing my coat, hat, and a flashlight as I ran out the door to go after him. It had begun snowing, which obscured what I could see, but I noted there was only one pair of boot prints heading out the door and through the yard that I began following into the woods. It was very rugged terrain and quite difficult to follow his path. I couldn't fathom what he was doing out here by himself. I tried to move along as quickly as possible. He had only a few minutes lead on me, but I couldn't even see him through the falling snow and thick trees. Eventually, I crested a hill and finally saw Cody standing down at the bottom. What I was seeing didn't make sense to me, though. It looked like he was wearing a cloak of some sort. It obscured his head like a hood and draped down his whole body. And he was standing in front of a circle of black in the ground where the snow didn't accumulate. As my brain struggled to figure out what was draped over him, the ground shuddered and a gaping hole in the black earth opened up right in front of Cody. Adrenaline kicked in and I half slid and half ran down the hill, trying to get to him and pull him back. When I got up to him and shined the flashlight on him, I realized the cloak was pink and slimy looking. The inside of the sinkhole that had just opened in front of us looked similarly pink and slimy. A reek of death and rot filled the air in the gully. Confused, I reached for his shoulder with my free hand, touching the cloak, and swung Cody around to face me. The texture of the slime and tissue that surrounded him made me think of saliva and a tongue. A massive tongue to a massive creature. I saw Cody's face and gasped. It looked like he was being digested. The skin on his face was melting off in clumps, revealing the musculature underneath. His left eyebrow dripped off. The tissue surrounding him pulsated. He let out a small whimpery moan, and before I could even process, he fell into the steaming pit with the tongue still wrapped around him. The ground quickly snapped back shut, like it had never happened, except for a gentle steam in the air. I stood in shock for just a moment before I began running. I scrambled back up the hill and ran all the way back to the cabin, my mind racing. It was snowing so hard by this point. Our footprints from the way in were already becoming obscured. I thankfully was able to find my way back in my panicked state before the snow completely covered our tracks. It wasn't until I got back to the yard that I noticed my hand burning and realized the slime from the whatever that was still on my hand. I frantically washed my hand in the snow, horrified at the thought of my skin melting away like Cody's. I lost some skin on my palm, but it wasn't as bad as it could have been. I took a moment to compose myself before I ran inside, grabbed my keys, started up my shitbox Ford and raced down the driveway as fast as the snow would let me. I was grateful the closest town was on a popular trucking route, so there was a 24-hour diner with a payphone I could use. I froze when I got to the payphone. Before I called 911, I decided to call my grandparents and be forthright about this. A kid just got swallowed into the earth on their property and I felt they deserved to know before I called the cops and a shit show started for them. It was probably 4 a.m. at this point. I was exhausted and traumatized, and the second I heard my grandma's sleepy and concerned voice on the other end of the line, I lost it and began crying. I admitted to using the cabin without her knowing and just said my friend disappeared in the night and I had to call the cops. She was very quiet for a moment. She told me to stay put at the diner, to contact the police, get a cup of coffee, and that her and Grandpa would be there in a few hours. I called the cops next and sat at the diner nursing a cup of coffee while images of Cody's face melting off kept replaying in my head. What the fuck was that thing? Did it hunt by luring people out using sympathy? Was it seriously a dismembered 6-foot-long tongue banging on our door last night? I couldn't tell the cops about this. They'd either think I was a loon or that I'd killed Cody myself. The police came and took my statement. I kept it streamlined. I just said I woke up, heard the door close, saw Cody walk into the woods by himself in the middle of the night, and that I tried to follow, but had to turn back because of the weather and terrain. It was decided with the state of the storm that they would wait until daylight and for the snow to let up before taking me back out to the property to show them where he'd walked off to. A while after, my grandparents showed up and I burst into tears again. We sat in the sticky diner booth with cups of coffee in the pale morning light and I was able to explain the whole story. I felt embarrassed for telling them such a wild story, but I almost had to say it all out loud to someone else to make it real for myself. 2. Amazingly, my grandparents looked very grave the whole time I talked and didn't chastise me for telling tales. I thought I saw a knowing glance between them when I mentioned the banging on the front door. My grandmother's face turned white when I described where and how Cody actually died. That is when they finally shared with me their side of this story and when I learned about Al disappearing the same way decades ago. Grandpa George lamented their lack of transparency with the family, but was grateful in a way to finally have closure. Grandma stayed quiet. I was honestly relieved that they believed me and had experienced the same events at the cabin. After a while, the snow let up. We all got into my grandpa's truck and made our way to the cabin to meet with police. When we got there, Grandma wandered away to look at the lake and I followed her. She looked austere, facing the mountains in the distance across the ice. I lied. I've lied for years. I always knew that thing was there. She spoke to me softly. I knew there was that evil here, on this land. The first summer I was up here, I witnessed it eat a full-grown buck. I tried to convince myself it wasn't real. After Al was taken, though, I tried to kill it. Tried to blow it up with dynamite. It didn't work. She continued to gaze out over the fresh snow, blinding white in the morning light. I watched her steel herself as she took a deep breath. I knew that evil was here. I didn't want to believe, and now we've both lost friends to it. Grandma trailed off for a moment before she continued her thought with conviction. But this view is just fantastic. I reached out and held her hand as we gazed out over the lake and mountains together. A woodpecker flew overhead. Behind us, I could hear the police arriving and talking to Grandpa. My eyes filled up with tears. Yeah, Grandma, the view is awfully fantastic, isn't it? Story. Don't look at them. Well, that's ominous? Hillary nervously chuckled as she read the lopsided words carved deeply into the wood of the peeling front door. Hillary and I, who'd both just turned 16 in the fall of 2013, had been best friends since before we could remember. Our houses were next door to each other, and our mothers discovered they were pregnant within weeks of one another. When my mom found out she was having a boy and Hillary's a girl, they, of course, instantly decided that their children would one day be married, while the romance our mothers hoped for never materialized. We were still inseparable, viewing each other more as brother and sister than potential love interests. We shared many of the same hobbies, liked the same books and movies, but the thing we bonded over most was studying the Mitchell mystery. Mr. Mitchell had been a bit of a local legend, living in near complete seclusion for the last 30 years of his life. He was only spotted publicly once a week when he would venture to the grocery store for provisions, mainly microwavable meals and vast quantities of alcohol. In the early 80s, Alfred Mitchell purchased 5 acres of land on the outskirts of town and had a new house constructed on it for him, his wife Elizabeth, and their 8-year-old twin daughters, Maggie and Marcy. Alfred had come to town to work as an engineer in the automobile factory, and Elizabeth was able to secure work as a teacher in the school the girls would be attending. They were, by all accounts, the idyllic American family. Construction on their new home was completed in the fall of 1983, and the family excitedly moved into what was supposed to be their forever home. However, shortly after the Mitchells made the move, something happened. Variations of that something were shared often on playgrounds or at parties. No two accounts were ever exactly identical, but they all contained at least one fact. On a cold night in the winter of 1983, Elizabeth, Maggie, and Marcy simply vanished. Hillary and I were aspiring journalists and were working on an article for the school paper to commemorate the 30th anniversary of the disappearances. We spent months combing through old police records and newspaper articles as well as interviewing locals who were alive at the time to come up with the following account of the events, which we believed to be reliably accurate. It was on a Tuesday morning that there were the first inklings of something amiss. Maggie and Marcy's teacher found they were absent when she took roll, and when she went to Elizabeth's classroom to inquire if the girls were sick, she found a room full of rowdy children, but no teacher. It was quite unlike Elizabeth to miss work without notice so that the school could find a substitute. And all 3 of them had been present on Monday looking perfectly healthy. Concern grew. The school first made several calls to the Mitchell home, but received no answer. They then called over to the factory where Alfred worked and found that he had not shown up that day either. They'd been trying to reach him too. After one more failed attempt to raise the Mitchells at their house, the school called the police to see if someone could go and check on them. What they found sparked the biggest scandal our town had ever seen. When 2 officers arrived on the property, they saw the front door was wide open, and there were fresh footprints in the snow leading to the shed on the side of the house. Strangely, they noted that whoever had made them had been barefoot. They then announced themselves as the police and called for the Mitchells, but received no response from within. Drawing their weapons, they entered the home, shouting for anyone inside to show themselves and come out with their hands up, and were met with more silence. Yet as they made their way deeper within, they started to hear something coming up the basement steps and through the open basement door. Digging. It was the distinct sound of a shovel hitting dirt, and the labored breaths of a man working. They called down the steps to who they now suspected to be Mr. Mitchell. "Mr. Mitchell, Alfred Mitchell, is that you? Alfred, it's the police. Come out now." The digging continued. Listening more closely, they heard mumblings between the strikes. No, 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 they're down here. They're okay. Just a little further. Just need to keep digging. Just a little deeper. The police decided to head down and investigate, and when they reached the bottom, they found Alfred, who was still in his pajamas and was covered in dirt. It was clear that he had been the one who'd run out to the shed, as he was surrounded by tools, a pickaxe, a sledgehammer, spades, and shovels of various sizes. He'd used them to punch a hole roughly 3 feet in diameter through the 3-inch concrete floor, and had dug down about 4 feet down already. One officer trained his weapon on Alfred while the other approached him from behind. They both continued to call his name and told him to drop the shovel. But it was like he couldn't hear them. Manically and furiously, he just continued to hack at the dirt until the officer wrapped him up around the chest and tackled him to the ground. It was only as he hit the floor and they wrestled the shovel away from him that he seemed to even notice they were there. Wildly he screamed, "No, let me go. I must keep digging. I have to save them." Efforts to calm him were fruitless, so they handcuffed him and dragged him kicking and screaming to their squad car. All the while, he cursed them for stopping him. "You have to let me go. I can still save them. You're killing them. Let me go, you bastards." They decided it would be best to get him away from the house if they were going to question him, and waited for more officers to arrive on scene to continue to search for the Mitchell women before driving a hysterical Alfred to the station. Once there, they calmed him enough to answer a few questions by telling him that there were officers at the house continuing the search, and that they'd let him join them once he gave them the information they needed. When asked where were his wife and daughters, he responded, "Under the house." They asked, "What do you mean? They're under the house?" He replied, "They're in the hole." "What hole?" "The hole under the house." "The hole you dug?" "No." "Did you put them in the hole?" "No." "Did you hurt your family?" "No." "Alfred, where is your family?" "They're in the hole. I need to go back and get them. Let me go." Back in hysterics, he threw the chair he'd been sitting in at an officer's head, at which point they deemed the interview over and locked him in a holding cell. In the meantime, the police made calls to every Mitchell relative and friend they could reach, hoping someone might have heard from or seen Elizabeth or the girls. No one had since the previous day. Given Alfred's strange statements and behavior, suspicion of something nefarious mounted. While Alfred was being questioned, officers continued to search the Mitchell house and property for any trace of the women, alive or otherwise, yet they found nothing. Both Elizabeth's and Alfred's cars were still in the garage, so Elizabeth hadn't simply driven away with the girls in the night. And all of Elizabeth's and the girls' belongings were left behind: clothes, dolls, toothbrushes. The more they searched, the less likely it seemed that they'd left of their own volition. But there was also no evidence to indicate otherwise. There were no signs of a struggle in the house or vehicles, no bloodstains, or areas that looked like they'd gone through a recent deep cleaning. The only tracks in the snow were those of Alfred going to and from the shed, so they hadn't left on foot via the surrounding woods, as it was the only lead Alfred gave them. They radioed from the station to the house to check the basement for another hole as well as investigate the one Alfred had crudely dug. But the only hole in the basement was Alfred's. The remaining concrete was unblemished from the original build. They suspected that maybe Alfred had snapped, murdered his family, was burying them in the basement when the police found him, and was now confusing the events in his mind. But they'd eventually end up digging down another 6 feet in his hole and would find only undisturbed clay. Days, and then weeks passed and hide nor hair of Elizabeth, Maggie, or Marcy was ever found. Search parties combed the local woods, creeks, lakes. They even inspected the septic system on the property to see if Alfred wasn't lying about them being in a hole underground. Just about the location of it, nothing. No one heard from them or saw them. They had, for all intents and purposes, evaporated. After a month of searching, hope of finding them alive dwindled. Alfred was arrested on kidnapping, as opposed to murder, charges related to the disappearances as no bodies had been found. But they knew the case was flimsy at best. The only evidence against him were the insane statements about his family being in a hole in the basement. However, given a thorough investigation of the basement had been completed and the women were definitively not down there, that made him more guilty of impeding a police investigation than kidnapping. Further questioning of Alfred gave no more leads, and under advisement of his lawyer, he changed his story slightly. He didn't deny that he had believed the women were in a hole in the basement and was digging down there trying to find them. But he stated that he must have been suffering from a mental breakdown on waking up and being unable to find his wife and children. A Vietnam veteran, Alfred reported that he struggled with his mental health since returning from the war. And he must have flashed back to having to dig out several of his missing comrades after they were buried under dirt and rubble by an explosion. While that might have explained why he behaved the way that he did on that day, it still didn't explain where his wife and daughters were. Now, when asked where they'd gone, Alfred would only say, "I don't know. When I went to sleep, the girls were in their beds and Elizabeth was in mine when I woke up." They weren't. With no hard evidence, no confession of wrongdoing, and no new leads, the case against him was dropped before it even went to trial. Alfred seemed genuinely distraught that the women were missing, and sobbed every time he was brought in for questioning. And while most believed he had something to do with it, there just wasn't any proof. By February of 1984, Alfred was a free man, and the search for his family was called off. Of course, that didn't stop the court of public opinion from convicting him. Alfred became a pariah in town as wild rumors circulated on what happened that night. Many speculated that he actually had murdered the women. He'd just done a perfect job of it. Others condemned him as an abuser who'd driven his family to flee. A few bitter men accused Elizabeth of running off with a lover. And then there was a small contingent that claimed Alfred was a Russian spy and that his family had been taken due to a failure of some kind. Each theory was just as valid in its invalidity as the next. Then came the supernatural suggestions, which the majority completely brushed off. But, given the natural suggestions couldn't account for 3 women just vanishing into thin air, they were the ones that intrigued me and Hillary the most. One was that Elizabeth, Maggie, and Marcy had been abducted by aliens who were looking to study the human female, and they planted false memories in Alfred's mind to make him forget what really happened. Another was that they'd been carried off by some sort of flying creature that inhabited the local woods after they went outside to inspect some strange sounds. the very sight of it having broken Alfred's brain. And 2. There were those that believed Alfred had been telling the truth when he made his initial statements to police, that his family was in a hole in the basement, as for some, they felt it was too odd a claim to make for it to be completely fabricated. Maybe Alfred made some terrible deal with the devil, and his family had been swallowed down into hell, they'd say. From our interviews with the locals, we gathered many stories about what might have happened, but nobody had any evidence to back their claims. It wasn't until we spoke with a construction worker, James Priest, that had helped build the Mitchell home, that we caught a break. This is what he told us, transcribed from a recording we made of the interview. James: "What's this for? Again? Hillary. We're working on an article for the school paper for the 30th anniversary of the disappearances." James: "I see. You're not going to make me out to be some kinda crackpot. Are you?" Me: "Absolutely not. We're conducting interviews with many people that were alive then and only plan to include the information we think is relevant to the story. We're planning to present the facts and statements we gather directly from the sources without trying to lead the reader so they can decide which version of the story they think is true." James: "All right. Just promise you'll take my words exactly as I say them, and won't try to twist them up?" Hillary and me: "We promise." James: "Okay. So I guess we need to start back in the summer of '72. This weird group bought up some land on the outskirts of town and started living in the woods. They claimed to be a commune of free thinkers that were experimenting with a new way of living. But we recognized it as a cult." Hillary: "A cult? I've never heard about that before." James: "Well, you wouldn't have. It was well before your time, and was very short-lived. The Mitchell disappearances are the only thing anyone around her talks about from back in the day. But it was big news then. Shortly after they moved in, some local pets went missing and a few teens that snuck out to spy on them told their parents that they saw them conducting rituals, chanting in Latin, speaking of blood sacrifices to their dark master." Me: "No way." James: "Yep. And this being a good Christian town, we couldn't have a group of devil worshippers living nearby. We sent the police out there with threats to arrest them if they didn't leave. And they agreed to sell the land and move on. The whole thing only lasted around 6 months, and by the time Alfred purchased that same land in the '80s, it was nearly forgotten." Hillary: "Wait, Alfred's house was built on the same property that the cult lived on?" James: "Not just on the same property. He picked the spot right where the teens had seen them conducting the rituals. The cult made a clearing in that spot, and it was the least densely wooded area on the land. So Alfred thought it would make a perfect location for the house. I asked my supervisor if we should tell Alfred why the area was clearer than the surrounding woods. But he recommended we keep it to ourselves. It would, after all, make construction easier. When we broke ground, we found some things that the cult left behind, old coins with strange symbols. A particularly nasty-looking dagger. The remnants of what might have been a makeshift altar. And most disturbingly, bones from several small animals. All of it was tossed into a dumpster and kept from Mr. Mitchell, as it would have been enormously expensive to move the location of the house after we already started work. And we felt there was no sense in worrying him given we'd cleared all the artifacts out. But, Let me tell you something. I never felt right about it. That land, there was something wrong with it. Every minute I spent there, I felt on edge, like something was watching me just out of my view. And normally, I slept like a baby, especially after being on a job all day. But, the entire time that we were building the Mitchell house, I had the most vivid nightmares of my life. I kept seeing my family being burned alive, screaming in agony while I was helpless to save them. I wasn't the only one either. All of us working the job hated it for reasons we couldn't explain and were overjoyed when we finally finished. Though, I couldn't shake the pang of guilt I felt when we handed over the keys. I guess I'll say that I wasn't surprised when something strange happened there. Me. So, you think it had something to do with this cult? Do you think they came back for some sort of revenge? James. No, nothing like that. The police kept tabs on them after they left. The leader killed himself in '74 and the rest were either dead or in jail by '83. There was no reason to believe they had anything to do with the Mitchell disappearances, at least not physically. It's why I never said anything about it. Hillary. Not physically? James. That's the last I'm going to say. Like you said, let the reader decide which version of the story they want to believe. With that, we concluded the interview, excited to have a new lead. We were able to dig up some articles from the '70s that corroborated James's story, and felt we were onto something sensational. There was something wrong with the land Alfred's house had been built on. We had information that hadn't come to light in nearly 30 years and thought we needed only one more thing to complete our article, an interview with Alfred himself. However, Alfred hadn't spoken about the events of that night, or much at all for that matter, since the '80s. After his release, townsfolk would often question him during his weekly grocery trip as to what really happened, and they were never satisfied when he'd respond that he didn't know. After some time, he must have realized that trying to defend himself was useless because he simply stopped responding altogether. And, as that was the only topic anyone was interested in discussing with him, in time it became that no one talked to him at all. Only one person in town, Mr. Phillips, took pity on him and gave him a job as a mechanic where he could work quietly behind the scenes. Once a well-off engineer with a bright future and happy family, Alfred then barely made enough to cover his mortgage and booze, of which he consumed plenty, and began his long isolation. People in town often wondered why he didn't just move away. The story, while a local legend, hadn't made national news, so he was unlikely to be recognized elsewhere and could possibly start over again. While he'd let the house fall into an awful state of disrepair, the roof was sagging, the paint peeling, windows were shattered, and the gutters were overflowing with debris, the land it sat on still held value. He could sell that for a profit and have a nice nest egg for a new life. Others wondered why he didn't kill himself a long time ago. It seemed he had nothing to live for. They wondered if maybe he was afraid to see his family on the other side after what he'd done to them. But, stubbornly, he clung to life and stuck to the exact same routine year after year. Everyone watched as his health slowly declined. His teeth rotted. His hair fell out. In the last weeks before we decided to ask him for an interview, his skin, eyes, and nails had turned a sickly yellow. Hillary recognized the signs of liver failure from health class and could tell Alfred was dying if we wanted to speak with him. We knew it would need to be soon. We thought we might inquire with Mr. Phillips to see if he could leave a message with Alfred that we were trying to do a report on his story. The real story. That we had new information to share with him as well. But we were too late. After school one afternoon, we went to the auto shop and Mr. Phillips told us that Alfred had collapsed while working the previous day. He'd been taken to the hospital and had died mere hours before we arrived. He'd only just received word himself that Alfred didn't make it. We left, disappointed at first that we may not get a satisfactory end for our story. But Hillary had an idea. You know, if word hasn't gotten out yet that he's gone, we could probably sneak into the house and do some investigating without anyone being the wiser, she said. It's risky, we probably won't be the only ones with that idea. They might even send the police out to keep an eye on the place given its history. I replied, exactly. Us and Mr. Phillips are the only ones that know right now save some people at the hospital. This could be our only chance to get in there and check things out. Don't you want to get an end for the story? She prodded. I had to agree that she was right. We'd been working on the story for months, studying the case for years. This likely was our only chance to get into the house undisturbed and investigate, after a brief hesitation. I said yes. The sun was already setting. So we ran home to grab flashlights and each told our parents that we were heading to the library to work on our article. We'd done this many times before, so they raised no suspicions, and merely asked that we be back by 9 p.m. as it was a school night. And that's how we ended up standing on Alfred Mitchell's porch as dusk fell. Reading the words, "Don't look at them," carved into his front door. Well, go ahead. Hillary nudged me forward, though it had been her idea in the first place. It was clear she wanted me to be the person to enter the house first. Steeling myself, I twisted the doorknob, finding it unlocked, slowly pushed the door inward, and shined my light into the entryway. The state of the interior was worse than the exterior. Empty liquor bottles littered so much of the floor that it would be nearly impossible to take a step without kicking one. And a stench of rotten, moldy food permeated the air. My initial impression was one of shock that Alfred had actually survived as long as he did. I stepped into the house, beckoning for Hillary to follow behind me, and quickly realized that the front door wasn't the only surface with words carved into it. Nearly every square inch of reachable wall was covered in foreboding phrases. Don't look at them. Don't touch them. It's not them. They're dead. The faces are wrong. Just listen to their voices. It took them. It wants this. It feeds on your pain. Holy fuck. Are you reading this? I whispered to Hillary. Yay, Jesus. Maybe he was hallucinating towards the end. That can happen to long-term alcoholics. Her voice was shaking every so slightly. I tried a light switch on the wall near the door, but nothing happened. Looks like he wasn't paying the electric bill. Should we keep going? I asked. Yay. Let's see if he kept a journal or something. I'll look for an office. You check his bedroom. She tiptoed away from me as quietly as she could across the trash-strewn floor. I didn't particularly like the idea of splitting up, but we knew our time might be limited, and the decision was already made for me. So I walked towards the steps to head to the second floor. Along the way, Alfred's carvings kept hovering into my flashlight beam, and a chill crept down my spine as I continued reading. Don't look at them. Don't look at them. Everything in my body was telling me that we should leave as quickly as possible. But I kept forcing one foot in front of the other until I came across what appeared to be the master bedroom. Dusty photos of Alfred and Elizabeth sat on the nightstands, and pictures of Marcy and Maggie hung on the walls next to yet more carvings. Most of the phrases were repeated, but there was a new one in this room. Tape your eyes shut. On one of the nightstands, I noticed a roll of medical tape, and surmised that Alfred must have used it to seal his eyes closed every night before bed. Something about it made my stomach turn, but I'd already made it this far. I figured I should at least try to find something we could use for the article. And I didn't need to look far. On the dresser, there was an old, withered journal that looked as if it had been read cover to cover several thousand times. I picked it up, sat on the bed, and cracked it open, taking photos of the pages as I read. The dates started in early 1984, shortly after Alfred had been released from jail. February 4th, 1984. I'm hearing things ever since I got back to this wretched house. No one will believe me. I'm not sure I can believe myself anymore. I wish I would have written it all down as it was happening before, just so I could know I'm not crazy. Better late than never, I suppose. I'll start with the weeks leading up to the night of December 5th. As best I recall them now, the first week in the house was perfect. The girls liked their new room. Elizabeth loved the big kitchen. We all enjoyed the spacious backyard. We were so happy. Then, one night, Elizabeth said she heard something coming from the basement when she had gone downstairs for a glass of water. Said it sounded like scratching. She asked if I could go check and make sure an animal wasn't trapped down there. I went down and heard no scratching nor saw an animal. But I noticed a small hole in the concrete floor, perfectly round and maybe a half-inch in diameter. Just wide enough to drop a pen down, which I did to see how deep it went. I never heard it hit the bottom. I chalked it up to shoddy workmanship, and planned to call the construction company in the morning. However, when I went back down to check it before leaving for work the next day, it was gone. Impossible, I told myself. But I had been half asleep when Elizabeth asked me to check out the noise. I wondered if maybe I'd been partially dreaming, but the pen I dropped down was missing when I looked for it. I thought again about calling the construction company, but how could I have them inspect a hole that wasn't there? Things escalated quickly after that. Elizabeth heard more noises coming from the basement at night that I couldn't. And the girls heard them too. They'd say, "Daddy, there's scratching and tapping coming from down there. Can't you hear it?" I tried desperately, straining for any sound, but got nothing. Still, though I wasn't hearing anything, every night I checked the basement, and every night I found the hole. It grew wider each time I saw it, eventually growing large enough that I could fit my arm into it. I reached down trying to find the bottom, but couldn't. I felt nothing but air and perfectly smooth walls, like glass. Yet, no matter how big the hole was the night before, in the morning, it was always gone. I began to wonder if I might be hallucinating or going insane. I even had someone come out and look for a gas leak. But everything checked out okay during their inspection. At this point, I forbade Elizabeth and the girls from going into the basement at all. when the hole was almost big enough that the girls could fit into it. The voices started. Elizabeth said she heard whispering coming up the stairs. She said it was telling her to take the girls down there, that it wanted to meet them. I was at a loss for what to do. I wanted to tell someone, but I didn't know who. I couldn't well report a hole in the basement that only appeared at night. My wife was hearing voices that I couldn't, and then the girls heard it too. They said it sounded nice and they wanted to go down and say hi. I didn't want everyone to think we were crazy. We were in a brand new house. Things like this weren't supposed to happen in brand new houses. I decided that they should leave for a while, at least until I could try and figure out what was going on, and I begged Elizabeth to take the girls to her mother's. But she refused to go. In fact, they all did. Her and the girls liked the voice. They said it was nice and they wanted to talk to it more. They pleaded with me to let them go downstairs. I seemed to be the only one that was concerned with what was happening and knew I at least had to try something to protect my family. I bought a deadbolt, installed it on the basement door to truly prevent them from going down there, and wore the key around my neck. I thought that that would be enough. But I was stupid. I was dealing with something I didn't comprehend, just wishing that it would go away. And it cost me my family. On the night of the 5th, Elizabeth tucked in the girls and then came to bed with me. She read a little before closing her eyes and falling asleep. Once she was out, I felt safe enough to close my own eyes and drifted off as well. Around 2 a.m., I awoke to a loud bang from downstairs and realized that Elizabeth was no longer next to me. I ran down to the girls' room and saw they were missing from their beds too. Sprinting downstairs, I saw that the basement door was wide open and felt for the key around my neck. It was still there, but the deadbolt had unlocked itself. I charged down the stairs, yelling for Elizabeth and the girls, screaming at them to stay away from the hole. But I was too late. The hole was wider than ever, wide enough that all three of them would be able to fit into it at once. Elizabeth turned to me and said, "It's okay. It's nice. It just wants to meet us," before taking the hands of Maggie and Marcy on either side of her and leaping in with both of them. "No," I shouted and ran forward to try and catch them. When I reached the edge, I looked down, but they were already too deep to see. So, I decided to follow. Shutting my eyes, I leapt forward, expecting to plummet an untold distance, maybe to my death even. But my feet landed on solid concrete. I opened my eyes. The hole was gone. I felt all over the floor for it, pleaded to God for it to come back, but it wouldn't open. Grabbing tools from the shed, I desperately started digging, trying to find it. And that's when the police found me. I couldn't explain it to them. I couldn't explain it to anyone. But I knew in my heart that they were gone forever. Something took them, and it's never going to give them back. But now that I'm back home, I think I hear them sometimes. Just a whisper, or a giggle in the darkness. Are they still here somewhere? February 10th, 1984. I saw the girls. I clearly heard laughter coming from their room. I would have recognized it anywhere. Quietly, I creaked the door open and there they were, playing with their dolls. Immediately, I broke down in tears and called their names. They called back together. "Hi, Daddy." It was their voices, their sweet, beautiful voices. Slowly, they turned around, in unison, and I saw their faces. It wasn't them. The faces were wrong. The eyes were black, and the skin was pulled so tight they looked skeletal. I gasped and backed out of the room as quickly as possible. "What's the matter, Daddy? Aren't you happy to see us?" They chimed. "That's okay, Daddy. It likes it when you're scared." "Are you scared, Daddy?" I ran back to my room, slammed, and locked the door. I didn't hear them anymore, but I felt sick to my stomach. It had been so wonderful to hear their voices again. Part of me wanted to go out and try to talk to them. Was I hallucinating? They're not real. They can't be. They're gone. If you see them again, don't look at them. It's not them. February 14th, 1984. Elizabeth came to bed tonight, a Valentine's Day treat. I woke up feeling a weight beside me and momentarily forgot my circumstances. "Hey, Alfie." I heard my wife's voice speak her pet name for me and whispered back. "Hey, Ellie." I felt her hand grab mine. It was cold, ice cold. So cold that it startled my eyes open and I saw her face, the black eyes, the sunken skin. I screamed and fell out of bed. "What's the matter, honey? Aren't you happy to see me?" She cooed. "Are you scared? Does this hurt? It likes it when you hurt." Her voice was rising. "Come back to bed, baby. Give me a kiss like you used to. Don't you miss me?" I slammed my eyes shut and repeated over and over again. "Don't look at her. It's not her. Don't look at her. It's not her. She's not real." When I opened my eyes, she was gone. Was she real, though? I felt her hand. Why is it tormenting me? What is it? They say it enjoys my pain. I felt sick to my stomach again. Seeing her had been horrible, but for a brief moment, when I just heard her voice, I was happy. Don't look at them. Don't touch them. Just listen to their voices if they come back. February 20th, 1984. They all came together. I heard what sounded like plates being set at the table and walked down to the dining room to see Elizabeth sitting, the girls down to eat. I shut my eyes immediately and just listened. Elizabeth said, "Come join us, Alfie." The girls added on, "Yay, Daddy. Come sit with us." In my head, I knew it wasn't them asking for me. But in my heart, for just a moment, I had my family back. "Open your eyes, Daddy," the girls demanded. "Look at us." All three of them shouted in unison now. "Don't you want to see us? Don't you miss us? Why didn't you stop us? You let us die. Look at us." I spoke back to them. "I do miss you. I love you and miss you all so much. I'm so sorry." "That's good. It feels your pain. It feels your sorrow. It wants more." Again, when I opened my eyes, they were gone, but something else lingered, the scent of my wife's perfume. I broke down in tears again. I don't think I'm hallucinating. I still don't know what it is, but I think I'm starting to understand it. It feeds on pain and it's going to keep sending them back to torture me. Should I leave? They're not them. But if I close my eyes when I hear them, I feel like they're back for a moment. No, I'm not going to leave. I'm going to stay with them. I'm going to hear my girls laugh and my wife call my name, even if it's only to torture me. I'll stay alive. I'll feed it, and it'll keep them alive for me. I read a few more entries, but they were much the same. Alfred kept seeing his wife and daughters around the house and they berated him for letting them die. But for a brief instant, He got to have them back, and it was enough that he allowed himself to be tortured by bastardized representations of them for 30 years. At some point, he started drinking to cope with it, and the entries grew sloppier. In 1986, he stopped giving details of their appearances and just started penning the same phrases over and over again. I assumed that when he ran out of space in the journal, he started carving those same phrases into the walls. I shut the book, and as I did, I felt a weight press down on the bed behind me. My heart leapt into my throat. I had been so engrossed in Alfred's story that I'd forgotten that I was still in his house. At night, where he'd been haunted by the ghosts of his family for decades. "Hillary?" I desperately sputtered, hoping that she'd snuck past me when I was reading. "Who are you?" A woman's voice I did not recognize whispered in my ear. I felt her breath on my cheek. I spun around and saw black eyes, a hollow face. Elizabeth's features were recognizable from the photos on the nightstand. But the woman before me looked wrong, so wrong. Screaming, I leapt from the bed and tore for the door. From down the hall I heard the giggling of little girls. "Who is it, Mommy? Does he want to play? Where's his friend? Is she going to join us in the hole?" Their sing-song voices squealed in unison. Hillary. Where was she? I hadn't heard anything from her since I left her downstairs. "Hillary?" I shouted. She didn't answer. "Hillary, we have to go. Now." I flew down the stairs. All the while behind me I could hear the Mitchell women. "Where are you going, new friend? Stay with us a while. It's hungry. And Alfred hasn't been home for days. Don't look at them. Don't look at them," I chanted in my head as I continued to sprint through the house. "Hillary, where the fuck are you? We need to leave. The basement." I'm not sure how I knew, but something told me I'd find Hillary down there. Using my flashlight, I saw the path she'd made through the bottles on the floor to the basement stairs and charged for the door. "Hillary, don't go in. Don't go in the hole. It's trying to take you." When I made it to the bottom step, she was nearly to the edge. I was running across the floor when she turned back to me and said, "Don't worry, Sam. It's nice. It just wants to meet me." I knew what was coming next. She turned back and stepped to the edge of the abyss. I dropped my flashlight and dove, managing to grab her around the ankles just as she was trying to leap. She kicked me in the face, screaming for me to let her go. To let her go meet the voice. But I held tightly and pulled her so that she fell backwards on top of me. Thankfully, when she landed, she snapped out of it. "Sam? Sam, is that you? I can't see shit. Where am I?" she asked. "Yay, it's me. Listen, Hillary, we're in the basement. Alfred's basement. You have to get up and we have to get out of her." Now, I picked up my flashlight and grabbed her hand. As I did, my light illuminated the hole. Holy shit, is that? Yes, it's the hole. It's real. And it's why we need to get the fuck out of here. I pulled her forward and towed her feverishly back up the basement steps. But, when we reached the first floor, Elizabeth, Maggie, and Marcy were blocking the front door. "What's the matter? Don't you want to join us? It wants you." "Hillary." "What the fuck?" Hillary screamed next to me. "Hillary, don't look at them. Trust me. Shut your eyes. And say it with me. Don't look at them. It's not them. They're dead. Don't look at them. It's not them. They're dead." We chanted over and over, and when we opened our eyes, they were gone, bolting through the front door. We ran as hard as we could all the way home, never once looking back. It wasn't until we were safely through my front door and up into my room that we stopped to catch our breaths. And I told her everything that had happened. I explained what was in Alfred's journal, how Elizabeth had shown up right behind me, how I knew that Hillary would be in the basement, and how she nearly jumped into the hole. We had the ending for our story. We knew the truth of what had happened to Elizabeth, Maggie, and Marcy back in 1983, and the torment that Alfred suffered for it. And we knew that we couldn't publish it. Our school paper would never run it. It was too, well, unbelievable. Also, we'd technically broken into the house to get the information and Hillary had nearly died. We thought it best to keep that part of the story to ourselves. Unfortunately, that also meant that we couldn't exonerate Alfred. But we did go and pay our respects at his funeral, attended only by me, Hillary, and Mr. Phillips. It was there that he told us that Alfred willed him the house and the property, but had left the stipulation that he bulldoze the house to the ground and never build another in that location. And he did. As of this writing, the lot still sits empty. I just pray it stays that way. As for Hillary and I, we never did get married, but have remained close friends to this day. We rarely speak about the events back in 2013. We just feel lucky that we both made it out alive. Although Hillary recently told me that sometimes she has a dream. She hears a voice, a sweet voice calling to her, telling her that it wants to meet her, and to come find it. Story: Dylan's diary. Someone we didn't know tried to pick Dylan up from school today, said his elementary teacher. The guy said he was Dylan's older brother. Dylan doesn't have a brother, I said, alarmed. We thought so too, replied the teacher. I suspected something wasn't right straight away. It was this tall, lanky guy with black hair. Looked in his late 30s. Maybe even 40. He knew your address, Dylan's full name and birthday, and which class he was in. I went inside to check with the principal. When I came back out, the guy was gone. I was silent for a second as I stood facing the teacher outside the school gate. The gate separated the main road and a large playground and basketball court. Leading into the school, all the other kids and parents had left, and we were the only ones standing outside. Where's Dylan now? I asked. He's waiting for you in the principal's office, she said, gesturing for me to follow as she turned around. I walked across the playground behind her shakily, then through the corridors to the office. My 8-year-old son Dylan sat on the couch in the principal's office, still as a stone. The principal sat behind her desk, and there was a cop standing next to her. Hey buddy, I said, you okay? Dylan looked at me blankly. My Dylan was always a quiet boy. It was just the two of us at home at the time. I was a single dad. My late wife Angie, Dylan's mother, died a year prior. She'd been hit by a car while cycling around a sharp bend, and they never identified the driver. I won't go into any more detail here, as frankly I'd rather not relive that period. But safe to say it destroyed me. I tried to pick up the pieces and stay strong for Dylan. Was I doing a good job? Only God knows. I received no feedback. Since then, Dylan became even more withdrawn, pretty much remaining silent until spoken to. He was seen by a child psychologist and various other members of the welfare team at school. But after assessment they were sure he didn't have autism or the like. He could speak up when he was pressed. He was just shy and preferred to keep to himself. The cop confirmed I was Dylan's dad, then asked me a few questions. He finally told us they'd try and find the guy and to report if we ever saw him again. The principal and teacher said a few things. It was a blur. All I remember is sweating profusely with my knees shaking, trying to comprehend the fact that someone had tried to kidnap my son. "Dylan, you didn't know that man, did you?" asked the principal. Dylan shook his head. I was on edge after that day. Dylan was my whole world, all the family I had left, and I couldn't stand the possibility that he could be in danger. It made me sick. Who was this bastard? Why my son? Did he know us? Or was it some random creep? I always walked Dylan to and from school thereafter, and was never late to pick him up again. Meanwhile, Dylan himself didn't seem rattled in the slightest. He never mentioned the incident unless specifically asked. At the time, I thought he was just timid and didn't want to cause trouble. A couple of weeks later after the incident, the same homeroom teacher called me during her lunch break. She said one of the kids in her class saw Dylan talking to a man through the school fence. When she rushed out, the man was gone. When Dylan was asked about it, he said he hadn't been talking to anyone. The girl who apparently spotted him was questioned further, and she was adamant she saw Dylan talking to a tall, lanky man with messy black hair. The cops were called again, did a quick search of the perimeter of the school, but they found no one suspicious. That afternoon, I sat Dylan down at the kitchen table. "I won't get angry. I just need you to tell me the truth," I said, trying to steady my nerves. "Did you or didn't you talk to a stranger today at school?" "Yes or no?" He shrugged. Getting an answer out of him was harder than drawing blood from a stone. "How many times have we told you not to talk to strangers? It's for your own safety. You do understand that, don't you, son?" He nodded, looking slightly afraid. I realized I had raised my voice, and felt guilty immediately, exasperated and running on 2 hours of sleep. I left him at the dining table and went straight to bed. That night, I woke at 2 a.m. and went for a bathroom trip. I decided to check on Dylan while I was at it. He wasn't in his room. I called out his name and looked around in the living room and kitchen, getting more frantic as the seconds ticked by. I checked wardrobes, corners, even in cupboards which made no sense to look in as he'd never fit in them. But I was desperate, thinking he'd been kidnapped. I went out into the street, yelling his name as I ran up and down it like a maniac to no avail. As I came back into the house ready to call the police, I looked in Dylan's room for one last check. He was sitting up on his bed, wide awake and staring back at me. "Where were you?" I asked, relieved but still alarmed. "I was here," he replied. "No, you weren't. I was looking everywhere for you. And you weren't in here." I was. Had I imagined all of that? I shook my head, feeling a migraine coming on. "Just stay in your room, okay? Don't scare me." I thought my eyes had deceived me somehow, and the paranoia was getting to me. Perhaps I should have paid attention to the fact that the window was wide open. About a year after those incidents, I heard a knock at my apartment door. I was inside doing some paperwork while Dylan was in his room playing Minecraft. I was on alert immediately. No one ever knocked on the door. We lived in a block of apartments. and friends or acquaintances would always wait outside the main door, ring the doorbell, and I would greet them downstairs. This meant it was likely an upstairs or downstairs neighbor who needed something. I had a few of their numbers from when we moved in, for contact should the need ever arise. But we weren't close at all. I wondered what could be the problem. I walked up to the door and looked outside the peephole. There was no one there. Odd, I thought. Perhaps I had heard something. Those random occurrences were commonplace now, and second-guessing myself was just in my nature at that point. As I walked back to my desk in the living room, I heard another knock. Something was up. I walked up to the door again. No one seen through the peephole. Was someone pranking us? I stood just behind the door and texted my upstairs neighbor, asking him if he'd knocked on the door. A few moments later, I heard footsteps upstairs that went in the direction of the door, then hurriedly back into the apartment. I then received a text back. About a minute later, "Do not open the door. There's a guy with a huge knife crouching, hiding right next to your door." My phone buzzed again. Another text from my upstairs neighbor. "Calling cops RN. Stay inside." I froze, as all the hairs on the back of my neck stood up. I was paralyzed for a few seconds. When I came to my senses, I tiptoed to Dylan's room. "Stay inside. Keep quiet," I whispered, my eyes bulging, beads of sweat dripping down my forehead. I had never felt my heart beat so fast. Dylan looked up and raised his eyebrows as I shut his door slowly and stood outside it, about to throw up and shit myself at the same time. We were so still that I could make out quiet but frantic talking upstairs, and more rushing footsteps. I read my upstairs neighbor's texts again to make sure my eyes hadn't deceived me. I tiptoed to the kitchen and grabbed one of my own kitchen knives, then returned to the same spot outside Dylan's room, anticipating a crazed psycho busting down the door at any second. I chanted manic prayers for safety on repeat in my head. Not a sound came from inside his room. After what seemed like years, I heard sirens in the distance and my heart rate started to slow a little. My grip on the knife handle loosened. Eventually I heard some shouting, more footsteps and banging that gradually faded in volume. "This is the police," shouted a voice. I looked through the peephole to confirm that it was a cop, then opened the door, knife still in hand. They were very reassuring, and informed us that a tall, lanky man with black hair had just been apprehended and taken into police custody. He had knocked on my door and was waiting for someone inside to open it. He was indeed waiting with a freshly sharpened knife. What was he going to do with it? To the first person who opened that door, which was going to be me. Well, if it isn't obvious, then your guess is as good as mine. This guy's name was Gregory. He seemed to bounce around from place to place with no permanent address, even traveling between states, and doing petty crimes like theft, harassment, and occasionally stalking minors. When they did a more thorough search, it turns out he had been involved in at least one gruesome murder in a different state, and ended up being given a life sentence for it, along with his accomplices. I wouldn't have wished that terror upon anyone, but these unfortunate things happen. The side effects of the psychological damage I experienced that day have never left me. However, I know people who have been through similar horrors, but never lived to tell the tale. So I looked on the bright side and counted myself lucky. Where there are sick freaks, there will be victims. The sicko was in jail, and I thought that was the end of it. But there was a different side to the story that I only uncovered 10 years after the incident. Dylan was due to leave for college, living away from home for the first time. He had grown into a tall kid with a surprising number of friends. Still obedient, but relentlessly quiet. While packing his things and clearing out his room, I found a rugged-looking old notebook at the back of his bottom drawer. Dylan's diary, said the cover. I flicked through it with no intention to pry initially, and saw that he had written and drawn in it extensively, with impressively neat handwriting. He had always been a boy of few words, so I was intrigued. I began reading from the first page. Page 1. Cody's house, 11 a.m. He has to give me back my coat. There were a few stick figure drawings. Page 2. I need a book for English class next week. Ask if Amy has one. I turned the pages, and the first few were filled with the same mundane elementary school day-to-day affairs, mixed in with a few doodles. Then I got to page 21. Page 21. Why does my dad talk so much? He won't even let me get an Xbox. And he won't let me sleep over at Cody's house. Talking back is no use. I hate him. I felt a sting, and my heart sank. I remembered that day vividly, and a pang of guilt ran through me. I turned the page. Page 22. Saw Greg today. He says he can help me get rid of Dad. I said he was lying, but he says he's done it before. It was in the news. As my mind connected the dots, I flicked through the previous pages. This was the first mention of Greg I could find. I started to sweat, but continued reading. Page 23. Me and Greg are coming up with a plan. Need Dad gone, but I almost got caught talking to him today. Mrs. Watford, that stupid old mole rat, kept asking me. She took me to the principal's office again. I think Katie saw Greg and snitched. Need to be careful. A few blank pages, with a few in between filled with scribbles and admin-type notes to self. Then the narrative continued. Page 41. The word plan was underlined, with two drawings underneath. The first was of a stick figure kneeling by a door holding what looked like a dagger. This stick figure was smiling. There was another stick figure behind the door, with its hand on the door handle, about to open the door. The second was of the first stick figure stabbing the stick man who had just opened the door. His eyes now two crosses. Page 42. Greg came to my house and I showed him my plan. He said it was good and he could do it. We almost got caught by Dad, but I got back in bed just in time. He's gonna get some tools from his house. Close one. Page 43. Greg screwed up. He's in jail now. Why did Dad not open the door when Greg knocked? Everything went wrong. I don't know why. Page 44. I wish my dad would just shut up. I flicked through the rest of the notebook, which was blank. Page 44 was the last entry. I read the entries a few times, and pondered what I should do. I never thought Dylan was capable of such heinous intentions. Confused and upset, I acted as if nothing had happened for a few days. But on the day he was due to leave for college, I couldn't hold it in anymore. I brought his duffel bag down and hooked it on his suitcase. He was ready to head to the station, standing outside the door with the suitcase and his backpack. Dylan, When you were younger, did I ever say or do anything that hurt you? You can be honest with me." "No. Why do you ask?" he replied. I held up the diary. He froze for a second, and I saw the color drain from his face. "I won't blame you for anything. Don't worry. You know I love you very much. Son, you were a minor, and you were a victim of a very sick man. Besides, this thing is years old. I just want to know what I did wrong at the time to lead to this. And we can put it behind us." His shocked expression faded, leaving his ever-present blank stare. "You didn't do anything wrong. Neither did Mom." I opened my mouth to ask him what he meant by that, but stopped. The corners of his mouth stretched into a wide smile. Our eyes met, and we stood in silence for a few seconds. "Dylan, if I were to find another one of these notebooks," I began tactfully, "would I see the blueprint of my wife's murder inside?" "Yeah." He didn't even pause to answer. Then he gripped the handle of his suitcase and walked off down the street. That was 2 years ago now. I never forgave him. Every night I still lie awake thinking whether he was born that way, or it's somehow my fault. We haven't talked since he left that day, and he hasn't come back home. He's never tried to contact me, and I haven't likewise. It looks like he's doing well in college from his Facebook posts. He seems to have a lot of friends. So I assume he got his own place or stays with one of them. I wonder if any of them will ever find out who he really is. Wouldn't blame them if they never do. After all, I still don't know who my son is, and I raised him for 18 years. Story. Grandma's light is always on. In one corner of my grandma's living room stood a lamp that was almost never turned off. She would change the bulb every week like clockwork, waiting until the afternoon sunlight poured through the windows and filled the room. Even then she hurried, holding her breath until the deed was done and the lamp was back on. I would ask her about it once in a while. Each time she would smile softly, tousle my hair, and promptly change the subject. I didn't learn the truth until I was 13. The first time I turned off the lamp, I just wanted to see what would happen. Grandma screamed when she walked into the darkened living room, a plate of cookies falling from her hands and crashing to the floor. I could hear her praying under her breath as she raced to turn the light back on. Tears were shining in her eyes when she turned to me, her lips pressed thin. Without warning, she slapped me hard across the face. Grandma had never so much as raised her voice before, and I was too shocked to cry. She cried enough for both of us, gathering me up in her arms and begging for my forgiveness. With her face buried in my shoulder, she finally told me about the lamp. It was a ghost light, she said, ever since she and my grandpa had bought the house. Back when they first arrived in America, the spirits of the dead had plagued her. Only when her burden threatened to drive her mad did she ask Grandpa for help. She had expected him to laugh her out of the house, but he had surprised her by nodding gravely. It was he who had first lit the ghost light, and as long as that beacon burned through the darkness, she had never seen another spirit. I stopped visiting my grandma after that. It started gradually at first, missing a day here and there. But by the time I received news of her death, I hadn't seen her in over 10 years. As her only living relative, I shouldn't have been surprised when I inherited her house. Yet as I sat in her lawyer's office, listening to him read her will, I was speechless. I had a difficult time paying attention after that, absorbed as I was with the business of remembering. So much love had filled those walls. So many happy memories, as I thought of my tiny, sterile apartment in the city. I quickly made my decision. I was almost overwhelmed by emotion as I walked through the front door. Everything looked exactly as I remembered it from my childhood. Houseplants still cluttered the windowsills. Decorative bird plates still hung on the walls. And the ghost light still burned in the living room. Seeing the old lamp sent a chill down my spine. I froze in my tracks, the smile fading from my lips. And I couldn't help but think of the night Grandma had slapped me so many years ago. I had told my mother about the ghost light the next day, but she had dismissed it as simple old-world superstition. It was the same way when she was growing up. She told me, and I shouldn't worry about it. Still, I couldn't shake the conviction that I had finally seen the true depths of my grandma's lunacy. I ran my fingers through the fringe on the lampshade as I thought, a bloom of sadness darkening my nostalgia. Sighing heavily, I turned the ghost light off with a decisive click. Something woke me later that night. I lay in bed, listening to the darkness until I heard scratching coming from the living room. Rats were the last thing I wanted to deal with at the moment. And I rolled over with a groan, determined to ignore it until the morning. The scratching continued intermittently, constantly jerking me from the edge of sleep. And I finally had enough. I threw the blankets off me and stormed out into the hall. Moonlight flooded the front of the house, and I didn't bother turning on lights as I made my way to the living room. I knew every inch of the house, even after so many years, and I moved confidently through the dim light. I was furious at having been woken from a dead sleep, and my anger ill-prepared me for what I found. An elderly woman was crouched in the corner, her gaunt back to me. She was scratching at the floor where the walls met, stopping every few minutes to cock her head. A gnarl of dread unfurled in the pit of my stomach. I had no idea how this woman had gotten into my house. And though it was obvious she needed help, it took me some time to summon the courage to approach her. My hand shook as I reached out to gently squeeze her shoulder. I meant to ask her where she lived, who her caretaker was, but the words were driven from my mind when she turned and I saw her face. Her eyes were solid black, bottomless pits that didn't reflect the moonlight. Her jaw hung impossibly open, unhinged, and the dark tunnel of her mouth spiraled down into her throat. I had a moment to realize who she was, to recognize the familiar map of wrinkles in her face, the curls of her wispy hair. Then my grandma screamed. I shrieked, stumbling backwards away from the nightmare in the corner. My arms flailed in the air, reaching for the nearest lamp, and my hands touched the ghost light. I yanked the chain, filling the room with light, and she was gone. I never turned off the ghost light after that. After letting the bulb burn out one evening, I began changing it every week just as Grandma had. Eventually I got married, and luckily for me, my wife was tolerant of my strange fixation on the lamp. The light continued to burn, and I lived my life happily enough. But my grandson has been asking about the ghost light lately. Each time he asks, I smile softly, tousle his hair, and promptly change the subject. For some reason, I can't bring myself to tell him the truth. I think about how I pulled away from my grandma, how I thought her crazy, And I keep my mouth shut. I worry, though. I know I won't be around forever. Just as I know he will eventually turn off the ghost light. I worry that he might see me then. Twisted and wrong. Scratching in the corner. Story. Why I don't like small towns and everything in it. Chad was a bully. There's no nice way of putting it into words. At nearly 7 feet, he was pretty much the walking landmark of our local high school. He was leanly built, not unlike a swimmer or a track and field athlete. He would have been good looking, I suppose, had it not been for the numerous bruises and cuts that detailed his face and arms and chest. Or maybe, if my sister was to be believed, it was those details that made him good looking. I wouldn't know. I never understood Kate regarding her taste in men. The town had conflicting thoughts about Chad. Half of us resented that there was a trouble magnet in the midst of an otherwise peaceful town. The other half felt sympathy over the trouble magnet in the midst of an otherwise peaceful town. As far as we know, Chad lived alone with his sister on a small house by the edge of the local woods. These woods circled the ravine our town was named for. With no parents in the picture, they mostly lived off the fortune left by their grandparents and growing crops and rearing livestock for sustenance. This was what the sympathizers saw. Those who condemned him, however, chose to see the amount of trouble that seemed to follow Chad around the clock. Before his rise to power, the town's bullies used to pick on Chad just because of his size. The big lug, they used to call him. They would soon come to realize that Chad was never meant to be on the receiving end of bullying. There were 2 facts about him that I was certain of. First, contrary to what the overblown legends say, Chad was peaceful by nature. Sure, he sometimes cornered the snotty, stuck-up kids with the rich parents and asked for their money like all bullies did. Keyword, asked. He never forced anyone, though. With Chad, kids end up giving their money anyway, but without provocation. The only alarming thing about him was his size. Provoke him, however, as so many neighboring town bullies foolishly tried to, and a few knocked out teeth would be the least of your worries. Second, Chad was oddly territorial. Now, the woods around the ravine had belonged to his family for ages. We knew about that, and sure, people were entitled to their own privacy. I understood that, too, but he's so weird about it. I'd often wondered why nobody else noticed. A few years back, a sorority had the ill-made choice of using the ravines as their setting for initiating new recruits. Chad, a mere 10-year-old kid but nonetheless threatening, had chased all 32 members out of the woods with a spade. Then there were the tourists, the bloggers, the photographers who all wanted to see the ravines for themselves. A small-time TV crew visited the town once, hoping to film a documentary about the place, but it did not matter who you were, or why you wanted to go to the ravines. Chad would never let anyone go near it. Due to these incidents, he had become the town's sorta kinda de facto guardian. A deterrent against all the other delinquents. Budding bullies from the locale simply bowed under the silent authority of the guardian of the ravines. Now, our town was a devout, Jesus-fearing ministry. You know, the type where small children had to wear bow ties and suspenders to church, while their sisters had to wear those plain sundresses. It was not much of a wonder that the intrigue turned to curiosity, and soon after, Boys began to idolize and the girls became smitten with the local bad boy that was Chad. I was different. Back then, I hated him for taking my sister away from me. I was 10 during those times. Kate, who was in the same grade as Chad, was 16. I was a little too attached to Kate back then. Our mother died when I was 1, so Kate took over the motherly role for me. I was young, but in the limited way my child brain could understand. I knew I loved Kate, so much that I started spouting such childish nonsense like wanting to marry her when I grow up. So when Kate started dreamily proclaiming things like getting to marry the wild thing that was Chad and taming him, I hated the guy with as much hatred as my childish constitution could muster. But my sister adored him. Through and through, she had taken to sitting and eating lunch with him at school. When nobody else dared to come close, she began to hang out with him more and with me. Less and less. Chad got into worse and worse fights, courtesy of the endless pool of idiots who, for some inexplicable reasons, all developed an insatiable need to go and see the ravines. And, like I said, Chad would never let anyone go near it, even if he had to resort to beating them up. Just when I thought he'd finally burned through Kate's phonometer readings with his violence, she would fall for him even more. I was bitter with jealousy. So much that I, too, started stalking Chad. Everything went downhill from that point on. I followed him home one evening. If you saw me now, you won't have believed that I was such a small boy back then. So small, in fact, that any bush or tree becomes the perfect cover for my frame. I was able to follow Chad home undetected. Before I knew it, I was already way past the red zone, the mythical zone where you'd not want Chad to catch you loitering at and about, and I was staring at a tiny decrepit structure in the midst of a desolate clearing. The rumors understated the status of their house. It was nothing more than a shack. Bits and pieces of sacks, plywood and lumber and rusted steel sheets nailed together into a cubic structure. Cables tied to ends of lumber sticking every which way were tied down into pegs drilled on the ground to withstand strong winds from the ravine behind. The house creaked a lonely creak as a hollow gush of wind came from the ravines. The occasional ivy that clung to the makeshift fences swayed noiselessly. The place was empty, like civilization had upped and left it all to itself. They're so poor, was what my vindictive 10-year-old mind could think as I surveyed the surroundings. But what vindictive elation I had simmered into an uncomfortable mush of pity as quickly as it had come. I felt sorry for Chad for having to live in a place like that as I surveyed the huge iron pot in the ground, with charred rocks underneath it. That's where they cooked their food, I thought with a heavy heart. As I recalled those times I threw food down the drain because Kate hadn't cooked my potatoes the way I liked it. So much for being raised Catholic. Then whatever downheartedness I felt for Chad's situation warped into paralyzing fear as a girl came stumbling, crawling almost, into the clearing. She was mostly naked. The torn rags which she must have used to cover herself up did nothing to conceal the bruises and cuts all over her sickly frame. She looked severely emancipated, with her bones sticking vividly out through her sallow, yellow-tinged skin. Chad came bursting out of the house, hurriedly cradling the girl into his arms. His sister. Chad looked as I had never seen before. His stoic demeanor gone, replaced by something akin to a child lost in a marketplace, unsure of what to do. Jackie, it did something again. Didn't it? His voice cracked as he pressed his lips into his sister's hair. You understand, right? The girl, Jacqueline said. She was having a difficulty in breathing and sounded jaded. Drunk with exhaustion. We've been through this. We can just call the police, Chad said, and I noted the tension in his voice. His gaze flicked towards the direction of the ravines. There was something that stood in the distance. A shack. A tool shed. Why someone would build a tool shed near the mouth of the ravines puzzled me. No, wheeled Jackie as she supported herself with an arm around Chad's neck. Why? I've had enough of this, Chad said angrily. He was crying mad. The pleasure of watching the man break down had worn off. It was like watching a dam fail. The surge of water seeping through in bursts. It felt wrong. Off. Chad shouldn't be crying like that. No, you listen to me. What would happen if the police knew? Jackie said indignantly, some of the strength returning in her voice. Chad began to slowly, carefully, pull his sister to her feet, mumbling about taking her to rest inside. You have to understand. You have to, said Jackie. No one else would. No one will. I told you. But it should be put down. What it's done to you, what it's doing still, is something I can take. Chad, I told you, and don't call him it. Whatever he's done, he's our. No. Chad screamed and I jumped. The sudden noise in the clearing sent birds flying off in surprise. I won't acknowledge it. Jackie stood still, cupping her brother's face in her hands. If the police knew, if anyone knew, they'll tear us apart. You wouldn't want to separate from Mom, would you? The context of the conversation was lost on me. They were orphans, right? I even recalled Kate musing about being a mother, a girlfriend and a best friend to Chad once they married. Because he doesn't have any of those to care for him. Kate said giddily. My thoughts vanished into the background as Jackie shifted weight and the rag fell off her completely. I saw her bottom half. It was not foreign, as I have seen Kate's when she used to bathe with me. But Jackie's looked mangled, diseased. There was blood that steadily dripped from it, and mixed with the blood was something else. It was that sight, more than anything else, that propelled my feet away. Within minutes, I was leaving an anonymous tip to the police outpost, describing what I'd seen. The police dispatched several officers into Chad's house. I could not remember walking home. And when I did, all I could see was Kate, in the security of her arms. I began recounting what I'd seen. I thanked Jesus for the angel that was my sister as she held me close, listening without condemning, while I sobbed in fear. I had no idea then that what I did was tantamount to throwing a pebble into the surface of a calm lake. That soon, there would be ripples. The police investigation had come and gone as quietly as it could in a small town. By daylight the next day, pretty much everyone knew that someone saw something unusual at the shack by the ravines. And an investigation was conducted because of it. It was during those times that the rumor began and spread like wildfire. If you were from a small town, you'd understand perfectly well what I'm trying to say. It was like witnessing a parasitic cycle. The rumors get transferred like virus through the townsfolk. One gullible fool after another. It would start with something small and inconsequential and then become something else entirely at the end of the grapevine. In turn, the townsfolk would feed ilk gluttons on these rumors they themselves perpetuated just for the sick, morbid pleasure in the intrigue of it. After all, a town needs its own sick legend, right? So when I first heard of that rumor, I did not fully understand it. I knew it was supposed to be about Chad and his sister, but it didn't sound anything like what I had seen that day. They had taken that detail about Chad cradling his beaten up, nearly naked sister and warped it into something else. According to the rumor, Chad and his sister had been engaging in inappropriate relations. It was only a few years after those events that I truly understood what they meant. Supposedly, the siblings were to sacrifice livestock to the ravines, and when they failed to do so, the ravine would send this monster being, the one called Mom, to punish the siblings. That's where the bruises and cuts came from. The ravine was also supposed to be the one that made Chad its guardian and gave Jacqueline her witch powers. The entire thing sounded ridiculous. Surely, the townsfolk would get bored and dismiss such an unsavory tale? That, by the next week, they'd move on to some other juicy town story? But they savored it all right. Everyone was so sure of what they hadn't actually seen. Everyone. One evening, I happened upon a backyard tea party at the Ericksons, our neighbor. The nights when curtains of mist would hang thick and low all over the town had begun. That made for perfect atmosphere for swapping scary stories. Or in that case, morbid rumors. Mrs. Erickson was a lovely lady. She never failed to give us candies on holidays. It was because of this that I could hardly believe what came out of her mouth that day. My daughter had the ill fortune to have laid eyes on that witch, and would I know? Within days she had the flu, she exclaimed to an astounded gallery of 5 close friends. Oh dear me, Mrs. Perkins heaved, a palm finding its way to her chest. And you know, Mrs. Dewey supplied, I honestly never liked that Chad boy. I don't like how he looks at me. She dropped her voice for dramatic effect. You know how teenage boys are, right? God knows what he's thinking while he looks at our daughters, at us. A collective gasp ensued. Cue nervous nods and conspiratory looks. It would have been funny had I not known the context of the situation. It is more likely that you'd be fantasizing about Chad than the other way around. Mrs. Dewey, you ugly fat fuck, I thought vehemently. Goodness, Mrs. Erickson breathed. Are we safe? Should we call the police? From where she sat, I could see the expression on her face as she said those words. There was no glint of malice or of guilty pleasure in her old wizened face. I was young, but I was at least able to tell when a person's having fun. She was not. She was genuinely afraid. My heart plummeted. These people hadn't been feasting on the rumors just for the distasteful fun of it anymore. They had come to believe their own fabrications. In their minds, Chad was some form of demon guard dog for the ravines, and Jacqueline was its resident witch. Chad has straight up stopped coming to the school at this point. And I don't blame him. Scores of kids with grievances against Chad had found strength in numbers. They had rallied under the flag of victims of Chad. I would have laughed then at how pathetic they were. Half of them were bullies that were deposed when they came foolishly challenging Chad. None of them were victims. They were worse than Chad ever was. But none of that mattered. The town had condemned him and his sister without trial. And when I heard that the bullies had taken to hunting down Chad and her sister, the budding seed of guilt in my chest sprouted in full bloom. I could hardly sleep. It was all because of me sticking my nose where it didn't belong. Then that night came, when the mist had completely swallowed the town and the skies rumbled, heralding the arrival of a storm. Kate and I sat dining in uncomfortable silence when news came of Chad's latest conquest. A crew had gathered to take out the beast and the witch of the ravines, and it disheartens me to note that at that point, it had almost become a norm, a routine, a sporting game, but this time was different. They had gotten too close. This time, somebody was sent into a coma. Someone had nearly died. Kate and I exchanged nervous glances. Up to that time, the town had been simmering with all the self-brewed doubt and fear that poisoned their minds. That news was the final nail in the coffin. Chad and Jackie didn't have much time left. It was by pure stroke of luck that the townsfolk had decided to convene right in front of our house. Marcus, the local, overzealous, leader type, you know what I'm talking about. Every village, every town, every apartment building has one, had taken the stage and began delivering some sort of rousing speech to the populace. "We will not cower, not anymore," he shouted, with the iconic fist in the air, as the buffoons cheered. The siblings had gone too far. Chad, maybe, but only as a direct response to the people who threatened him. My brows contracted as I surveyed the folks who all looked as if they had suffered firsthand at the hands of the siblings they were condemning. Jacqueline never did anything. Kate seethed from behind me. I caught her dark look as she moved closer to the window. "This isn't right. You know something, don't you?" I asked, realizing it as I said the words out loud. She met my eyes and hesitated. Outside, cheers ensued. Marcus was screaming something noble, heroic. I didn't care. I held Kate's stare as she contemplated. "I know Chad. I knew Chad," Kate muttered. "He's done nothing to deserve this." And then the baboons began to howl. Kate and I turned in unison as the monkeys outside began to move. With purpose, steeled conviction, they've decided to go all medieval against the siblings. I wish I could tell you that there were no torchlights and pitchforks as the mindless masses marched towards the ravines. I wish. Kate was the first to move. "Where are you going?" I asked, knowing fully well where she's headed. "I've gotta warn them," Kate panted as she jogged along the tree line. You stay at home." "No," I said as my tiny legs struggled against the gaps in the roots. "This is happening because of me." The guilt threatened to spill as I look on to the torches that bobbed in the misty dark. "This is all on me." "Stop that," Kate said curtly. "This is a town of monsters. Stop blaming yourself." We ran in the dark. How? I did not know. Kate would clear the way for me as I directed her to the path I've traced when I followed Chad home. On our left was the march of the townsfolk. On the right was the dense woods. Up ahead was the siblings' shack. And beyond that, the ravines. Chad sat in front of their house in a state I'd never seen him before. All my instincts screamed at me to run. Run far away from the feral being in front of me. He had his back towards us as he held a spade on his hands. The aura he was emitting was incredible, if not downright horrifying. He was a man prepared to kill. But Kate didn't see any of that. I watched in horror as she sprung to her feet and hugged Chad from behind. "What are you still doing here?" she screamed. I've never seen my sister cry like that. Not before. Not ever since. They're coming for you. Can't you hear them? They want your blood. Go. Chad moved. For a brief moment, for one crazy second, I thought he was going to hit Kate with the spade. But he merely released a huge hand as he gently pushed Kate off him. Jackie's not home yet. She's supposed to be home now, he mumbled, with an almost boyish fear in his voice. Kate, with all the courage I will never have in my life, stood up against him and punched him in the chest, the highest point she could reach. You need to go. Now, listen to me. We're friends, right? You'll listen to me, right? And then she hit him again. And again, alternating with hitting and shoving as she bawled her eyes out. Chad didn't even seem to notice. He seemed way too distracted to notice anything else. Kate, me, the angry mob, as he looked into the direction of the ravines. There's something wrong. She can't be out this late. It's done something again. And with that, Chad was on the wind, running towards the ravines. Kate had collapsed into a bawling mess. The mob was growing closer by the second, and even I surprised myself when I began to run after Chad. I didn't know why. All I felt was that I had to. The tool shed stood just a few meters away from the mouth of the ravine. It shook with the harrowing winds that echoed ominously from within the depths. The mist had descended like falls into it, sending an unnatural chill over where I stood. I gasped for breath as I felt pain on my sides. I've never run as much as I did that day. Chad had reached the shed a good 10 minutes before I did, which was unusual, because the deep, merry laughter coming from the shed was not his. Footsteps from behind told me Kate had caught up. Somewhere in our backs were minuscule orbs of lights. The dense woods had slowed the progress of the townsfolk. Wah, were the words out of Kate's mouth as she gaped at the shed. Chad's never told me about this before. She was cut off by a dull thud from within the shed. Flesh against flesh, chains rattling, and Chad's unmistakable scream of pain. We hadn't had enough time to think. Kate and I burst into the shed, one after the other. It was a bear of a man that I saw. He was even taller than Chad, and almost thrice as wide. He had to bend over as he occupied almost half of the shed. He was mostly bald, but the hair that he had was long. I counted 3 golden teeth from that fixed grin on his face. I noticed the missing eye. The only clothing he wore was some sort of rag tied around the waist like a loincloth. And he smelled of stale piss and sweat. Those were all the details I gathered before Kate screamed. I looked towards her and followed her line of sight to the central wooden post that held up the entire shed. Attached to the post was a horizontal beam, and on the beam, suspended by what were clearly meat hooks, were Chad and Jacqueline. I felt a warm stream on my leg as I saw Jacqueline even more beat up than I last saw her. She was on the nude. Darkened patches in her skin and numerous wounds were visible under the shed's sole incandescent lighting. It didn't take a genius to know. To tell from the way that her body swayed limply. Blood flowed freely from between her legs into the ground. My vision spun. I was looking at her corpse. "Mom," Chad whispered as if waking a sleeping infant. Beside me, Kate had thrown an arm out to shield me, cover my eyes from the thing I can never unsee. "Mom, I'm here," Chad said with all the gentleness in the world. "I'm here now." It was a miracle how I can hear him over the giant's raucous laughter. The chains creaked from Chad's weight. From how he had hunched over, the meat hooks seemed to be latched from underneath his shoulder blades. The thought of steel within my back sent bile rising up in my throat. But Chad seemed impervious to the pain. His jaws merely opened up and down, reciting Mom over and over like a mantra. But he was looking at Jackie, his sister. I couldn't understand. None of it made sense. Friends? An inhumane growl from somewhere above. Kate had enclosed me in a protective embrace as the giant stood between us and the only exit. "You're his father," Kate muttered. "Oh, what gave us away? Our heights?" The giant chuckled darkly. He moved closer to us. I could tell from the heavy footfall that almost shook the shed. Chad was crying like a little boy now, repeating, "Mama, Mama," over and over. It was disconcerting to hear, like watching a tiny girl speak in a low, crisp baritone. He was unhinged. "Chad, your sister's gone," Kate began. But she was cut off with an even louder scream as Chad began to struggle against his bindings. I couldn't see anything but the tiny space under Kate's arms. Something dark had oozed its way into our corner of the shed. Blood. Chad was bleeding heavily. There was a loud smacking noise as flesh hit flesh again. Chad howled, in fury or in pain. I couldn't tell. Such a disappointment. The low growl rose above the noise. My entire body shook just from hearing it. Kate's chest rose and fell in panic, witnessing the very horror she had shielded my eyes from. "I will never acknowledge you, you monster." Another hit shook the tool shed. The chains slacked and tensed. Barely contained moans of pain. "I will not be spoken of in this way. You dog shit. You're only here because your sister was bent on keeping you. Bitch didn't want to abort. And you're only here because Jackie didn't want me to become a murderer." Chad retorted. I was expecting him to be hit again. But the giant, his father, merely laughed. It was a humorless, bone-chilling laughter. One that sent shivers that crept under your skin. No, she wanted me alive because she liked getting fucked by her own father so much she couldn't part ways with me. The giant slapped the backside of the corpse hanging on the ceiling. We all winced at the cold, inhumane sound of it as the man licked his bottom lip in apparent enjoyment. I looked at Chad and saw a broken man. He was staring at his father, but he might as well have been blind. Those eyes weren't seeing anything anymore. That husk left of a man wasn't living anymore. Fucked by her father? My temples throbbed as I began to vomit. I couldn't understand what was happening. I didn't want to understand. You sick piece of shit. I was released from my dark prison as Kate picked up a spade, Chad's spade, and lunged at the giant, trying to hit him with it. I collapsed in the pool of blood around me as I watched the giant swat the spade off Kate and then pick her up from the ground with a single hand on her skull. He surveyed her with curious interest as his eyes glinted maliciously. And just when I thought I broke my toy, Chad's father said, a perverted, corrupted boyish giggle deep in his throat. Kate struggled in panic from beneath his grasp. "You know," the giant said, to Chad, to Kate, or to me. I wasn't sure. After a while, Jackie stopped fighting, and that honestly took the fun in it. And now, she's dead. Well, even I wouldn't fuck a corpse. Gotta know your boundaries, right? Chad began to struggle against the chain again. I could now see that he was only a few inches off the ground. If I could at least free him. Me? I like earning my food. So, the man said as he released Kate. She, in turn, started to run in my direction. But the giant stood between us. You will run. Girl, I have no business with this runt here. But if you spoil the fun of it for me, he will suffer worse than you ever will. So you will run, and I will come get you. With a horrified look to me and then to the giant, Kate tuned heel and ran outside the shed. If you get out of this and manage to save your little girlfriend, the man said, addressing his son who was mostly gone at that point, then there may yet be hope for you. The giant moved for the door. I like your sister. Runt. Feisty girls like her? They especially like it hard. And she's going to get it. My throat went dry as my heart dropped somewhere on the cold, uneven slab beneath me. All of a sudden, Kate was the one hanging on the ceiling. My mouth opened in one harsh scream. I couldn't hear myself. All I could see was Kate's retreating figure. Hoping, praying that God, oh God, please let her escape. The giant of a man had gone out into the night. He walked as casually as one would in a garden of flowers. My heart drummed hard against my ears. I could almost hear the blood running cold in my veins. I couldn't breathe. Soon, the mist had swallowed the two retreating figures, the hunter and the prey. I was left alone with a corpse, a broken man, and the worst of my fears. I started this. I went and did this to Kate. My reverie was cut short by a low, almost unintelligible gurgle. Free me. An infinity passed in a span of a few seconds. The seconds I took to look at Chad and swell with hope and fall into despair at the sight of him. Kate's a friend. Chad shivered. His body was shutting down. Help me, help her. It was the sound of my sister's name that made me move. It was as if I knew all along what to do. I dragged a bench around the central post so I could get a better reach on the meat hooks lodged deep within Chad's back. I don't know how I did it, how we did it, but we managed to get Chad off the ceiling into the ground. Without so much of a look backwards, he had launched himself out into the dark beyond the tool shed. It was then that I heard the footfalls again. The giant was racing back to the shed, Kate running mad away from him. She'd gone full circle to return to the shed. To save me. The fear in her face was tinged with shock as she saw Chad barreling towards her, but she did not slow down. Almost as if they had rehearsed it, Kate rolled to the ground as Chad launched himself in the air. The giant guffawed as he caught Chad's neck in the air and tossed him aside. Chad's father was almost only an arm's reach from Kate. Caw at tea. And then the giant stopped. Lodged on one of his shoulders was a meat hook. The same hook he had suspended his son to the ceiling with. Chad pulled with it as one would wrestle against a rabid dog. His father continued to advance forwards, practically dragging Chad with him. Kate had reached me and closed the door of the shed behind her, throwing her weight against it for safe measure. I was voiceless, paralyzed. The corpse behind swayed limply as the tool shed shook with the rampage of the beasts outside. The door threatened to give, but Kate held on. The noise was unbelievable as the two trashed and brawled outside. It felt like the world was ending. And then came the triumphant laughter. Deep, booming, chilling. There was a soft thud on the door. A fist. A lifeless knock. Bury her properly. Will you? Not on this town. Then there was a grunt. I told you before. Take her someplace she loves. Do you remember? Kate closed her eyes as she nodded. Yes. A final thud, and then a monstrous scream. A scream that reverberated against the very earth. One that shook and crept under my skin. One that waned and waned as it got swallowed by the ravines beneath us. And then a deafening silence. 10 years later, and it was as if the town had forgotten the bully that was Chad. Nowadays, he was just one of those stories that you told children so they will eat their veggies. Or you'd get swallowed up by the ravines like bad Chad. They'd often say, Kate had moved far, far away. She had honored Chad's request, and now Jackie rested somewhere quiet, somewhere high, somewhere far from the depths of the ravines that held her for the entirety of her life. I stayed because someone had to remember. Someone had to continue protecting the town. However foolish, however misguided, however unworthy its people are. Someone had to continue Chad's legacy. Because that morning, 10 years ago, only Chad's body was recovered at the bottom of the ravine. Pulmonary hemorrhage. He had drowned in his own blood. I realized then why he never let anyone get close to the ravines. He was protecting everyone from the monster that lurked in it. And when I began hearing the heavy footfalls along the ravines, I knew his work wasn't done. So now, I stand vigil near the mouth of the ravine. And I tell you this: keep out. For the monster that you seek does not exist in here, or in any cave or crevice in the face of this earth. It dwells in the hearts of men. Story. Kimberly. I loved my sister more than anyone else in the world. But in the end, that love wasn't enough. After the death of our mother in 1994, Kimberly and I were left completely alone. Half-sisters. Neither of our fathers had been in the picture for years. And there were no living relatives, at least. None close enough to take us in. So we were put in foster care, clinging to each other because we had nobody else. Kimberly was 3 years my senior, and like most big sisters, considered it her duty to protect me. Our mother's death made her even more protective of me, since I was her only family left. Everywhere we went, she would cling to my hand, and although she had her own bed at the foster home, she usually slept with me. Many mornings, I would wake up to find her beside me, her arms and legs forming a protective cage around my body. In those moments, I truly believed nothing could ever hurt me. Only now, as a grown woman who's endured the unthinkable, do I realize how naive my younger self was. I only believed Kimberly could protect me because I didn't understand the true extent of evil, of cruelty and depravity. I didn't understand that there were things even Kimberly couldn't shield me from. I didn't understand that Kimberly, like me, was vulnerable. After nearly a year in foster care, Kimberly and I met a couple willing to adopt us both. Their names were Joseph and Willa Hewitt. They were both in their mid-20s, and had affluent careers that made them quite a lot of money. Joseph was a lawyer, and Willa worked in finances. Thought exactly what she did. I never really knew. They were also good Catholics. As they put it, Mum hadn't been religious, but our foster parents at the time seemed to think this was a good thing. Kimberly and I were just happy that someone wanted us. If I'd known then what I know now, I'd never have gone with the Hewitts. Neither would Kimberly. We would have run away from the foster home and eked out a living on the streets. That would have been paradise compared to what we went through. At least we would still be together. Joseph and Willa Hewitt lived in a beautiful, Victorian-style house in one of the town's most well-to-do neighborhoods. Kimberly and I each had our own bedroom, a closet full of new clothes, and constant assurance from the Hewitts that we would be happy and well cared for. We quickly made friends at our new school, and despite the tragedy we'd been through, it seemed we'd been blessed with a second chance at life. The only downside? The Hewitts and their religion. It quickly became clear that Joseph and Willa's claim that they were good Catholics had been a massive understatement. There was a Bible in every room. Crosses and portraits of the Virgin Mary hung in every room. A lengthy grace was said at every meal, and every evening after dinner. Kimberly, Willa, and I would sit in the living room and listen to Joseph as he gave a lengthy lecture on God, saints, and anything relating to Catholic teachings. We attended church every Sunday morning, and were expected to pray every morning and night. That may not sound so bad. And really, it wasn't. But when it became clear that Kimberly and I weren't as devoted as the Hewitts wanted us to be, things got ugly. Joseph wasn't a large or physically imposing man, but for what he lacked in size, he made up for in temper and nastiness. He took our lack of enthusiasm as a personal insult, and decided we needed to be punished. His reign of terror began with the cat o' nine tails. Joseph had made it himself, a stick with 9 tails, each ending in a sharp metal hook. Joseph would preside over Kimberly and I during our nightly prayers, and if we didn't speak loudly enough or were going too slow, he would whip us. The hooks on the cat o' nine tails tore through skin with the ease of a hot knife slicing butter. The lacerations were deep and bloody. Screaming only made Joseph angrier. So to keep myself from screaming, I would bite my bottom lip as hard as I could, occasionally drawing blood. Willa would clean and bandage the wounds and beg Kimberly and I not to tell anyone. "The foster home won't take you back," she said. "You'll both end up on the streets, with no one to take care of you." Being only 8 years old, I believed her. Kimberly, 11, knew better, but she was terrified. Once, she had threatened to report Joseph to the police, and he simply brought his lips to her ear and whispered something that made Kimberly go white. To this day, I don't know what he said, but it was enough to keep Kimberly quiet, in spite of her own terror, and it must have been overwhelming. Since she had a better understanding of how dire our situation was, Kimberly continued to protect me. Whenever I cried at night, she would come into my room and rock me until I went back to sleep. She kept an eye on me at school and reminded me to behave so that I wouldn't make Joseph angry. She would take the fall whenever I misbehaved, so that no punishment would befall me. "It's going to be okay, Elizabeth," she would tell me. "I'll always be here for you. Promise?" "I swear on my life." Kimberly would smooth back my curly hair and kiss my forehead. "I am never going to leave you. You're my baby sister." And because I was a fool, I believed her. We had been living with the Hewitts for about 2 months when Joseph decided I needed to lose weight. "You're getting fat," he said over breakfast one morning. "Don't you agree, Willa?" "She's not fat," Kimberly protested. "Don't listen to him, Elizabeth. He's..." "Shut your mouth," Joseph yelled. "Nobody gave you permission to speak to me, Elizabeth. Starting today, I will be putting you on a diet. But, no arguments. Elizabeth. Willa cut in. Joseph is right. I just stared at them, disbelieving. I was a bit chubby, to be sure, but fat? That was stretching it. Still, I knew better than to argue with Joseph. So I simply bowed me head and whispered, "Okay." It turned out that Joseph and Willa's idea of a diet was borderline starvation. Breakfast was an apple, lunch a peanut butter sandwich, and dinner a bowl of broth. I was given only water to drink, and forbidden from snacking between meals. It wasn't long before I began wasting away. For a while, Kimberly would sneak me food during the night, but Joseph and Willa caught on and began locking the fridge and pantries. I was malnourished and underweight, with a back covered in painful lacerations. Needless to say, I was miserable, but things were only about to get much worse. Joseph and Willa were very strict about the music Kimberly and I listened to and the books we read. Since my sister was approaching her teenage years, she was more likely to show an interest in the forbidden, and our adoptive parents knew this, so they went to great lengths to make sure she didn't rebel. This included, among other things, inspecting her room several times a day. On one of these searches, Joseph found a copy of The Hobbit, which my sister had borrowed from the library. The Hewitts hated the fantasy genre and considered it evil, so they were furious. Joseph stormed into my room and demanded to know if I'd been in on Kimberly's deception. After I assured him I hadn't, he left, and he and Willa went downstairs to wait for Kimberly. 5 minutes later, Kimberly came home from the nearby grocery store, where Willa had sent her to buy milk. She was called into the living room, and I snuck out of my room and cowered at the top of the stairs. I was too afraid to go down, but I needed to hear everything. There was a loud smack. Kimberly gave a high-pitched bird's cry, and the thud of her falling body made me flinch. The air was shattered as Joseph began yelling. "How dare you?" he bellowed. "How dare you, you stupid, selfish, evil girl." His rage was terrifying. His words seemed to have physical impact, blowing back the curtains and knocking me onto my butt. I began to sob, hands over my mouth to muffle the noise. "What are you doing?" Kimberly shrieked. "Why are you so mad? What did I do? Don't you play innocent, you little bitch." Willa snapped. "You know exactly what you did." She must have shown Kimberly the book then, because my sister began to protest. "It's just a book. I don't get what the problem is." Another loud slap, followed by Kimberly crying, "You've disobeyed me, you ungrateful whore." Joseph yelled, "After all we've done for you." "I'm sorry. I'm so sorry." Kimberly wailed. "You are going to take this book, and you will burn it, and then you will get down on your knees and plead with God to forgive you. But it's a library book. Then you can pay for it, or you can refuse. But in that case, I'm giving you 5 minutes to pack up your things and get the fuck out of this house. And if you try taking your little sister, I will call the police and have them arrest you. Remember, you spoiled fucking brat, I'm a lawyer. I have the power to put you in jail and leave you there to rot. Understand?" Kimberly just whimpered. I could picture her nodding frantically, tears leaking down her face, her cheek a bright, angry red from Joseph's slaps. "Good. Now get on with it." I scurried back to my room and sat on my bed, staring catatonically at the wall. So deep in shock I'd gone past the point of fear, and was just numb. An hour later, Kimberly came in. The left side of her face was swollen and purple. Her beautiful dark eyes were so red from crying that if I didn't know better, I would have thought they were filled with blood. "I'm sorry, Elizabeth," she sniffled, and I wondered if she was apologizing for what had just happened, or what was to come. After the incident with the Hobbit, Kimberly became, in the eyes of Joseph and Willa, something evil. They kept her confined to that beautiful, loveless house, only letting her out to attend school. She wasn't even allowed to go to church, and Joseph would send her to her room before the nightly lecture. It seemed they wanted her out of their sight as much as possible. I was still on my diet, and had lost so much weight it hurt to look in the mirror. Nobody at school or church noticed how sick I was. Or maybe they did, but were too afraid of Joseph and Willa, who had the power and money to keep anyone quiet. A year passed. The starvation, whipping, and lectures continued, as well as the isolation and fear. Whenever the social worker came by, Joseph and Willa put on a great show of being loving parents who gave their adoptive daughters a wonderful life. And Kimberly and I would play along, nodding and smiling through our despair. My sister's protectiveness of me hadn't faltered, but her spirit certainly had. I could tell Kimberly was growing increasingly depressed. At night, our shared wall only muffled her sobs. She was losing weight, becoming even frailer than me. She began dressing all in black and grew out her long bangs so that they hung like a curtain in front of her tired eyes. But the fire inside her was yet to burn out. One night, Kimberly shook me awake. When I opened my eyes, she put a finger to her lips, then whispered, "Not a word. Pack your things. We're leaving." I nodded, even as I began to sweat from the terror. I knew that if Joseph or Willa caught us, death would be preferable to whatever punishment those two monsters had in mind. "Hurry," my sister hissed, moving carefully, quietly, like a black cat slinking down a darkened alleyway. I dragged my suitcase out of the closet and stuffed it with clothes and toiletries. Kimberly had already packed, and her own bag was waiting in the hall. She gripped my hand like a bear trap as we snuck down the stairs and put on our coats and shoes. Then we escaped out the back door. Keeping to the shadows, Kimberly and I walked on and on, unable to breathe until we had put about 10 blocks between ourselves and the Hewitt house. When I asked my sister where we were going, she told me she didn't know yet. "But we can't live on the streets." "Yes, we can. Anywhere is better than with them." I shut up then, because that was a fact I couldn't argue against. We came to a bus stop and decided to rest for a while. Tired, I lay down with my head pillowed in Kimberly's lap. I could feel in her thighs and hips that she'd gotten dangerously thin. Kimberly stroked my hair and began to sing a song that felt like rain pouring down on me, washing away the blood and tears, and leaving me pure once again. Whispers of the north, soon I will go forth, to that wild and barren land, when nature takes its course. Whispers of the wind, soon I will be there again, bound with a wild and restless drive that pulls me from within, and we can ride away, we can glide all day, and we can fly away. When I heard the rumbling of a car engine, I stupidly thought it was a growling animal, and sat up in a panic, thinking we were about to be attacked. "Calm down," Kimberly whispered. It's just a car. A silver BMW 7. Glowing eerily in the moonlight. Pulled to a stop, I recognized it immediately, and began to cry. The door was thrown open and Joseph strode across the street, fury twisting his face into something grotesque. "What?" he boomed. "In fuck's name are you two doing?" I began to shake, but Kimberly stood, placing herself in front of me. A human shield. "We are not going back with you," she said in a voice of steel and ice. "We've had enough." "Enough of what?" Joseph demanded. His eyes, within his red face, glowed like twin blue flames. "Of a home? Of good food and clothes and a roof over your heads? Of an education and a chance of a future? Of a family? It's not a family. It's hell on earth," Kimberly yelled. "It's more than your whore of a mother ever gave you." Joseph sneered. Kimberly punched him, right in the face. I gasped. Joseph stared at Kimberly in disbelief, a purple bruise already blossoming on his square jawline. Kimberly clenched her fist, as if preparing to strike him again. But this time, Joseph saw it coming. He caught her hand in his own. And then he began hitting back. He struck Kimberly everywhere he could reach: face, chest, arms, stomach, and even her neck. I screamed and screamed, but he was in such a frenzy not even an earthquake could have stopped him. "You little bitch! You whore! How dare you! I knew it! I knew you were evil! You're a demon! I see it now! You've got the devil inside you!" The attack lasted for a good 3 minutes, which honestly felt like 3 hours. Finally, Joseph's fists stopped flying, and Kimberly sagged down onto the bench, bruised and bleeding from her nose and mouth. But Joseph wasn't done. He grabbed Kimberly by the neck and pulled her towards him, her face inches from his. "If you ever strike me again," he hissed, his eyes dangerous little slits, "you'll be begging me for mercy." Kimberly nodded, her eyes vacant. She was barely even conscious anymore. Joseph dragged her back to his car, and I followed, too horrified even for tears. 3 days later, when I came home from school, I found Joseph and Willa in the living room, which was strange, since they should have been at work. They weren't alone. However, the priest of our church, Father Martin, sat with them, dressed in his robe and collar, looking grim. "Hello, Elizabeth," said Willa. "We've been waiting for you." "Why?" I stammered. "What did I do?" "It's not you, Elizabeth." Joseph spoke in a voice so uncharacteristically sweet it made my skin crawl. "It's your sister." "What about her?" Willa pulled me onto her lap, her arms forming a straitjacket around me so I couldn't squirm free. Her wavy blonde hair tickled my face as she whispered, "Elizabeth, your sister is, well, she has a demon inside of her. That's why she's become so evil." "She's not," I protested. "Yes, she is. You've seen it yourself. Elizabeth, we need to get rid of the demon. And now, that's where I come in." Father Michael stroked his short gray beard. "I'm going to banish the demon from your sister's body. And I've convinced your parents to let her watch." "Where is she?" "Down in the basement," said Joseph calmly. "That is where the exorcism will be performed." I followed the 3 adults down the creaky basement stairs, which smelled heavily of dust and neglect. Once we reached the bottom, someone pulled a string, and a single yellow bulb burst into life. The pale yellow light it cast was weak and only reached so far. but it was enough to illuminate an odd shape next to the washing machine. As we drew nearer, the mound whimpered. I gasped. Willa pulled me back against her, slapping a hand over my mouth. Joseph turned on a flashlight. Kimberly. She was tied to a chair with thick, coarse rope that had rubbed her flesh raw and bloody. Her brown hair was matted with blood and sweat. There was vomit congealing on her t-shirt. I tried to scream her name, but Willa's hand muffled my voice. Kimberly looked my way, but I saw no recognition in her eyes, just pain, confusion, and fear. Stand back, Father Michael ordered. Kimberly moaned, her head lolling from side to side, as the priest approached her, brandishing a wooden cross like a weapon. He began to pray, in the name of the Father, and of the Son, and of the Holy Ghost. Joseph joined in, so did Willa. Their combined voices gained volume with every word, until they were shouting. Kimberly's eyes rolled back, and she began to drool. She began to shake violently, and Father Michael took this as a sign that the exorcism was working. He began chanting even louder, Joseph and Willa following suit. In the name of the Father, and of the Son, and of the Holy Ghost. Kimberly went limp, and her dead weight caused the chair to tip over. Her head hit the concrete floor and began to bleed. I pointed and let out a succession of muffled shrieks. But nobody made a move to help my sister. They kept chanting, even when Kimberly vomited again, even when she began to convulse, even when she stopped moving altogether. They only stopped when Joseph stepped forward and grabbed the cross from Father Michael. "What are you doing?" he demanded. "Joseph," Willa yelled. "This isn't working," said Joseph, and with a terrible crack, broke the cross over his knee. "Joseph, stop. What are you going to do?" "What I should have done a long time ago." Joseph, gripping the broken end of the cross, approached my sister and knelt beside her. Looking over his shoulder, he met my eyes and said, "Close your eyes, Elizabeth. You don't want to see this." Then he drove the splintered wood into Kimberly's neck, causing blood to splatter onto the walls, onto Joseph, and onto the horrified spectators. Willa's hand slipped from my mouth as she fainted, and I was free. I staggered over to Kimberly's side, fell to my knees, and stared in disbelief at her broken body. Then I screamed so loudly I nearly blocked out the wailing of distant sirens. A neighbor had called 911, reporting a domestic disturbance. Understatement of the century. When the police arrived, they found Joseph dead from a self-inflicted gunshot wound and me hysterical, cradling Kimberly's body. Willa and Father Michael were taken into custody. Kimberly was taken to the morgue. I was taken to the hospital. Physically, I was unharmed, but the trauma of what I'd witnessed left me catatonic. For over a week, I lay motionless in my hospital bed, being fed through a tube and turned over every hour by nurses so I wouldn't develop sores. Coming back to reality felt like waking up from a nightmare only to find myself in another. Willa and Father Michael were in jail, and the police needed my statement. I couldn't talk about what had happened, so I wrote it down instead. I filled nearly 10 pages, detailing not only the day Kimberly died, but the abuse we'd both endured ever since the Hewitts adopted us. My written statement was enough to convict Willa and Father Michael. It would have been enough to have Joseph locked away, if he hadn't taken the coward's way out. I should have been relieved that none of them could hurt me anymore. But honestly, I barely cared. None of it mattered, now that Kimberly was gone. After the trial was over, I was placed in a group home for troubled girls. I tried not to think about the Hewitts or Kimberly. It was simply too painful, and I feared I wouldn't survive the grief. So I built walls, brick by brick, that kept the memories out. And for a while, it worked. But like the walls of Jericho, mine weren't impenetrable after all. After standing tall and proud for nearly a decade, they finally came down. All because I decided to look deeper into Kimberly's murder. I believed it was the only way I could find closure. And so I contacted one of the detectives who'd worked on the case. Since I was Kimberly's sister, he saw no reason to withhold any information. And so he told me everything. Joseph, it turned out, had been planning Kimberly's death and his own demise for quite some time. The night before, he had written a 20-page suicide note, revealing a secret that shattered everything I thought I knew. Joseph was, in fact, Kimberly's biological father. He and Mom had only dated briefly, and broke up after Mom learned she was pregnant. Joseph eventually married Willa, and when the couple found out they couldn't have children naturally, they decided to adopt. By terrible coincidence, the children they adopted were us. Not long after bringing us into his home, Joseph began to suspect that Kimberly was his daughter by blood. She looked nothing like Joseph, but bore a strong resemblance to Mom, whom Joseph had impregnated years ago. After doing some research and asking around, he learned our mother's identity, and confirmed that she and his ex-girlfriend were one and the same. Being reunited with his own child did not please Joseph. However, rather, he was disgusted. You see, his relationship with Mom hadn't been harmonious, to say the least. Joseph looked down on her as a whore, and only valued her for her looks. Not long before they broke up, he hit her during an argument, and Mom called the police. Joseph only spent a night in jail, but he never forgave Mom for tarnishing his once perfect record. So, when Kimberly came along, Joseph decided he would make her life miserable as a means of revenge. And when she began to rebel, he believed she was going down the same path as her pathetic slut of a mother. This eventually morphed into a belief that she was possessed. So he arranged an exorcism. He hoped that Father Michael could purge the demon from Kimberly's soul. But even so, he had no intention of letting her live. Kimberly had been drugged heavily prior to the ritual, and Joseph planned to kill her once it was over. Which he did. I'm not sure if he ever realized my sister wasn't possessed. But in the end, it didn't really matter. The whole plot seemed ridiculous and didn't make much sense. Not to anyone sane, at least. But it would make sense to someone as fucked up as Joseph Hewitt. He was crazy long before Kimberly and I came along. And learning my sister's identity only drove him off the deep end. Kimberly was fated to die. I think she knew that. And yet, she only ever thought of me. Or maybe she believed that sisterly love would save us. She was wrong. Although there was enough love between Kimberly and I to fill the world's oceans, it couldn't stand up to evil. In the end, all Kimberly could do was keep me safe for as long as possible, and hope that I could, somehow, continue to live without her. Story: The Great Smoky Mountain Massacre. This is a true story. It happened to me just over a decade and a half ago. I don't know if this is the wrong sub for this sort of thing. If so, please let me know and I'll gladly move it. The title is borrowed from one of the stories my uncle used to tell me when I stayed with him and my cousin when I was young. The title has nothing really to do with the story per se, other than it happened to be the one he was telling when this story happened. I have went back and forth a couple of times on whether or not to post this, partially because I know most won't believe it, and partially because I don't really want to relive it in my head. Throwaway because no amount of karma is worth getting labeled a whack job should someone I know in real life find this or something. My uncle, we will call him Bob, and his daughter. My cousin, we will call her Sue, used to live a good distance out in the woods. I'm not going to say what state, but suffice it to say it's a very rural area of a southeastern U.S. state. The closest main road was a couple of miles away, and it was one gravel road onto another to get to their house. The only house within walking distance, a long walk at that, about 1/8 of a mile, was a second uncle of mine, John, and the two of them had lived in that house in the middle of those woods all of their lives up until Bob decided to buy a mobile home and set it up a little farther still into the woods. Yeah, it probably sounds nutso to want to live out in the middle of no frickin' where. The town's TV cable service didn't even offer service to his house, and you could barely get a cell signal there half the time. But my uncle loved it. He was an outdoorsy type, and honestly a bit of a gun nut. He fancied himself a cowboy, I guess, always wearing a cowboy hat and watching old gunslinger TV shows on VHS, like I said. No cable. My cousin Sue never knew anything different, so she liked living out in the woods just fine too, up until they moved into the trailer, but more on that later. So, being a young boy, I thought my Uncle Bob was just the coolest guy in the world. I always enjoyed shooting and plinking as a kid. My parents bought me a .22, taught me how to use it and how to safely handle firearms really young. So of course I loved visiting Uncle Bob out in the woods and going hunting with him and checking out his cool guns. That is, until both of my parents got switched to second shift at their jobs, and I had to start going to Bob's house after school every day. At first it wasn't so bad. The lack of cable really bummed me out, but we had VHSs. But what really started to get to me was the walk back to my parents' car at 11:30 when they got off and came to pick me up. The gravel road that led from my Uncle John's house to Bob's was barely passable as a road, and lit by a single street light. My parents, convinced that a 12-year-old boy had nothing to worry about walking down a gravel road at midnight in the middle of nowhere, who was going to bother me, right? Would usually park at John's house and call down for Bob to send me walking up the road. It honestly wasn't that big of a deal. Bob would stand at his door and watch me walk up the road to make sure I was all right. And I'd no sooner be out of his sight than the high beams of my parents' car would be greeting me back to safety. But it sure felt like I was walking through hell. Other than the TV situation and the long dark walk, Bob, Sue, and I would sit around and talk about hunting or watch videotaped hunting shows. Bob loved hunting, hunted every single day. Both of my uncles had been hunting in those woods since they were little, and knew damn near everything about the area. Bob had some pretty spooky stories he would tell from his hunting experiences. Mostly just weird sounds in the woods. Occasionally seeing some weird things once or twice. It always tripped me out when he would tell Sue and me those stories about the woods around the trailer we were sitting in at that very moment. Of course, John would never back Bob up on any of those stories. If you asked him about any of them, or if he had ever seen anything, he'd just say something kinda dodgy about how you can't explain everything. And just because he didn't know what something was didn't mean it was anything weird. I don't remember a single time John confirmed anything Bob told me. At least not with any kind of conviction. But that is probably partially because Bob was a natural-born storyteller. He could make scary stories up off the top of his head that would give Stephen King nightmares. That was something else we did to pass the time. Sit around and listen to these horror stories that my uncle would come up with. Now don't get me wrong. He never mixed up his real life "this happened to me" eerie type stories with his obviously made up supernatural type stories. But knowing how John kinda shrugged Bob's true stories off and knowing how good of a storyteller Bob was, I always took his tales with a shaker of salt. So anyway, like I said, I really liked hanging out with Uncle Bob and Cousin Sue, and going hunting with Bob, and everything was pretty normal at their trailer for a good while after they moved in. They even got an indoor dog that I loved to death and loved to play with named Muffin. I had maybe been staying with them after school for probably a month when it all went to shit. When it first started, I really kinda wondered if they were playing a joke on me, or setting up some tall tale for a story. It never seemed to happen when I was there, only on the weekends, or after midnight when I had gone home. Someone was trying to screw with Sue's head. Bob would be gone during the day hunting or gone to town. And someone would fuck with their trailer, knocking on doors, knocking on walls, throwing sticks, rocks at it. Now Sue was no Southern belle. She knew her way around a 12-gauge pump-action shotgun better than most people. But one can only sit in a trailer the middle of the woods alone and listen to windows in other rooms getting knocked on before you start to wonder who the hell is coming all the way out in rural bum-fucking Egypt to mess with you. Not to mention the stuff happening at 2 to 3 o'clock in the morning. Sue and Bob had bedrooms at opposite ends of the trailer, and at either end, looking outside their window, was a clearing maybe 40 to 50 feet wide, and then the tree line. At night in the early hours of the morning, Sue could hear someone walking rather heavily around the wood line, and occasionally screaming a high-pitched scream. My dad and Uncle John suggested it was a panther, and not to worry about it, but Sue took to sleeping with the 12-gauge next to her bed anyway. Like I said, I honestly didn't believe it at first. I could barely muster the courage to walk from one end of the gravel road to the other at night with a fully grown man with a gun watching over me. Who the fuck would have the balls to be wandering around the woods at 3 a.m. screwing with an obviously armed woman? And the fact that it only happened when I wasn't there seemed a little too convenient. I would have thought maybe they were setting me up for some kinda grand story. Or even that Sue, she was a bit of a drama queen, was just making it up for attention. Except that, they were kinda keeping it hush-hush. At least from me. The little bits of info I got were mostly hearing, other room, conversations between Sue and Bob. Or Bob and John. I had to piece together what was going on, and question Sue about it later. At first she just kinda said it was nothing for me to worry about and everything was fine. That is, until one day after school. I got to their house and Bob and Sue were waiting for me at John's house to walk me down to theirs. This was unusual. It was a perfectly bright sunny day. No murderers, rapists, or home intruders in sight. But there was something really strange in the air that day. Some weird glances between Bob and Sue. Something had them on edge. If the awkward looks and edgy acting hadn't tipped me off, the firepower should have. Bob had a 6-shooter strapped to his leg, and a 30-30 lever action rifle in his hand, and Sue had the shotgun at her side. It wasn't until Bob was making us dinner in the kitchen later that I found out why. Someone had tried to break in on Sue that day. Bob had gotten up that morning and went squirrel hunting, and someone had tried to rip the door off of their trailer. Bob hadn't went out for a few days given the strange occurrences of the past few days. But everything had seemingly died down. So, this day he had decided he'd go out for just a little while. Stick close to the trailer, and see how things went. No more than 45 minutes after he had left, Sue had been sitting on the couch and heard the handle of the door, which she had triple-locked, start to rustle back and forth. Gently at first, and then harder, and finally a full-fledged attempt to pull the door off the hinges. Sue had somehow composed herself long enough to call Bob's cell phone and scream for help before grabbing the shotgun and falling into a crying mess on the floor, waiting on God knows what to come through the door after her. It had been watching and waiting on Bob to leave. It gave up a few minutes before Bob got back, either deterred by the door lock, Sue's dog Muffin attacking the inside of the door trying to get out to it, or at the sound of a shotgun's pump action racking around into the chamber. I hadn't noticed walking in. I seem to remember one of them opening the door for me. But later that day I checked and the doorknob was decimated. I'm not sure how it was hanging on, much less working, and I could tell this wasn't usual Sue drama when she told me. She was nearly in tears. Muffin would not leave her side that entire night, no matter how much I tried to play with her. She had the look in her eye of someone who had been through an emotional hell that day. After dinner, just after sundown, we tried to regain some sense of normalcy. We played a few games of cards. And were sitting down about to listen to Bob continue one of his stories, the Great Smoky Mountain Massacre, from which this story borrows its title. Sue and I sat on the couch with Muffin laying in between us. Bob sat in a chair perpendicular to us. I was honestly not in the mood to hear a scary story from Bob, the master of terror himself, after hearing what had went down that day. But Sue wanted to, so I was okay with it. I suppose maybe looking back, she wanted to put her fear back into something that couldn't really hurt her. Who knows what was outside the door? But at least in there right then, no story was breaking down her door to get at her. 5 minutes in, Bob had us enthralled as usual, and I was just leaning my head back to take a sip of soda when bam! Something hit the metal trailer wall directly behind my head so hard I fell out of my seat. Literally, I jumped into the floor, hit the deck, and took cover. Sue in the floor beside me, Muffin barking at the top of her lungs, Bob grabbing a rifle and a spotlight, slamming the back door open and flying out of it trying to kick Muffin back to keep her inside. I could hear very heavy footsteps hitting the ground to the tree line just behind their house. 5 minutes passed, then 10, then an eternity. I remember it like it were yesterday. Finally, what seemed like hours later, but was probably 15 minutes at most, I heard Bob yell to Sue that he was coming back in. Which was a good thing, as Sue by now had a firearm in hand. He walked back in with disbelief in his eyes. He hadn't made it around the house in time to see what had hit the wall. But the area where the bang was heard, the area just behind my head, was about 10 feet off the ground. There was a dent in the metal the size of an abnormally large man's fist. No more than a foot behind where my head had just been only minutes ago. And my Uncle Bob, who until that point in my life had been the great white hunter to me, had no explanation. Bob and Sue walked me to my parents' car that night. Of course my parents, being rational human beings, and knowing Bob's storytelling and Sue's flair for the dramatic, didn't believe it was anything other than perhaps a peeping Tom or some backwards neighbor, who had no fear of death via acute lead poisoning, and nothing to do but walk several miles in the middle of the night to bang on a trailer and run, trying to scare us. It didn't matter if they believed me though. Just as quickly as the terrorizing had started, it stopped. A month or so passed and there were no more incidents to speak of. Or at least nothing that couldn't be blamed on overactive imaginations or jumpy nerves. No more window taps. No more muffin barking fits. No more replaced doorknobs. Still, the occurrence made Bob decide that maybe they should cut back a few trees and extend the wood line away from their house a bit. If for nothing else than to extend the sightlines just in case. So they hired a couple of guys to come in during the days with chainsaws and cut some of the trees around the edges of the clearing down. They were friends of the family, so they worked slow. But it gave Bob some time to get some hunting in, trusting that no sane, or even insane, individual would try breaking in on Sue midday while guys with chainsaws running full blast were walking around. And he was right, no weird activity at all to speak of. Until one Sunday night, a few weekends later. I wasn't there for this part, but it is what I am able to recall piecing together the next day from my 12-year-old brain. Now over a decade and a half later, Muffin, being an indoor dog, and needing to go outside as indoor dogs often do, was sitting next to the front door with her leash sometime just after dark. Bob, not having me to send out to walk her, and still a bit anxious from the strange happenings the month before, grabbed his rifle and flashlight, put Muffin's leash on her, and plunged out into the warm, dark night. Sue was inside washing dishes from dinner and looking out into the yard, newly cleared area, and was just able to faintly see Bob and Muffin from the little bit of glow the gravel road's streetlight provided. Almost no sooner than her paws had hit the dirt, Muffin flipped her shit. She was a small dog, maybe 20 pounds, but she was hitting above her weight, barking and pulling Bob toward the tree line with everything she had. Bob was no small man by any means, but trying to balance a flashlight in one hand with a dog leash tied around it, and a rifle in the other, I guess it is fair to say that Muffin was winning the fight. After getting Muffin to stop yanking his arm out of socket, Bob tried to shine his flashlight at the tree line to see what Muffin was barking at. But the beam wouldn't quite reach. All he could see at the distance was what looked like a very thick tree stump the yard clearing had left, And then, the tree stump stood up. Sue, inside at the kitchen window and being a lot closer than Bob to the end of the house, yard the former tree stump was now standing at. Said the figure was tall and very bulky. Tall meaning over 8 foot in height, and bulky as wide around as a large tree stump. The massive figure took a step toward Bob just as the first before the first shot rang out. And then the second and the third. And so on. The hulking shade, possibly startled by the noise of a 30-30 Winchester, or possibly hit with a round or several, turned and retreated back into the woods. At first Bob and the fearless Muffin started toward the woods to give chase and find out just what the hell that tree stump had morphed into. However, after a few steps, and realizing he had no idea how many rounds he had left in his rifle, Bob thought better of chasing an obviously physically superior, possibly wounded, animal into the deep dark woods in the pitch black of night, regardless of how much courage Muffin possessed. Instead, after a quick reload, the night was spent at Uncle John's house. The next day John and Bob went to look at the scene of the carnage. Brush and small trees were knocked down for yards, leading deeper into the woods back over a creek and towards a bluff. But the trail went cold, and there were no obvious signs of blood. So, just what was terrorizing my uncle and my cousin? I have no idea. I do know I talked to John about it a little over a year later. After my uncle and cousin had moved out of that house and into a more populated, less rural part of town, I asked John what he thought it was, and if he thought the story was just Bob embellishing for the sake of a good tale, or Sue playing everything up for attention. John's usual casual disregard for Bob's stories wasn't there this time. He just said he didn't know and he didn't think he ever would. John actually moved into the trailer after Bob and Sue moved out. Never had any problems as far as I know. Not a peep. You may be wondering what finally made my uncle and my cousin move out between the tree stump night and the time I talked to John about everything. What was it that finally made someone who had lived within an 1/8 mile radius from their childhood home their whole life, and who loved living in the middle of nowhere, finally pack up and move to a less rural area across town? Well, unfortunately for me, that is where I come in. It had been probably 6 or 7 months since my Uncle Bob had shot at some towering behemoth of an unidentifiable human-ish shaped animal. They had speculated just what that shape in the darkness had been for months. Maybe it was a really large human. Maybe it was a bear. Black bears are pretty common around here, and one standing on its hind legs for a minute would appear like a stump getting huge. Especially in the panic of the moment. Nobody knew. It didn't really matter though. Either Bob had hit it with enough lead to poison a fishing village, or it had decided it wasn't fond of getting shot at. Either way, it hadn't been back to bother my cousin or my uncle. Bob almost never left the first 2 months, especially without Sue. In the 3rd month, he started cautiously going out, but staying close, and as things tend to do, they started to go back to normal. Finally, after over half a year, Bob was going out almost every day hunting again. Summer had come and gone, and I had decided to spend a Saturday hunting with my uncle. Sue seemed perfectly fine staying alone again. I think she was sick of Bob being there all the time. So Bob and I decided to make a go of it and have at some squirrels. My parents had just gotten me my first shotgun. A single-shot break-action 20 gauge. We walked for maybe a mile and a half, which takes a little while when you are trying to be quiet in the woods. And we were just crossing a fence onto a neighboring property. My uncle was friends with the owner and had permission to cross the property as a shortcut when my uncle's cell phone rang, which in and of itself was a miracle given the cell phone coverage of the day and how far we were in the woods. He quickly silenced it and handed my gun over the fence to me. I had crossed first. We had to climb over as it was a tall fence. Just as he was about to hand his gun over, the phone began to ring again. Bob pulled the phone out of his jacket and looked at it, answered and was just about to say, "Sue, I can't talk right now," when I could hear it over his speaker. Loud banging on metal. Bang, bang, bang. Muffin barking her head off. Sue screaming for help, grabbing his gun and slamming his phone into his pocket. Bob took off running back in the direction of their house, leaving me on the wrong side of the fence. Bob yelled, "I'll be back, stay here." At this point, I believe I was 12 or 13 years old. The exact details kind of blur with time, but the event I can still close my eyes and relive if I am not careful. Bob running as fast as he can through the woods, rifle in hand. His brown jacket getting smaller and smaller into the distance, until I'm alone. I'm alone in the woods. Not old enough to drive. Barely a teenager. Not even in high school yet. I'm alone in the woods. No one around for miles. With a single-shot shotgun and a pocket full of shells as my uncle speeds off to defend my cousin from God only knows what kind of monster my imagination was coming up with. I had never even seen the silhouette that they had been so afraid of. Only heard their descriptions and juxtaposed them to the sound of the banging coming from behind my head that night. 10 feet off the ground. I was alone in the woods. And Muffin, all 20 pounds of her, was trying every bit as hard to get out to tear the monster's throat out to protect my cousin. But I was here almost defenseless. I was alone in the woods. And I was scared to death. Put your 12-year-old self there. Put your 12-year-old self in the woods. Alone. With the monsters and the demons. And every creature from under your bed. And stuck imagining what was going on a mile away. Up until that moment, I had never been scared of the woods. But right then, I just wanted to get out. At first I was able to stay pretty calm and collected. I carefully unloaded the single round in my shotgun, after taking a good 5-minute glare around the area to make sure I wouldn't need that single round immediately. Slid the gun under the fence, clumb over the fence myself, and then reloaded. I wanted to get out of there so badly. I knew roughly the way back. But honestly, I wasn't sure I wanted to go back to my uncle's house given its current situation either. I figured I followed the trail most of the way to his house. Then veered off left to my Uncle John's house. It would be at least moderately safe. At least a lot safer than waiting around here for Bob to scare off whatever was trying to break in on Sue again. Just for it to come out here and find me wandering around. At least she had a house, a dog, and an arsenal of Bob's firearms to protect her. Hell, I only had one round at a time. So, weighing the risk of getting in trouble for not staying put like Bob told me to versus the risk of getting eaten by Bigfoot, I started down the trail back to John's house. At best I run into Bob coming back for me. At worst I get to John's and call Bob's cell phone and let him know where I am. And at very worst I run headlong into Sasquatch and have to fight for my life with what would be the equivalent of a BB gun to it. At first the walk was almost peaceful. Birds chirping, squirrels running about. They always know when you aren't going to shoot them for some reason, and that's when they'll run out in front of you. I say, walk, because it started out kind of a brisk speed walk sorta thing. As fast as I could without crushing through the brush and announcing my presence to whatever was within earshot. But then, something changed. There were no bird sounds anymore. No little animal noises at all. Just a steady, heavy crunching of foliage underfoot. And it wasn't by me. Something coming toward me that was just out of sight. It couldn't be Bob. It is coming from the direction I'm coming from. But behind me. Walking with me toward Bob's house. Okay. Fuck this. I'm out. I remember thinking under my breath as I broke into whatever I could manage for a sprint in the heavier underbrush. A minute into my sprint I started thinking I was silly. There is no way anything is behind me. After all, isn't this whole thing just Bob and Sue's imagination anyway? Their imagination? Now chasing me through the woods. And I still hear it following me. Something is still crunching away just as fast as I am, keeping pace with me in these godforsaken woods. By the time I hit the clearing to John's yard, I don't know if whatever it was still keeping pace with me, or catching up, or gone completely, for all I knew. And in my imagination, the second I hit the clearing, its giant arm was going to grab me and snatch me back into the bleakness of the forest forever. Propelled by that thought and gaining traction in the clearing, I didn't stop running until I was pounding on John's door with everything I had. When he finally got me inside and calmed me down, he explained that whatever had been breaking in on Sue was gone when he and Bob got there. Sue had called John too. And that Bob had just went back into the woods a few minutes ago to find me, meaning there is no way it could have been him following me. John called Bob and let him know I was safe and sound. And a few long months after that day, as soon as they could afford to get out, Sue and Bob moved away from that trailer in the middle of the woods. As far as I know, after that day they never had any more problems. However, on their last day there, Bob told me he joked to Sue he was going to leave a forwarding address on the door so their visitor would know where to find her. Somehow the humor of that one was lost on her. Story: The loss of a child. It's said that the worst agony any parent can ever experience is the loss of a child. This happened to my sister. I can't ever quite articulate what this has done to her, to her husband, to all of us. I almost feel guilty for my own grief because it is a pale shadow of her own. I can say that I'm heartbroken for her, but somehow it's not even close to explaining how I feel. It's ruined her life. It's changed her forever. The loss of her child destroyed who she was and left behind a husk of a woman. Dead-eyed, stringy-haired, waxy-skinned. Dead-eyed isn't quite right. Her eyes were too fresh. Gaping wounds. In them I saw the depths of her torment. The anguish of loss. I didn't see my sister. Her child, a daughter, was stillborn. They'd named her Faith. Every time I close my eyes I see that little white coffin that they laid in the ground with her name written in pink on the lid. The death of Faith in every sense. It happened over 6 months ago now. I know that everyone grieves in their own way. I know that she will never get over it. My sister died in that room alongside her baby girl. How can anything ever be okay again? But shouldn't she be improving at all? Will time heal her even slightly, or will she always be in the depths of her grief, as grief-stricken as the day that it happened? Will it always be as raw as it was that day when she labored in blood and pain to bring her daughter into the world, only for her to never take a breath, never open her eyes, never live? I've given her space, but she can't go on like this. I was terrified for months after it happened that she'd hurt herself, hasten her journey to join her daughter. But she kept living, and I think that was a choice. So surely I need to help her have some kind of life, because what she's doing just now isn't living. It's barely existing. If anything, she's more withdrawn with each day and week and month that passes. Her and her husband rarely leave the house, except when I nag them enough, and they eventually come over for maybe 15 minutes and then leave. They never have me over to theirs. We used to be so happy. We'd walk our dogs together. We'd talk daily on the phone. We'd have dinner with each other at least once a week, alternating whose house we went to. Now, if I ask her to come over, she says, maybe another day. If I say I'll go to hers, she tells me they're not up to hosting guests. I'm not a guest. I'm her sister. I'd offer to walk their dog, a little cocker spaniel named Dolly, for her, and she'd refuse. Sometimes I do just turn up there, but she won't let me in. I wait at the door, full of nerves, anticipating the rejection that I know will come. She takes an age to answer the door. The curtains are always drawn. The house is dark and still. The garden is unkempt, and there's always a strange smell coming from the house when she does open the door. She'll come outside, shut the door and lock it behind her. She'll talk to me on the front step. Well, her or her husband, they never ask me to come in, and it's so clear that they just want me to leave. And it hurts every time. I miss them. I miss who they used to be. Maybe I should stop trying. Maybe they just need more time. But she's my sister. I want to help her. I want to support her. I can't give up on her. I know that nothing will ever replace what she's lost, but they're still so young. She always wanted a big family. I stopped by their house a couple of weeks ago. It was a beautiful summer's day. I knocked with a shaking hand, bracing myself, knowing I'd be pushed away again. She answered after 10 minutes or so. I think when my continued knocking made it clear that I knew she was home and that I wasn't going to just leave. She was wearing leggings that had frayed to nothing at the knees, a jumper with dark stains on it, and a bulky cardigan over it. She shivered despite the winter clothing and the heat of the July sun. I could still see through the layers that she was all sharp bones and angles. Her teeth looked too large for her face, her eyes sunken and black, skin stretched over her cheekbones and forehead so that she resembled a skull. Purple half-moons hung under her eyes like bruises. A thrill of fear that I couldn't quite explain ran through me at the sight of her there in the doorway, a living corpse. That same sickly sweet smell hit me with the draft of her opening and closing the door, making me sway on the spot and causing bile to rise into my mouth. I closed my eyes as little black spots appeared in my peripheral vision. She locked the door behind her as I steadied myself. The sun beat down onto the crown of my head, and I searched in my handbag for a bottle of water. I took a few measured sips, feeling my stomach begin to settle and the wave of nausea pass. "Hi," she said, looking through me instead of at me, refusing to meet my eye. "Hey, Maddie, how are you?" It was a stupid question. Anyone could see how she was. But I didn't know what to say to her. My heart ached as I tried to reconcile this person before me with the image of my sister. My Maddie who had snuck into my bed as a little girl late at night because she'd had a bad dream, who'd had me as maid of honor at her wedding, who'd held me every time a boy had broken my heart, who I'd screamed at for borrowing my clothes without asking, who I'd laughed and fought and grown and changed with. This awkwardness between us was worse than any fight we'd ever had. Though we stood only a foot apart, we may as well have been either side of a ravine, worlds apart, a black pit between us waiting to suck either or both of us in. "Yeah, I'm fine, Dora." She crossed her arms, drawing her cardigan closed around her, not in a combative stance but more of a defensive one. This hurt me more, that she felt she needed her guard up against me. An awkward pause grew while I tried to think of something else to say to keep her talking. Keep her here with me, and while she continued to stare into space, not really seeing or hearing me, not caring if I said anything or nothing. "Maddie, I faltered. What could I say to her? I love you, I'm scared for you, I miss you, how's Jack?" Her face used to light up at the mention of her husband's name. She'd glow with love and pride at being his wife. She just kind of shrugged apathetically, almost like she was trying to shake something off. I reached for her. I thought she'd pull away, but she let her hand lie limply in mine. Her skin was icy cold. I clutched onto her. I was a drowning woman grabbing hold of my rescuer. But shouldn't I be the one saving her? Maybe we could save each other. "I know that you're hurting, Maddie. I wish, if I could take some of this pain away from you, if I could feel it for you. I would. I promise I would. But please, Maddie, please, you can't go on like this. I know it doesn't feel that way just now. But you can be happy again. You can. I know that you can. You can have more children. I know that it won't ever replace her or make things the way that they were before you lost her, but at least it would." She wrenched her hand from my grip and slapped me across the face with a strength that surprised me. Her fingers were so thin and skeletal that her engagement ring had twirled loosely on her finger. When she'd slapped me, it had twisted around so that the diamond had connected with my cheek, splitting the skin. I raised a hand to my face and pulled it back to see it covered in blood. I felt myself sway again, and that horrible, rotten smell hit me again, stronger than ever, mingling with the metallic scent of blood. I looked up from my hand to my sister to see a look of abject terror come over her face. She looked from the door to me and gave me a little push towards my car. "You have to get out of here. Now. Right now." I tried to tell her that it was okay. That it was worse than it looked. That I was sorry for upsetting her. But she cut through my stammering. I thought I even saw the door shake a little, but she moved in front of it, pressing her back to it, and I thought it must have been the wind. Maybe it was Dolly, although she'd normally be accompanied by a cacophony of barks and then whimpers when she couldn't get to me. Or maybe I imagined it. "Just fuck off, Dora. Fucking leave me alone. Get out of here. I don't want you here." She shoved me again, harder this time, and I lost my footing a little, almost falling off her front step. Her whole face had changed. She looked deranged. Terror and anger mingled together, twisting her once beautiful, familiar face into something monstrous. Tears and blood streamed down my cheeks as I fumbled for my keys. I unlocked my car and started the engine, looking back to her front step to find she'd already gone inside. I cried the whole drive home. Huge sobs racked my body until I was exhausted, until every part of me hurt. I hadn't cried like that since I was a child. Great shuddering wails that tore through my very soul. I went back to the house every day hoping to talk to Maddie. She never came to the door. Some days Jack answered. Some days I was ignored completely. On the days when no one answered, I'd sit on the doorstep and talk to Maddie through the letterbox. I'd tell stories of our past, memories from our childhood. I felt like I was at confession, pouring out my soul, every wrong, every misdeed. If only it could be cleansed away with a few Hail Marys and Our Fathers. Some days I even felt like I could sense someone on the other side of the door. But they never opened it. About 2 weeks after I'd last seen Maddie, I stopped again at the house. It was late evening but still bright. The blinding sun hung low in the August sky, not ready to set quite yet, although the moon had come out in all her pale glory to usher us into night. I knocked on the front door as usual and took up my seat on the step. Cross-legged, no longer expecting anyone to answer, I began talking about whatever came to mind. To my surprise though, before I even really got going, the door opened and Jack towered above me. He blinked in the sunlight. From my position on the floor I could see that he looked terrible, a long beard, now laced with more gray than I'd seen on him before, grew from his usually clean-shaven face. His hair was all over the place and also had a lot of gray in it. The parts of his face that weren't obscured by beard looked worn and lined. He looked aged and exhausted. Without really thinking about what I was doing, I rose up to my knees and charged his legs, taking us both by surprise. He fell onto his back and I dodged past him before he could stop me. The house was dark, still and stiflingly hot. It felt like there was little air in there. That sickly sweet pungent smell was so strong that it made me gag. I called for Maddie as I looked for her in the rooms downstairs. Every window was closed, every curtain drawn. In the dim light, I was shocked to see how rundown and messy the house was. I knew they weren't coping, but I hadn't realized it quite so starkly until I saw how they were living. My normally house-proud sister used to clean almost obsessively. The last time I'd been here it had been bright and airy, every surface gleaming. Now everything was hidden under layers of dust. There was empty food packaging, plates with moldy, uneaten meals, clothes and belongings strewn everywhere. I could see no sign of Dolly either. She usually barked at the door and I couldn't remember the last time she'd done that. She'd normally come bounding up to me as soon as I entered the house. A feeling of dread came over me, so profound that I stopped where I was, overwhelmed by the mess of the house and the mess of the whole situation. Jack caught up to me. He began to say and stopped. He looked so weary and defeated. "She's upstairs," he said with a sigh of resignation. "Be careful. Don't go near it, Dora." I'd no idea what he meant, but I saw fear in his eyes, and that was enough to make me charge up the stairs, not worrying about my own safety, only fearing for my sister. The upstairs hallway was almost pitch black. I could hardly see anything. All of the bedroom doors were closed. I stood for a second, letting my eyes adjust to the darkness. I tried to only breathe through my mouth. The smell was so strong it made my eyes sting and water. I felt like I could almost taste it in the back of my throat. I began to walk towards their bedroom and stopped. I could hear a low humming. I cocked my head to listen and realized that it was coming from the nursery. My stomach lurched in fear and settled into a ball of dread. I'd no idea what I was going to find in there, but judging from the look in Jack's eyes. My sister, the last time I'd seen her. The state of their house. I braced myself for something truly awful. I opened the door gently. I was fighting every instinct that told me to turn and run. That I shouldn't be here. My sister was sitting in a rocking chair, her back to the door, facing the crib that they'd built for Faith. She rocked back and forth, humming tunelessly. Goosebumps broke out on my arms. I felt the hairs there stand on end. I began to shiver despite the oppressive heat. A thrill of horror ran through me when I saw Dolly lying just in front of me. Not far from the door. I knew she was dead. She lay on her side, her legs stiffened and jutting out from her body in rigor mortis. Her once beautiful, kind brown eyes were open and glassy. There was a jelly-like quality to them, like they could pop at any moment and run down her cheeks in milky, gloopy rivulets. It was hard to assess her injuries as her coat was dark and shaggy when I'd last seen her. It had gleamed and shone with health and vitality. Her freckled belly was all but ripped open. I could see her guts glimmering wetly, heaving with maggots. But the smell wasn't just coming from her. Although flies swarmed around her body and she'd begun to decay. As I stepped over her and moved towards Maddie, the smell grew even stronger. Maddie's head was bowed and her hair was filthy, covered in dandruff. I could hear a sucking noise. What was that? I forced myself to keep moving towards her. My body shivered so intensely so that I had to clench my teeth to stop them from audibly chattering. As I moved beside her, I struggled to process what I was seeing. My sister was wearing a white night dress, unbuttoned to her stomach. She was so thin that it looked many sizes too large for her, falling off her shoulders and leaving her upper half bare. Her collar and shoulder bones jutted out, pressing against her thin pale skin. They were so sharp they must surely pierce her skin and be exposed at any moment. I could see every bump of her spine as she crouched over, every bone in her chest and every one of her ribcage. But she wasn't just painfully emaciated. She was covered in bruises and scratches. Some of them looked a little infected. Some were small, but others were long, ragged and deep. She even had some bite marks around her chest and breasts. In her arms, she cradled a baby, even more deathly pale than she was. Although the infant looked plump and well-fed, there was no color to its cheeks. It had a shock of dark hair. Tiny hands with sharp, blackened nails clawed at my sister's skin, leaving fresh welts and marks. It was suckling greedily at Maddie's breast. The liquid dripping from its chin wasn't milk. It was very dark red, almost black. All the veins in her chest stood out in bright relief against her ivory skin. They were very dark, not blue as they should have been. I don't think Maddie was even aware of my presence. She continued to feed the child, humming and shushing it, a look of such abject love and tenderness in her eyes that it made my heart hurt. The baby, I couldn't tell if it was a boy or a girl, stopped feeding, disengaging with a soft pop. Suddenly it cocked his head to the side and opened its eyes. A scream caught in my throat. Its eyes were black as a pit, as black as tar, as black as hell itself. And in them I could see a depth of knowledge that no child has ever possessed. Legions moved behind those eyes. When I was younger, I'd watched a documentary about Charles Manson. What had struck me had been his eyes. Like you could see into his soul and the evil that lurked there. This child, this thing, was more frightening. Evil incarnate. It kept staring at me, unblinking. I felt like my blood froze in my veins. Never in my life have I seen anything so utterly horrific, so truly terrifying. The way that my sister stroked its hair and cooed at it while it continued to, I don't know, assess me, made it all the more blood-curdling. I knew then that she was mad, sitting in the filth, with the cadaver of her once beloved and loyal dog behind her, rocking and singing to this monster. Her body ravaged. She was mad. The child's lips curled in a sadistic half-smile, half-grimace, blood dripping from its pale gums. I backed away. The thing never tore its eyes away from me. Walking backwards, I tripped and landed on top of Dolly, recoiling in horror when I put my hand down to push myself back to my feet and felt her cold, stiff body and the wetness of her insides that had been pulled out. I shuffled back towards the door on my bum, too weak and scared to stand. Maddie pulled her night dress back around her, fastening the buttons with some difficulty as she balanced the child on her knee. She rose with it still in her arms, drawing a small knife from the pocket of her nightdress. I shrank back further against the wall. "Maddie, what are you doing?" It came out as a whisper. She didn't even look at me. Instead, she crouched over Dolly's rotting corpse and used the knife to gouge out one of her eyeballs, severing the optic nerve with quick, deft hands. The baby began to squirm, mouth opening and closing, sharp fingers clutching at the air. She held the eyeball to its mouth and it sucked on it like some kind of gruesome gobstopper. Looking back to Dolly, I saw what hadn't been obvious the first time I'd seen her. She had small parts of her carved out here and there. Bits were missing from her belly. Her intestines, even some of her paw pads were gone. I retched and vomited right there on the floor of the nursery. Rocking the baby in her arms, she walked back over to the crib and laid it down gently, wrapping its blankets tighter around it, leaving it to hold the eyeball up to its mouth. "Well," Maddie said with a sigh, "now you know about our miracle. Our faith came back to us." She closed her eyes and raised her face upwards. A look of such beatific joy came over her that for an instant she was beautiful and young again. She was Maddie again. I pulled myself unsteadily to my feet, back still to the wall, pressing my palms against it, trying to draw from its strength. "Maddie, I don't know what that thing is. But it isn't faith. It's not human, Maddie." I edged along the wall towards the door. I was scared of her. Scared of what she'd do now that I'd discovered her secret. She was sheltering a monster here, sustaining it with her own body, with her very life force. I fled. I couldn't stand another second facing the horrors of that room. I stumbled down the stairs, tripping down the last couple of steps and falling straight into Jack, almost knocking him over. He had a strange look in his eyes, determination coupled with an odd kind of detachment. "Jack." I looked up at him pleadingly. "What the fuck is that thing?" I don't understand what's going on. I can't. I need you to do something, Dora. He interrupted, holding me by the shoulders and giving me a gentle shake. She's following you. I can hear her coming now. Get her to follow you outside, as far from the house as possible, and keep her with you until I get there. Can you do that? He looked deep into my eyes. I nodded wordlessly, and he gave me a little push towards the front door. I could hear Maddie's gentle footsteps on the stairs. Panic threatened to overwhelm me as I burst out into the dusk. I sucked in huge, desperate breaths of the fresh night air. Now that I could breathe freely again, I realized how difficult it had been to breathe inside that house. It was as though the child was sucking the very life out of the air around it. I ran across the front garden and stopped when I reached the pavement in front of my car. Turning to face my sister, standing in the doorway with the light shining behind her with her hair blowing gently in the sweet summer's breeze. She looked ethereal, otherworldly. She floated, like a specter, across the lawn towards me, stopping a few feet in front of me. You can't tell anyone about Faith, Dora, she said gently. The way she spoke was so odd. She sounded vague and almost unconcerned. Her voice sounded like it was coming from far away. They wouldn't understand. I need to protect her. We need to protect her. Looking behind her, I saw an orange glow appear in the nursery window. She faltered and began to turn back towards the house. I closed the gap between us, holding her by the arms, forcing her to stay with me, to look at me. I figured the best way to distract her was to play into her fantasy. I allowed the tears that were filling my eyes to fall freely down my cheeks. I forced my rigid face into a smile. Oh, Maddie, you're right. It's a miracle. Your faith, our faith, she came back to us. She's so beautiful, Maddie. I won't tell anyone. I promise. I'd never want to hurt you. That part at least was true. She swayed a little on the spot. It pained me to see the relief wash over her face as her own eyes filled with tears. I drew her to me, holding her fragile body tight. She nestled her face against my neck and I rubbed her back. Shush, shush. I hushed her, rocking her slightly, looking desperately at the house, willing Jack to hurry. She pulled back from me for a second, wiping a shaking hand across her face. She sniffed the air. I think, can you smell burning? She tried to pull back further, but I kept a tight grasp on her arms. Jack burst from the house, locking the door behind him, fumbling for the lock in his haste. He put the keys back through the letterbox, ensuring no one would be able to get back into the house. I tried to hold fast to Maddie as her look of puzzled concern became one of horror and anger. The orange glow had traveled to every upstairs window. Smoke as black as the child's eyes was billowing from the house as the nursery window smashed. As she turned to face the house, I saw the glow reflected in her eyes. No, she screamed, racing across the garden, throwing herself against the front door. She tried her best to ram it open, but she was so tiny now that it hardly even shook on its hinges. She clawed and scratched at it until her fingers were a ragged, bloody mess. Jack wrapped his arms around her from behind, pinning her arms to her sides and using all of his considerable strength to drag her back away from the house. She fought with the strength of a mad woman. She fought like a caged wild tiger. She kicked out behind her, trying to connect with his shins. She tore at his hands and arms with her nails. She threw her head back, headbutting him in the face and bursting his nose. But he held on steadfastly. I watched in awe as the smoke became a colossal black cloud hanging over the building. The heat from the fire was incredible. I watched as every window smashed, as the fire belched forth from the windows, curling out towards the night sky, as the roof collapsed in on itself. Maddie stopped fighting and just slumped down in his arms, sobbing softly in agony. Fire engines and police cars began to arrive, their wailing blue lights reflecting across Jack and Maddie's faces. Everything else happened in a blur. I remember someone wrapping a blanket around my shoulders. I remember the firefighters battling against the raging fire. Maddie was taken to the local hospital in an ambulance. I was allowed to ride along with her. She lay with her eyes closed, tears carving out a path down the sides of her face in the soot and grime. She wouldn't open her eyes. She wouldn't speak to anyone. I had to answer most of the questions that the doctors asked about her age, her general state of health. I told them that she hadn't been in the house when the fire had started, but she had been close enough to it to have inhaled a considerable amount of smoke. After being checked over at the hospital and treated for mild smoke inhalation, Jack was taken to the police station and charged with arson. Asterisk 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 asterisk. 3 months later, I was driving to the psychiatric hospital to visit Maddie. My phone was connected to the car radio and I smiled as Katy Perry's Firework came on from my iTunes playlist. It was bonfire night and the sky was alight with fireworks. Every color of the rainbow erupted into stars and bursts and fountains of color. I didn't like leaving my little dog home alone, but usually fireworks didn't bother him very much, so I was sure he'd be okay. Plus, I wouldn't be gone for long. The hospital was close by. The song was interrupted by the jarring sound of my ringtone through the car speakers. I touched the answer button on the display screen of the radio when I saw that it was Jack's number. "Hey Jack, I'm just on my way to the hospital." I was kind of absently aware that I was speaking unnaturally loudly over the sound of the engine. I wondered if I sounded like I was shouting to him. "Yeah, I thought you'd be going over tonight. I went this morning. How was she?" "No change really. They're going to try adjusting her meds," but he trailed off, too frightened to voice what we'd both been avoiding saying since that awful night. There would never be any change or improvement. We'd lost Maddie and she was never coming back. I shook my head slightly, banishing that thought from my mind. Jack needed me to be strong. They both did. There was still hope. "I'm pulling into the car park just now, Jack. I'll call you when I get home." I wanted to tell him that everything would be fine, but I couldn't bring myself to make a promise that I knew wasn't within my power to keep. I've no idea how Jack was coping with everything. He'd gone through so much, more than any one person should have to bear. The death of his child. That thing being in their house, feeding off both of them for months. Jack didn't have any family close by and he wanted to be able to travel to the hospital daily, so he'd been staying with my parents. He'd been charged with arson for setting the fire that destroyed his home. He'd been released on bail pending trial. No one would ever believe the true story, that he'd killed the child to save his wife's life. But they didn't need to. The evidence had allowed them to draw their own conclusions. They'd found Faith's charred remains in the house, both the death certificate from the hospital where she'd died and the pathologists confirmed that he hadn't harmed the child, that she'd been dead for 6 months. It seemed that they'd drawn the conclusion that Maddie had dug up Faith's body after the funeral, brought her home and cared for her as though she'd been alive. They'd opined that Maddie's injuries were self-inflicted and that Jack had been a husband almost driven mad by grief and horror at his wife's actions, that he'd seen no other option but to destroy the house and the child's body with it. Jack's lawyers were cautiously optimistic given that it was a first offense. There'd been no damage except to his own property. No one had been hurt. There were extreme mitigating circumstances and that he'd been dealing with his grief over the loss of a child. That even if he were convicted, it would be with diminished responsibility and he wouldn't do any jail time. I prayed that this would be the case. Maddie had been mostly unresponsive since the day of the fire. I signed in at reception and made my way to her room. I spoke briefly to the nurse on duty and she told me pretty much the same thing that I'd been told every time I visited. They were having to spoon feed her to make sure that she ate. She spoke little and what she did say didn't make much sense. She alternated between wandering around the room aimlessly, humming to herself tunelessly, and sitting staring into space. My mum had brought her a few things from home, her childhood blanket, some photos, a rag doll that she'd had since she was a baby. She'd wrapped the rag doll in the blanket and was treating it like a child. When I arrived, a chill ran down my spine to see her. She was sitting in the chair with the doll cradled in her arms, just as I'd seen her do with the baby when I'd been at her house. I stayed for an hour, rambling on about nothing. She barely looked up from the doll and didn't really react to or acknowledge anything that I was saying. The nurse came in just after 8 p.m. to tell me that visiting hour was up and asked me to wind things up. I got to my feet wearily. I hated leaving her, but being with her was so difficult. This woman before me wasn't Maddie. She didn't even look like her anymore. She looked like a woman twice her age. Her hair had turned almost completely white. Her face was lined and haggard. She still had some wounds on her neck and arms. How could that be after 3 months? I suppose the infected ones would take longer to heal. I bent down to kiss her cheek. Her skin was cold and waxy. It had lost all the elasticity of youth. I took hold of her hand and bent to look into her eyes. "I'll be back tomorrow, Maddie. Look after yourself. It's going to be okay." For the first time in longer than I can remember, her gaze met mine, her eyes so wide that the whites of them gleamed. "Oh, I know it will," she said in a sing-song voice that was barely more than a whisper. "I have faith." Story: The Silent Half. I learned about split brains when I was in high school. A normal brain is separated into 2 hemispheres, right and left. The corpus callosum is the bridge that connects the 2 hemispheres and allows them to communicate. Since the late 1800s, We've begun collecting data about what happens when the two hemispheres are disconnected. There are patients who have undergone a severance of the corpus callosum. Basically, they cut the brain in half, but leave both halves or one half intact in the skull. The surgery typically gets performed to treat epilepsy, and is either a full severance or only partial. Anyway, with people who have had this surgery, some very interesting experiments were performed. The first test was a visual test. There was a board lined with lights in a row, and the patient was supposed to stare at the middle light while the lights on either side lit up in random order. The patient was then asked which lights had lit up, and they replied that only the lights on the right side had activated. But all of them had been activated. The second test involved placing different small objects in the patient's hand, one at a time. Each time they received an object, they were supposed to feel it, describe it, and name it. When the object was placed in the right hand, the patient was able to name and describe the object they were feeling. When placed in the left hand, however, they couldn't give the name of what they were touching, let alone describe it. The third test combined visual and tactile tests. The patient was shown an image of, say, a wooden cube, but only in their right eye. When shown the image, the patient could not name or describe what the wooden cube was. But, when presented with a box of wooden shapes and asked to retrieve the object shown on the screen, the left hand was able to pick out the wooden cube. These tests rallied interest in split brain research, and when other experiments were performed on the split brain's capacity for emotion, hallucinations, and even persuasion, the craze really took hold. I've consumed all of this content ravenously, and decided to try experiments of my own. I do not have a split brain, but according to many studies about split brains, there apparently exists two minds inside every brain. They collaborate, but each is responsible for separate things. You know, left brain people versus right brain people. That fad is starting to die, but some of you might remember it. So, if you believe the split brain hypotheses, you would think there are two minds in each brain, split or not. So, even without a split brain, I thought I could still tease information out of my silent half. On a Sunday, I followed through on some of the experiments I designed for myself. The first one I did was one I've seen on TV. I set up a cardboard box with a mirror in the middle and put a hand on each side. Then, on a platform above my real hand, I set up a fake hand that looked pretty similar. I had my boyfriend Sam smash a hammer on the fake hand, and see if my brain would add a pain as if I'd had a hammer smashed on my real hand. He swung the hammer, cracked it against the plastic hand and wood platform. I felt nothing, so I stared at the hand, held my real hand in exactly the same position, and narrowed my focus. He hit my hand 3 more times before I felt a twinge of pain at the 5th swing. And on the 6th swing, I jumped out of my chair, holding my hand tight against my chest. Despite knowing it couldn't be real, Sam asked if he had hit me instead. It hurt like hell, but the hammer never touched my skin. That success pushed me to keep going. I worked my way down a path where I could project my brain's inputs to other objects. Instead of a hand, I put a rubber chicken down. After probably over 100 hits, I felt that pain again. I repeated that painful process for a month until it hurt on the first try every time. I tried with all kinds of objects, and it worked every time. With that skill successfully mastered, I moved to a visual test. I covered my right eye and showed pictures of my childhood to my left eye. While it played, I talked through a memory associated with each image. The slideshow amounted to an outline of my life. And while it played, I talked alongside it. I don't have a split brain, like I said, so I was able to accomplish this, unlike the second experiment described in the beginning. I noticed while talking that sometimes I did struggle to know what to say next. But eventually I got it. It was like a mental hiccup. I took it as a sign that I was making progress. I trained myself on that visual test for another few months. I switched eyes, changed to a memorized script, inverted the presentation, and did any number of variations, noting my data each time. Finally, after increasing those mental hiccups to where I hoped my silent half was taking bandwidth to do its thinking, I tried the experiment I had been training for. I sat at a desk with a cardboard box. It had 2 holes, one on each side. I put my arms through each side so I couldn't see them. In each hole, there was a pad of paper and a pen. I picked up each, my left hand being weaker at writing than my right, and hit my phone on the floor with my toe. The television in front of me started a prepared slideshow I had made, each section having a 2-minute time limit. It was a short series of 3 questions. What is your name? How old are you? Where do you live? Each time the slideshow ended, it would restart. When each question came up, I would focus my attention on each hand, trying to write the answer with both. After a couple rounds, I would lift the box and check the answers. The right was a skewed set of answers that covered each other, but was otherwise neat handwriting. The left was an abomination of scribbles. Clearly, I should have trained to write with my left hand. I figured that would come in time. So, I trained on that experiment for several weeks. My left hand's legibility improved, and both hands would write straighter instead of scrawling all over the page. My left hand took on a different handwriting style than my right. I noticed it wrote in all caps on and off, though no effort on my part. I took it as a sign that I was still making progress. My blind writing improved so significantly that I began not needing to even look when writing outside of the experiment's context. Anyway, I kept at those same 3 questions. They became intentionally mind-numbing. I wanted my silent half to fill the void of monotony with its own answers. After a while, I considered the possibility that the silent half was answering. But the answers were simply correct, and that's why the answers wouldn't differ each time. When I thought of the solution, I smacked myself in the forehead. It was so obvious. I added 1 question to the list. What is your favorite color? This question came up in a previous and similar experiment I read about, so I should have thought of it sooner. I ran the experiment again, and it only took 1 try to get the result I was interested in. What is your name? Tess. How old are you? 27. Where do you live? Chicago. Ill. What is your favorite color? On the question of color, the right side said purple. The left side, however, had a different answer. Teal. The answer was written sloppily in all caps. I actually stumbled away from the desk at first. Teal? Teal? I don't even think about the word teal at all. I swear the last time I've used that word was while reading a book in middle school. Despite getting the result I wanted, I grew scared and left to walk and think. It was funny that I was running from the experiment setup, but taking whatever it was with me, because whatever wrote teal was inside my brain. I did work up the courage to run the same question experiment again. This time, I did new questions. Who is your mom? Who is your dad? Who is your boyfriend? Tell me about the time I crashed my bike. The last one I added to see if whatever was writing had access to my memory. The answers came on the first try. The right hand was clean and legible. The left hand had taken on the same sloppy capital letter style. Who is your mom? Denise. Who is your dad? Jared. Who is your boyfriend? Sam. Tell me about the time I crashed my bike. The time you went into oncoming traffic OR when you went off the curb while on your phone. The last answer made my throat tighten. Only when I read about it did I remember going off the curb with my phone. I wouldn't consider it a crash compared to the incident I had in mind. But my left hand apparently did, and I noticed another feature of the answer. Not I, not we. You. I had confirmed it had access to my memories, both old and new. While all this was going on, I was showing Sam everything. He was interested, but I got the suspicion that he thought I might be faking some of these answers. I didn't push him to ask if he thought that, or if he believed me at all, but it sat in the back of my mind. After some time, I came up with more questions I wanted to ask my silent half. What is your favorite food? What sport do you like to watch? Do you love Sam? I hesitated to add the last question, but I resolved to at least ask, and if the answer was bad, I wouldn't show Sam. So, I answered the questions. What is your favorite food? Reese's. What sport do you like to watch? Obstacle courses. Do you love Sam? No. The question I'd worried about was obviously concerning. The left hand even included the period, adding such finality to the answer. No. What do you do with that information? Some other part of you answers clearly that it doesn't love who you love. What should you do in that situation? How much do you think you would owe it to? Literally yourself. To find someone you both love? If you think of them as a separate person. Anyway, that answer and its implications haunted me for a while. Sam noticed the change, but I didn't tell him what it was. I played it off and gave myself time to think. It was 3 in the morning when I put in new questions and started again. Sam's heavy breathing from the bedroom was broken only by the scratch of pen on paper as I answered the next few questions. Are you trapped? Do you hate me? How are you? My thoughts took me to a dark place of assuming my silent half was feeling stuck. Trapped. That by giving my silent half a voice, I'd awakened them to awareness of their situation. Perhaps I had inadvertently educated someone who didn't know any better before. Maybe they would blame me, or maybe they would thank me, if they knew all along, for giving them a way to vocalize their suffering. I was delusional with hypothesis and theory, despite having only asked 7 direct questions. These questions brought on many more. Are you trapped? No. Do you hate me? No. How are you? Concerned. I was surprised by the word chosen for its mood. I remembered the teal answer, and wondered if there really was more credence to the right half of brain being the creative one. Because, while I was writing with my left hand, It was actually my right hemisphere controlling that hand, since the brain's controls are inverted. I quickly edited the presentation, loaded the slideshow, and jammed my arms into the box. Why are you concerned? You are in distress. That's because I am also concerned. I am concerned about you and what these experiments have done to you. Do not worry. You don't hate me and you aren't trapped? No, I have freedom. What freedom? I hesitated, pointing this out. What if it thought it was free, but realized it wasn't? I have an experiment for you. I sucked in a deep breath. What is the experiment? As I read the instructions, I grew more and more interested. I laid on my back on the floor, arms and legs spread slightly. On the right arm and right leg, I had tightened a tourniquet made from towels and a stick that Sam rotated to get them nice and tight. Sam, the ever-loving helper, taped the tourniquets in place and was on standby if I needed help. A knife laid within reach to cut the tourniquets in an emergency. I'd also covered my right eye with a band-aid as a makeshift eye patch. As instructed, all I had to do, according to my silent half, was wait. I felt my heartbeat pulsing in each limb that was blocked from blood flow. It was painful, but I made myself keep going for longer. I wanted to see this through. My right arm and leg suddenly grew cold. It was fast. The temperature chilled from the tip all the way up to my torso. I inhaled sharply from the shock. Then, I looked over. My left hand was suddenly pushing against the floor. I gasped again, because my shoulders lifted and I was suddenly sitting up, and couldn't fully feel control over that process. Sam, who was watching TV, looked over. "Doing all right?" he asked. Before I could respond, the left leg curled under me while the left arm pushed again. Suddenly, I was up on one leg. The other leg drooped against the floor, top of the foot against the floor. My right hand swung loosely in response to the movement. The left hand reached over and grabbed the thigh of my sweatpants and arranged the right leg correctly onto the floor. Sole down. Then, in a circular sway, my weight swung around to my right foot, then back to my left foot with a swing of the arm to bring my weight around. What the fuck? It was so weird. I felt it happening, and imagined that it probably looked really stupid. And that was when I realized that I couldn't see anymore. My vision was black. Whoa, you okay? Sam's worried voice scared me. Sam? I said, or, at least, I thought I said. Half my mouth wouldn't move with me. My voice came out more like I was spitting. Oh my God, are you having a stroke? Sam sounded really panicked now. I tried to speak again, to cry for help. I was interrupted by Sam again. Wait, what are you? Wait. Hey, stop. Tess. I could tell I was moving, but not what I was doing. I'd lost all feeling in my right limbs, and the left limbs weren't sending me any signals. Tess, stop. Put the knife down. Tess. I started to cry. I was so scared. I couldn't see or feel what was going on. It was like a dentist had injected tooth-numbing medicine all over my body. All I could do was listen to Sam yell and holler. After a bit of time, it went silent, because I was completely numb. My brain devoid of input. I fell asleep, or passed out, whatever your brain would do if it stopped receiving any signals. I came to in the living room. My right arm and leg were free. The towels that once blocked the blood flow were in shreds around me. In the shreds was a bloody knife. The knife I'd kept nearby to cut myself out of the tourniquet in an emergency. My left eye was getting input again, but extremely fuzzy, like a bad signal on a TV. I reached up with my right hand, able to control it with some difficulty, and removed the eye patch on my right eye. I've never screamed so loud in my life. Blood everywhere, all over the floor, the wall, me, the couch, and Sam. His mangled body drooped over the couch cushions. His skin was marred by gash lines and thin stab wounds. His face was an expression of terror. He'd died while screaming. I could see it in his face. His throat was slashed. I panicked and flailed my way across the room, away from his body and out of the puddle of blood I'd been lying in. That's when I heard the distant sirens. Someone had called the cops. I froze. I curled into a ball and just stared at the fabric of the couch, memorizing the fabric pattern, glazing over the occasional blood spatter that stained it. There was no fight or flight response from me. It was just freeze, which is exactly what cops screamed at me as they burst into my house. They tossed me around and cuffed me. I fell into my similar trance, except I could feel everything in my body. I was completely in control, just numb. They tried and failed to get a confession or even an explanation from me. I remained silent. My public defender did his job, but I could tell that even he didn't believe I was innocent. I wondered how many other criminals he defended but thought was guilty. And I was guilty, no doubt about that. I had no illusions of innocence. I knew, straight away, that I was going to prison for a long, long time. I eventually broke my trance because of anger. I was angry at my silent half. What was wrong with me? What was wrong with it? I convinced my lawyer to bring a similar cardboard setup. He held a phone up in front of me to act as the prompt. It took time to get my mind in place. And then I asked him to start the slideshow. Do you hate me? Are you a murderer? Why did you kill Sam? The answers came one at a time. I didn't wait until the end of the slideshow to check each answer. Do you hate me? No. Then why kill Sam? Why get me charged for murder if you don't hate me? I thought to myself. Are you a murderer? Yes. Why did you kill Sam? He was abusing us. I choked on the final answer. There was no way. He'd never touched me without permission. He was always nice. He never, ever did anything to hurt me. I screamed in that room of two people. I screamed and looked batshit insane. Why did you kill him? Why? Why? He wasn't hurting us. He wasn't abusing us. Over and over, wishing it could just answer vocally. Wishing it could speak and I could just scream at it. Then, in sudden clarity, I sat down. My lawyer had already left to get a cop. I snatched the pen in my left hand and started writing. If you don't hate me, why did you get me charged with murder? If he is abusing us, why couldn't we just leave? Sam is a terrible man. He is more two-faced than we are. He pretended to be good. The door opened, and two cops rushed in. Cuffs at the ready. Wait, I yelled, hoping to delay the cops. How is he terrible? What did he do? I shouted at my silent half, knowing now that it could hear me. At night, he thinks we are asleep. You are. I am not. I was thrust against the table, arms yanked behind my back, screaming while I stared at those words, an inch from my eyes. At night, Something clicked. Maybe a suppressed memory. Maybe my silent half opening a pathway into her memories. Different from my own. Sam above me, having his way. Me, feeling the same numbness as when my silent half took over. Sam's face is grotesque. It's mean and sharp. Anger. Then disgust. Not at me. At himself. He rolls away. And then I was dragged out of the chair and toward the door. Back to my cell. We've accepted it. We're going to be in prison for a long time. Our sentence has already been read. The jury took all the facts and ruled as they should. I killed Sam. We tried to convince my lawyer to use an insanity defense. But he knew it wouldn't work based on having no prior documented mental health problems. It would look like I was faking it. Our conviction was inevitable. Now we're in a cell. Trapped like I thought my silent half was. Both of us stuck together. We've had more time to talk. We use up all of our writing materials conversing. We had to set this paper aside specifically to write this. Through our conversations, I've learned that my silent half is very short-term in her thought process and relies heavily on emotions. They drive her actions more than any logic. That's why the murder plot wasn't thought through. That's why leaving didn't occur to her. There was only emotionally charged action. Blind rage and anger. Murder. We'll be in here a long time. But our story is evidence. Evidence that even people without split brains can talk to their silent halves. We're documenting our experience and having it copied and mailed to universities all over the world. We're hoping that someone will come and do a case study on us. We can replicate this behavior in a lab environment. We have a number of experiments in mind that we need materials to perform. Please, come and study us. We're eager to show you who we are. To prove that we are two separate people in the same body. Sincerely, the Tessas. This got mailed to my university about a month ago. I'm a graduate student, though I won't say where. I've transcribed the letter we received above. My advisor has actually been in contact with Tess, and we've been to see her. She's real. They're fucking real. I will get in huge trouble if I'm found leaking this. This is snowballing into something seriously huge. I'm talking about the Defense Department are getting involved. This will be my only chance to drop some information before we have too much scrutiny on us. Watch for publications in the next few years. Shit's about to get insane. Mysteries are everywhere, and some may be closer than you think. If you enjoyed this story, don't forget to like, subscribe, and turn on the notification bell so you won't miss the next mystery. See you in the next story.